Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today has been a busy day. It is March 21st, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION on the YouTube Super Chat right here. And if you're looking for merch, Northwest Sports Fanatic merch, link is below every video on the YouTube page. Follow me, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram at NW Sports Fanatics. I apologize. I'm about 30 minutes late. Had to do some prepping, had to go walk the dog, had to walk Paisley, had to go to the store to get beer, had to get my HD photos in line. I'm watching the Falcons and the Seahawks as they're showcasing Matt Ryan, Matty Ice in the building. Let's see who's in the room right now. Will the Thrill, all the way from Scotland. Hey, bro, in the room, nice and early. Great to see you. NWSF for life, brother. Oh, yeah. Falcons in the building. What do you do? A guy, hello out there. Raiders in the building. Sarah Small in the building with your Colts. I knew the time and the place was coming for a move. Could have been Baker Mayfield. Could have been Jimmy Garoppolo. It's Matt Ryan. That's better than those other two guys. This is only a Band-Aid, though, and I think you know it, too. It was going to be a Band-Aid with Jimmy G. It was going to be a Band-Aid with Matt Ryan. It's going to be a Band-Aid with Baker Mayfield, but I like Matt Ryan the most, and he kind of fits the mold, kind of a straight-edge guy, a guy that's not going to be a whiner, not a guy that's going to be a complainer. It's kind of like the Phillip Rivers, thing all over again, where you're going to have a guy for a season or two, but you are going to have to draft a rookie. Either this year or next year, you're going to have someone in line. But if you decide just to go with Matt Ryan now, you need wide receivers and tight ends desperately. I saw that Zach Pascal went over to the Eagles fly. So it's another spot that you need to replace. T.Y. Hilton, a little bit older, Michael Pittman Jr. You need more than that. You got Jonathan Taylor, but at least you got the guy that probably suits the team the best. Because like I told you guys, with the Saints, right? And who? The Colts. Your team is almost identical. You need to get the quarterback filled. Jameis Winston's back with the Saints, like I told you guys. All right, Matty Ice to the Colts. Both teams can make the playoffs now, but now you need to draft wide receivers, as well as trying to get some free agent wide receivers to come over. And then on top of that, look for a tight end in the draft as well. But I'm excited because I know now the Colts can not only go to the playoffs, they can compete with Tennessee for the AFC South crown. And shout out to my boy, Marcus Mariota, obviously from the 503, the Ducks, baby, getting his opportunity to shine again. So I know a lot of Falcons fans are like, oh, I don't know. But if he stays healthy, he'll be a great player for you guys. That's the only problem. His touchdown to interception ratio is good. He's a winner. It's just that he gets hurt. So if he can just find a way to stay healthy, he gets reunited with some of the people in the organization there that he used to play with at Tennessee. That's in Atlanta right now. So shout out to Marcus Mariota for going to the Falcons. Shout out to Matt Ryan going to the Colts. I like that's a good fit. And shout out to Jameis Winston. Even though you might have got disrespected with the Deshaun Watson talk, but I kind of knew that was going to happen. And you ended up getting all of your guys in place. The Mariota thing might have been a little bit surprising, but he has earned a spot where, hey, maybe he can be a guy. If Carson Wentz, is going to get an opportunity, why not, why not Marcus Mariota to at least see if he can still stay healthy and if he could be the starting guy. I mean, he's very likable. He's not going to get in trouble. He's really smart. It's just about the injuries. So we'll have to kind of wait and see. So I'm going to be online for the next 2, 3, 4 hours. So let's get comfortable, hang out with your boy. And like I said, I had to go walk the dog. I had to go get beer. I had to get prepped a little bit, but your boy is here. How is everybody doing tonight? All right, doing well, sis. Looking forward to this one. How are you? A guy is in the building. What to do? Oh, let me see here. Elliot Evans, Jameis season in the building. Holly Hundo is in the building. What to do? I saw that 300,000 subs from Grossi Posse. Shout out to Tom for working hard and hitting great numbers. I saw Holly made a post. I saw his post last night. Shout out to Tom Grossi and the Grossi Posse. Brute Saint, Jameis got his money. Who dat? You dat. Appreciate you guys very much. TN Jose, Gronk is still available, coming back to Tampa Bay. Lordy, lock it up. Don't worry about it. He ain't going anywhere else. I like quietly the Bengals are beefing up that O-line, and I know there was a rumor for Gronk to go there, but I'm thinking he's still going to come back to Tampa Bay, especially if Brady is there. All right? Mbida, who dat? You dat. Thank you for signing Jameis Winston. Well, we knew you guys were going to sign Jameis Winston, okay? Okay, a guy. He says, Orion, I want to say, even if we disagree about it at first, I'm rooting for Mariota to find himself out in Atlanta. Mario had some time to heal up and get his mind right with the Raiders. The thing is like with Mariota, some people wanted him in for Carr. I always thought Carr was the better quarterback. I mean, right now, I think Carr might be the 11th best quarterback, really close with like Cousins and Tannehill, right outside the top 10. I think Mariota is somewhere probably between 15 and 25. It just depends on if he can stay healthy. That's really the only knock on him, but it's awesome that he gets an opportunity to be able to get himself, obviously out of the Raiders organization to be at least have a chance to start. And it might be a disaster. It might work out good, but it's all about the supporting cast that they can put around him. And there's not really a whole lot there right now, but at least he gets a chance, to at least see if he can shine. So it is what it is. Holly Hundo in the building. What a deal. Kill switch. He said, let's go. I love Mariota when he was a Duck. Yeah, me too. I mean, I'm an Oregon Duck through and through. I've watched Mariota in the front row, so it makes me feel really good that he gets an opportunity, because I thought maybe like, the New England Patriots, a team like that would suit him really well. And like I said, this Atlanta thing might be a surprise, and they might still be looking for a quarterback in the draft. But, it's exciting, man. It's an exciting time. TN Jose, my Pats haven't made any moves yet. Worries me. The draft, baby. You don't got to worry about anything. Bill Belichick, sometimes he doesn't know how to draft wide receivers. They'll go for defense. They'll pick up the right pieces. They never like to overpay. And just because you get a free agent doesn't mean it's going to work out. You want to build your team through the draft. And that's what he's typically good at, except for drafting wide receiver. Let's see. The Raiders were trying to get Mariota to find his confidence again. I hope he has his mind right again. The Raiders gave Mariota lots of time to heal up and get his surgeries done. I think he does have the confidence. It's just the injuries. You know what I mean? When you get injured over and over again, he's never had mental issues, in my opinion. I mean, I've followed the guy, from Hawaii all the way to Oregon and, his whole career. So it's just a matter of if he can, some guys are just brittle. Some guys just have like the Derrick Rose thing, where they just keep getting injured over and over and over again. But at least for him being a good guy, a likable guy, a hard worker, at least he's getting his second chance right now. So it feels pretty good. Cam Jordan has said that Matt Ryan left the South. Yeah, of course, because he sacked him more than anybody in NFL history. I know this. All right, I'm hoping I'm reading too much into this and I'm overreacting. I know, but I'm worried Tommy Tunzen is going to the Titans. He lists his location now as Nashville. Oh my, really? Okay. He said, I know it's silly, but I feel like I'm having a panic. Hey, I know. Eddie James in the building. What a deal. Let's see here. I'm scrolling down here. Eddie James, Colts fan. Awesome. Holly's like, dude, I even started crying. I haven't cried in a long time. Hey, you know what? It happens. When you have your favorite players, you know what I mean? Or us, like, with me and Sarah and some of us that have been watching wrestling since we've been like 3, 4, 5 years old. When we have someone like Scott Hall, Razor Ramon that passed away, sometimes it's like kind of, it takes you by surprise. It's like, and it's not a family member or anything or a close friend. But sometimes when you have your favorite guys on your football team or basketball or baseball, if they pass away or they get traded or it looks like they might not be there anymore, I mean, it's not an easy thing. So I totally get it. So let me go here real quick. All right, so let me disappear from the screen here real quick for you. All right, and we can take a look at Matty Ice and Marcus Mariota. Now we got Matt Ryan going to the Colts. And like I told you guys, the Colts and the Saints are the same exact team. All right, they got an amazing running back, amazing offensive line. All right, amazing D-line, amazing defense. All right, good coaching staff, even though Sean Payton's no longer there. But quarterback was something that they needed to get done. All right, Matt Ryan goes to the Colts. They get their guy. All right, on top of that, famous Jameis Winston, Mr. Crab Legs himself. He finally finds his way back home, which we predicted. You were doing all those weird fucking exercises on the internet, on the interwebs. So I knew you were ready. I knew you were ready to come back. You got paid. It's a temporary Band-Aid, just like the Colts with Matt Ryan. It's not going to be forever. Now, as we know, the Colts pretty much have a different fucking quarterback every single season, right? For like the last 6 or 7 seasons, it's been like kind of the same guy over and over that you would think that you would have. But no. It's not the same guy over and over and over. No, that's what they want. They want someone that can be the same guy over and over and over. But unfortunately, it ends up being 2016, Andrew Luck. 2017, Scott Tolzien. 2018, Andrew Luck. 2019, Jacoby Brissett. 2020, Phillip Rivers. 2021, Carson Wentz. 2022, Matt Ryan. So for now, Matt Ryan, Matty Ice, I'm watching you on NFL Network right now. This is a good fit. You know what I mean? You're better than Jimmy Garoppolo. You're better than Baker Mayfield. I would have liked to see you go for a rookie, and maybe you still will be looking at a rookie at some point. Eagles John with a tenner on the Cash App. Thank you so much for getting it started. So I would like to see if this is possible. Let me see Matty Ice get paired up with Desmond Ridder. If you get Desmond Ridder on the Colts, I think it's a match made in heaven. They're almost the same kind of guy. You know what I mean? He's kind of big, lanky, good arm movement. I mean, Matty Ice is old, but he's got a little bit more left in the tank than Phillip Rivers did a couple years ago, in my opinion, okay? So you're going to need to find a long-term solution or someone else. But for the time being, they definitely can compete in the AFC South. They definitely can compete with the Titans, and they're probably going to go to the playoffs. I'd be shocked if they don't. So you got to think, if you're a Colts fan right now, you are ecstatic. You are in love. You're like, thank God it's not Baker. Thank God it's not Baker Mayfield. It's not Jimmy Garoppolo. And even though this might have not been your first choice, if you pair this guy up with Desmond Ridder, and Desmond Ridder can maybe take over in a year or two, to me, that would be the icing on the cake, the cherry on top. That's who I would want moving forward, unless they have another guy they want to look forward to. But you got to make sure you address the wide receiver position, because the Colts are very thin. Zach Pascal signed with the Eagles today. So you got T.Y. Hilton, who's old. All right, you got Michael Pittman, obviously is probably the best one, Michael Pittman Jr. You need a lot of help. Okay, Jack Doyle retired, so you need to be drafting like a motherfucker, wide receiver, tight end. Maybe I saw Darius Leonard, was saying, "Hey, Julio, hey, you and Matty Ice have some history. Come on down, come on and play with your boy." So even though Cordarrelle Patterson re-signed, thought he was going to have Matty Ice there, it's not going to be an end of an era necessarily. I think Marcus Mariota can do his thing over there in the ATL. Love Marcus, okay? Given an opportunity, even though he may or may not deserve it with all the injuries he's had. But Julio Jones, if you don't overpay, Colts fans, you might be able to get someone like this. And I know Tom Brady and the Bucs are actively shopping and trying to get Julio to come to the Buccaneers. So maybe the Colts, maybe the Buccaneers. He's not going to stay healthy. Julio's only going to stay healthy for like 10 games. So as long as you have that in mind and you don't pay him too much, Julio, Matt Ryan, could we see this connection again? Possibly. Maybe it ends up being Brady to Julio. And then obviously with our boy Jameis Winston, good thing. It's a good thing that you ended up going back home. There was no other place for you to go. And obviously, as we know, Jameis was not a fit for Indianapolis at all to me. And obviously the cap hit is huge. The $40 million, it's like the most ever, right? But sometimes you got to make a move. Sometimes you got to make a move, and it's not like Atlanta is going to be a contender anyways. So they're just trying to do like a full rebuild. And like I said, sometimes you got to take hits like that when that shit happens. So don't have any panic attacks, Holly. All right. I got to turn the fan up in here. It's hot in here, baby. All right. We got the Falcons and the Seahawks. Let me get the Eagles John tenor here on the donations. So one sec here. Appreciate you guys. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. Like I said, I had to end up walking the dog. Had to go get the Modelo's. Bought almost every single one that they had. Took me a little time to prep. So I'm about 30 minutes later than I wanted to be. But I'm here. And I'll be here for the next 2, 3, 4 hours so we can hang out. Let's go. Eagles John with a tenner, baby. Bang! $10 dono on the Cash App. Bang, bang, bang. Appreciate you, brother. Let's go. Let's get the donos started. The dono train, baby. Let's see if I have any others in here. No, there we go. We got that one. Let me make sure I say thank you to Eagles John on here on the Cash App. Thank you so much. All right, let me go back here, and I'll get to everyone's questions. And if you're somebody a little bit newer like Eddie James, I make sure I go through everyone's comments. Sometimes it takes me a while to get caught up. But if I get caught up in the beginning a little bit, and then I do my show, and then go back and forth, I won't be so far behind. Sometimes it takes me an hour and a half just to get caught up to 2 hours. Let's see here. Yeah, Sarah is one of the biggest Colts fans. I had my boy Swaggy P. Preston hit me up a minute after it happened. I said, Matt Ryan, yeah. And I was like, you know what? This is better than the Phillip Rivers situation. Phillip was on his last leg. They made the playoffs, but they're only going to go so far. It's like wild card, and then it's over. And the same thing can probably happen, right now with Matt Ryan. Let's be honest. I mean, you might be able to win the division, all right, but with the Titans, they were a surprise number 1 seed, right? But with the Titans and Colts, I'm not sure if they're good enough to be like a Super Bowl team. I mean, we got the Bills, you got the Chiefs, you got the Broncos. We'll see what the Chargers do, the Bengals. I mean, right now, if you're kind of sizing up all the teams, the Colts with Matt Ryan, even if they hit it out of the park at wide receivers and tight ends, I mean, what are they? The 6th, 7th, 8th best team? So you can get into the dance unless they really gel and click together. I know the defense is amazing. Darius Leonard is a stud. All right. Jonathan Taylor arguably is the best running back in the league last year, and he might be this year. Okay. But if you're so thin at wide receiver, I need to see some, pickups, either in free agency, a Jarvis Landry, a Julio Jones. I need to see some pickups, and I need to see you guys draft some guys, and then the chemistry's got to happen right away. But even if you are the 6th, 7th, or 8th best team in the AFC, if you get into the dance, you can overachieve. Sometimes anyone can beat anyone on any given Sunday, Monday, Thursday, and maybe the Colts, right? Maybe they overachieve and they get a little bit further. Same thing goes for the Saints and a few of these other teams that need wide receivers and tight ends, someone better than Adam Troutman, and they get wide receivers there. So I think that the Saints and the Colts are identically the same exact team. One's in the NFC, one's in the AFC. People are sleeping on both of the teams. They got the O-line, they got the defense, they got the running backs, they got the coaches. They just need quarterback. Now that's done for both teams. Now you need wide receivers and tight ends, and I'm excited to see where it goes. Don't ever sleep on the Colts or the Saints. I think they're very, very good. Now we got to see where the dominoes will fall, and that's big facts. Eddie James, the Deshaun Watson situation fucked over several teams. I disagree because I think at this point, a lot of teams were, thinking that they were, going to get him. The one team that probably it hurts the most is the Panthers because I think that they were most, invested from early on. They were communicating with him throughout the whole time. And I think that we thought that more than likely that was the destination. Then you heard the Saints talk, and that was like, okay. Then you heard the Falcons and the ball boy thing when he was a kid, and okay. And then you heard about the Cleveland Browns. That came out of left field, and then he went there. But no one's going to want to pay $230 million guaranteed. Like, who the fuck does that? The Cleveland Browns. So I think it was a blessing in disguise for some of these other teams. That way they don't have to give up their whole future moving forward. And we already knew Atlanta more than likely was going to be the 3rd or 4th best team in the NFC South. So they probably weren't going to compete this year, and the Panthers probably weren't going to compete either. But if they end up getting Malik Willis at 6, you might be able to build something around there. But right now it's still going to be Tampa Bay, and the Saints running the NFC South for at least another year. And then we'll see what happens from there. Let me see here. A-Guy, Falcons, $40 million dead cap hit. Ouch! I know, man. But sometimes, you got to do things that are difficult. You got to do things that don't really make a lot of sense. But you know what? If Matt Ryan, they've already given their loyalty to Matt Ryan, all these years. His best days are past him. I think we can all agree to that, right? But if you can have good coaching, a good defense, a good running game, he doesn't have to do as much with his arm. And they definitely can compete now. And it's a lot better situation than Baker Mayfield or Jimmy G. Let's be honest. If you're a Colts fan, and you're looking at the outside, and there's Jameis Winston talk, not a fit. All right, the Baker Mayfield crybaby, right? Whiner, maybe hit his potential in Oklahoma, maybe not a team guy, rubbing people the wrong way, maybe a little misunderstood, you know what I mean, with the swag and everything. But yeah, the Browns drafted him to be Joe Burrow, and obviously you're not. You're right. So good riddance, right? So Joe Burrow, you're a stud. Baker Mayfield, not so much. All right. So Baker coming to the Colts can give you 10 wins, but what is it going to do to the locker room? Jimmy G can come to the Colts and get you 10 wins, but his arm is limited. And you're going to get that fuck up in the 4th quarter, and that might end your season, and then the fans will be really against you because they already are skeptical about you. You get Matt Ryan, all right, he's one of those triple OGs. If he makes mistakes, you can live with it because you've seen the passion, the dedication. You've seen what he's done for Atlanta with Kyle Shanahan. They went to the Super Bowl. Yeah, they lost 28-3, but they got there. And no one thought Atlanta was going to get there that year. So, I mean, I got a lot of respect for Julio and Matt Ryan and a lot of the guys that have, been on the roster. Their best days are ahead of them. But still, this gives the Colts a chance to maybe get, that 10 wins with Baker, 10 wins with Jimmy. Maybe you can get to 11 or 12, possibly with a Matt Ryan. But I got to see these wide receivers and tight ends, and that concerns me a little bit. But now you got the quarterback out of the way. I still would be looking at Desmond Ridder at Cincinnati as a future guy that Matt Ryan can mentor for a year. To me, that would be the smartest move if you can, and you don't need to pick him right away because Ritter might be like the 4th or 5th guy picked. But if you can get him in like the 2nd or 3rd round and everyone's just sleeping on him, you pick him up, that might end up being the future, all right, for the Colts. And then you don't have to worry about this 1 year, new quarterback and 1 year new quarterback type of thing. But I'm excited, man. All right, Matt Ryan. Little dump down. Who's that? Mohamed Sanu. 29-13 Falcons playing the Seahawks. They got it on NFL Network. Let me see here. Let me scroll down. Eddie James, 5 seasons as a Colt. I just want a permanent QB. Yeah, and not everyone can be blessed. I mean, if you had Andrew Luck, that would have been the guy that you would have had for years and years and years. You know what I mean? Just like when you had Peyton Manning. But it doesn't work out like that a lot of times. We can't all be like, like the Packers, when you have Bart Starr, and then you go to like the Brett Favre era, and then you go to the Aaron Rodgers era. It's very rare, to have one guy for many, 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 many years at an organization, right? But in your case, you're going for like a new guy every year. But at some point, you know what I mean? Instead of having a Band-Aid, you're going to have to try to get the guy. But I mean, like I said, there's 32 teams in the NFL. There definitely isn't 32 good quarterbacks in the NFL. It's hard to find guys that can have the mental toughness and have the, obviously, the smarts and the arm, be a team guy, not a me guy. And like I said, I think this is a good fit. If I'm a Colt fan, I'm ecstatic. All right, I'm like, okay, fuck Jimmy G, fuck Baker. I still want Desmond Ritter, but now you can focus on wide receivers, and maybe you can get Julio to come on the cheap. Maybe I know Tampa Bay's looking for him, and I don't want to overpay, but maybe a little Julio, Matt Ryan on the Colts could give them some good having a big body there. You just got to remember, don't overpay Julio because he's only going to stay healthy for 8 to 10 games, and that's big facts. Matt Ryan is the best QB they've had since Luck. He needed a refresh anyways. I agree. Phillip Rivers was at the end of his career, and Phillip was like a Hall of Fame, borderline Hall of Fame quarterback. But right now, Matt Ryan, I think, has maybe 1 or 2 years left. Phillip, when he was there, had 1, and it was over. So let's go. $10 in donos. Let's get to 100, baby. Let's do it. This was a good move for the Colts. 3rd round pick. That's nothing, right? But a lot of times you're getting the picks for 4th round, 5th round, 6th round, and we get really surprised. So 3rd round, no big deal. And at least you get a signal caller that's a vet. Now I just need to see him who he's going to throw to. You got a stud running back. You can run it with Jonathan Taylor all day. You know what I mean? But we got to wait and see. Where do you see Baker going? Great question. And obviously, as we're going through all of the scenarios and the players, I mean, gosh, Baker Mayfield. Where are you going to go? You know what I mean? Like, he had a lot of potential out of Oklahoma. Seattle Seahawks, you know what I mean? Maybe that could be a spot there, but I mean, they're kind of doing a rebuild. I mean, now the opportunities for Jimmy G and Baker are starting to dry up a little bit. And at this point, would you rather have a rookie and pay less than going for Baker and Jimmy G? And I would probably say yes. You know what I mean? It's like Malik Willis, Ritter, Sam Howell, some of these other guys, Kenny Pickett. It's like, I might want to go that route instead of overpaying for this guy. You know what I mean? But I mean, right now, I don't know who's interested, but just off the top of the head, I would say maybe Seattle. I'm not sure if they would like a guy, but then if you get him and Drew Lock, what's going to happen there? They're going to probably argue and fight, and they're not going to get along. So I don't really know what to think, you know what I mean, about Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield ain't this. Baker Mayfield ain't this. All right. He wishes he was this. He never will be this. All right. So we'll have to see where Baker goes. But him and Jimmy G, we got to wait and see. But all the dominoes are starting to fall. And like I said, I was going to hop online last night. Not a lot of news. Wanted to catch up on some shows and spend some time with Paisley. And I had a weird feeling that we were going to get some weird shit to drop today. And here we are, with the great news. So let's see here. Yeah, but Ritter ran a 4.49. Doesn't matter what Ritter ran, a 4.49. It's all about his decision-making, all right, his arm strength, right, and then just him with his delivery. If you go back and watch Cincinnati football, watch the Senior Bowl, there's something about Ritter that, entices me a little bit. I know there's Sam Howell and some of these other guys that are out there, but something about Ritter just really entices me that you're not going to have to draft him in the 1st round. You don't have to draft him in the 2nd round. You might be able to get him like in the 3rd round, and he could be kind of like a 1st-round talent. So I'm excited to see the development. He's going to need a team that already has everything in place, the Colts. And if they get a mentor like Matt Ryan, great one, right, that he can kind of teach them the way, I think Ritter could be pretty good. Ritter might end up being the second best quarterback in this class. I really believe that. I know Kenny Pickett will be good. Malik Willis is good. And I don't know about the other guys. I mean, are the other guys going to pan out? I'm not sure if everyone really believes. I mean, do we really believe in Sam Howell and Matt Corral of being like amazing? I don't think so. You know what I mean? Carson Strong, he'll get picked after Ritter. But Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett look like the best. And then Sam Howell, Matt Corral, and Desmond Ritter. And for me, if I had a choice between Sam Howell, North Carolina, Matt Corral, Ole Miss, or Desmond Ritter, Cincinnati, I like Desmond Ritter's body size, his arm strength, his delivery. He just has a swag. You know what I mean? I think there's just he's like that hidden gem in the draft. And if he gets on a team that has weapons already, I think he can succeed. But if he goes to like a shit team, he'll fail. But I think that he could be a great fit as a mentor to Matt Ryan and the Colts. That's just my personal opinion. But what the hell do I know, right? What the hell do I know? All right, let's go here. Let's keep scrolling down. Is Baker likely to be a backup then? Well, I mean, how many teams left need a quarterback? I still think that Baker at this point, could be a starter for like one more year. Because, I mean, Jesus Christ, if Carson Wentz is starting, Baker should start. All right? Because if I had a choice between Baker and Carson, give me Baker all day. All right. And I don't even really like Baker that much. All right. But, Baker gets a bad rep because when they started off early, they had bad coaching, bad offensive line. They've had the running game, but the weapons on wide receiver and tight end never really did a whole lot for him. And the defense underwhelmed. Then he got to a point where on the back end of the season, he started playing pretty good football. And he was like a top 10 quarterback statistically, but we still don't give him credit because he's Baker Mayfield, right? So it's like, he sucks, right? But then if you actually go back and look at some of the games where he played well, some of the stats are kind of eye-openers. You're like, oh, wow, okay, Baker, your actually stat line was pretty good. 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. But when you think Baker Mayfield, you think negative thoughts. You don't think like, oh, wow, Baker Mayfield, Patrick Mahomes, or Baker Mayfield, Russell Wilson. You think, Baker Mayfield. Like, I'd rather go Carr or Cousins or Tannehill. You know what I mean? So there's still some talent there. He's a top 15 quarterback. But, I mean, a lot of times it's like you fuck up a lot. And you've had a lot of talent around you, but he has had different coaches, different coordinators, all around him. Almost every year it's a different guy. So I can't really necessarily give all the blame to Baker himself. But, he seems like a guy, he needs to go somewhere where he's got some stability and pieces around him. Maybe like New England. Maybe like once the value drops off and no one wants him, maybe the New England Patriots pick him up for a bag of Doritos. And then at that point, he can, revitalize his career. But I wouldn't give too much for him. Just in my personal opinion. No, don't give up too much, all right? Don't give up too much. All right, hold on here. I'm going to make some adjustments here. Hold on. All right. Just had to move the mic there a little bit. All right, let me scroll down here. All right, as a Colts fan, I don't want Julio Jones. Bad experience with Andre Johnson. Right, but, I mean, you guys don't have anybody at wide receiver. So, I mean, if you got someone that already has chemistry with them, maybe it could do a little resurgence for them, that chemistry, knowing what routes to run. As long as you don't overpay, I mean, you're going to have to get wide receivers in the draft. I mean, typically for me, too, I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan since 95. I don't really want Julio either. You know what I mean? I think he's like, he didn't really do a whole lot on the Titans. There was a lot of expectations. He got hurt. So essentially you got to assume he's going to get hurt. And if you don't overpay, he will be able to help you a little, you know what I mean? But obviously if there's other guys, like if there's Jarvis Landry or, Julio Jones, I want Jarvis Landry, someone I can trust a little bit that's not going to get hurt, or at least you hope doesn't get hurt. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Eddie. I feel you, and Tampa Bay might swoop him up just for insurance. Because I got Mike Evans, I got Godwin, I got Russell Gage. And then if guys get hurt and then, AB went crazy on me, right? I needed to have someone else than Tyler Johnson or Darden or some of these other guys that aren't good enough after Godwin toward the ACL and AB went crazy. Because if Gronk gets doubled and Mike Evans has an off day, who's Brady going to go to? So it's like, I get it. You know what I mean? So we might end up getting Julio for you anyways. So Jeremiah is $40 million worth of third-round pick, though. Well, you got to understand this is the end of Matt Ryan's career. He doesn't got a whole lot of time left. And they wanted to give Marcus Mariota a shot. And Matt Ryan wanted to go to the Colts because he thinks that the team is in win mode now, which I agree. So they went to the agreement. So it's not like Atlanta was going to win anything if Matt Ryan stayed there with Cordarrelle Patterson or not. So I think, yeah, you can take the hit. It's not like Atlanta was going to go to the fucking Super Bowl anyway. So I don't see really a big deal with it. Holly, maybe Seattle with Baker. That's what I was thinking. Eagles John with the tenor. Appreciate you very, very much, my brother. Eagles John, bang, another tenor. All right. We got one guy donating twice, baby. Appreciate you. All right, Matt and Carson, $75 million, dead money. Colts like deep discounts at quarterback. Hey, dead money, dead money, dead money. I know it hurts. But, okay, let's be honest. Are the Falcons, before the moves happen, right? Were they going to go to the Super Bowl? Were they going to go to the playoffs? Was Washington? I mean, Washington probably has a better chance right now than the Atlanta Falcons because obviously with the Panthers, then you got the Saints and the Bucks, and I'm bringing Brady back. And obviously with Jameis and the Saints, you know that they're at the top, those two, right? So Falcons weren't even going to do anything anyways. Now with Carson Wentz, with Washington Commandos, the commies, anything can happen there. I think it could go from winning the, NFC East to getting last place. I mean, we don't really know. We got the Eagles, who I like the best. You got the Cowboys, even though they fucked up this offseason, letting certain guys go, not keeping the right pieces like Amari Cooper, Randy Gregory here, Randy Gregory there, bye. You know what I mean? But if you were going to get rid of anyone on the Cowboys, it should have been McCarthy, and Kellen Moore started that bitch over. Obviously, we know Dan Quinn is nice, but until Sean Payton ends up being head coach for Dallas, they're not going to win a playoff game, okay? But the Eagles I like, Dallas I like, Commandos I don't know what to think, but you do have scary Terry McLaurin, you got Antonio Gibson, so we've seen that, Heineke for Meineke led them to the playoffs, so why can't Carson Wentz? So, I mean, he's got more weapons to work with, so Carson might be able to lead that team, but I totally understand what you're saying. Sometimes that dead money is insane, but I don't think there's really any expectations for Washington or Atlanta at all, and that's facts. Let me see here. We got $20 in donos. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Let's go. Maximus Royalty. I believe Baker Mayfield is going to the Falcons. So you think that he's going to, take the job from Marcus Mariota, or they're going to battle it out? I mean, I don't know. It could be. I mean, I would assume that Baker wants to go somewhere where he can be the guy, but I guess if he goes to Seattle, Drew Lock is there too. So we'll have to see. Chris Ballard is a real good GM. I think he is. You know what I mean? If you go back to who you guys had in the past, and obviously not getting the offensive line help for Andrew Luck, if you guys would have protected him, he would have still loved football and not gave up on it. But you guys didn't address the offensive line with Grigson. I mean, if you want to talk about a shitty GM, Grigson was horrible. You know what I mean? So he's the one that made Andrew Luck hate the game of football with all the injuries and all the rehabbing, and he hated it. I mean, the motherfucker still's got a flip phone nowadays. I mean, who's got a flip phone? Andrew Luck, okay? So we'll see. You know what I mean? But I think this is moving forward. I like the Colts organization. I mean, I could see them getting to an AFC championship game sooner than later, even though the AFC is super stacked. It might take 5 or 6 years, and they might need to be able to get their guy. But I'm telling you, Desmond Ridder would be the perfect fit for Matt Ryan to mentor for a year, so that when Matt Ryan retires, boom, Desmond Ridder, he goes in. That way you don't have to waste any money. At the quarterback position, you got a guy that you can groom young, and you might be able to have a guy for 5 to 10 years in Ridder if you can put the supporting cast around him. You already got the O-line or Quentin Nelson. You already got Jonathan Taylor, running back. You already got the defense, all right, with Darius Leonard. You already got the coaching staff, Frank Reich. So, I mean, really, it's just the tight end and the wide receivers. So make it happen, Ballard. Make it happen. Let's see here. Bengals beefed up that O-line big time. Yes. I mean, they look like that they might not be taking a step backwards, that they might try to be one of the top 4 teams in the AFC again. I like what they've been doing. Cole in the building. What to do? Chiefs in the building. The Falcons on the NFC side, of course, picked up Mario today after trading Matt Ryan. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Let's see here. I'm scrolling down. EMC84 in the building. What to do? So I saw on Skip and Shannon that Brady retired because he didn't want to play for the Bucks and BA anymore. When he unretired, he wanted to finish with the 49ers, but the Bucks blocked it. I don't think he wanted to go necessarily to the 49ers. I mean, they can say anything that they want on there. Obviously, we still had the rights to him. You know what I mean? So if he ended up signing a deal, it's not like, he can just pick and choose, like, okay, I'm going to go here. It's not like he's a free agent like he was when he chose the Buccaneers. We still had him under contract. So, I mean, if you retired, you're going to have to come back to Tampa Bay. And if you can bring the band back together, you know what I mean? Like I said, the San Francisco is going to be fine. You know what I mean? After the contract is up, if Tampa wins the Super Bowl this year, for example, and then the contract is up, and then he wants to go to the Niners for a year and try to win a Super Bowl there, it wouldn't shock me if it happens. You know what I mean? But he just has to wait another year. I mean, Brady could play till he's 50. All right? But for now, we have a good team. We got a lot of pieces there. The AFC is stacked. The NFC is weak. And I still think the Niners are the third best team. You got the Rams at 1. You got the Buccaneers at 2 for the NFC side. Niners 3, and then maybe the Packers 4. I mean, I got to see what they're going to be doing at wide receiver and whatnot. But, even with Trey Lance, I think the Niners are still going to be a 10-win team or more. They have plenty of pieces at running back. Bacon Puke Ayuk, Debo Samuel, George Kittle, Elijah Mitchell, or any fucking running back they want to put back there. Trent Williams, they still got good pieces on the O-line. They still got a great defense, Fred Warner. They still got Nick Bosa. So, I mean, I wouldn't be sleeping on the Niners because every time we sleep on the Niners, they get a lot farther than you think based off their coaching. I love John Lynch and I love Kyle Shanahan. And I kept telling you guys, the two youngest, brightest minds in football are Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. And I told you guys in the next 5 years that they were going to both win Super Bowls, right? Sean McVay already did it. So he already proved me right. You know what I mean? He's an amazing talent, okay? Now it's Kyle Shanahan's turn, but they can't score points in the fourth quarter, and that's what happened in 28-3 with the Falcons and with Jimmy G on the Niners. And on any fucking team that he pretty much coaches, the fourth quarter he nuts up. But at some point, he's got to figure it out. He's too smart, to be able to keep failing over and over and over again. So, I mean, I could definitely see Brady trying to maybe go there, down the road after the season. If he wants to go to the Niners, I mean, they definitely would be very, very good and a Super Bowl favorite. But if they win the Super Bowl this year, it might be the farewell tour. But who's to say that if he wins with Tampa Bay, contract's over, 1-year deal for $40 million to go to the Niners, win the Super Bowl there, then walk away? I mean, who knows? Who knows? But I know that was his childhood team. But why would we just let him try to come back and then just give him away to the Niners? And the Niners aren't going to give us 5 first-rounders because, I mean, that's pretty much what we would want, Think about it. Think about it, my dude. Think about it. A guy, he said no other team in the NFL would guarantee $230 million. You can't do business that way. I know it's crazy, right? It's crazy. Brady might force, dude, EMC, stop it. Brady is not going to force a trade. Some people read too much into the media. The media does everything for clicks and clickbait, just like when they said Patrick Mahomes is banning his wife and Jackson from coming to games, and all you guys thought that shit was real. It's fucking stupid, all right? Everyone is just doing shit for clicks, and that's not going to happen. 100% not going to happen. If he's already invested in Mike Evans and Godwin coming back, and we're bringing back Ryan Jensen, the bond, trust me, if anyone knows Buccaneer football more than anyone else on YouTube, it's me. Okay, I've been following the team since 1995. There is absolutely 0% chance that he forces a trade. He's coming back with the organization, with the guys that he wants to play with. That's facts. Eddie James said, do you think Deshaun Watson will be suspended for how long? We'll have to see what the courts decide to do further with all the other cases with the women. The initial one said that he's not guilty, but Roger Goodell could. You know what I mean? Maybe 4 to 6 games, maybe something like that. I don't know. I mean, we have to kind of wait and see, if anything else becomes guilty. And then if Goodell wants to lay the hammer down, obviously it's not going to be like Calvin Ridley where you're gambling and you're, out for a year. The NFL is about money, right? It's all about money, money, money. So we will see. We will see. But I'm not too sure. A guy, Matt Ryan is still good. He's got some good years left. How many years do we think, A guy? Raiders. How many years? 2? I'm thinking 2. 2 good years. So how could the Bucs block Brady from going to see? I don't know. You know what I mean? See, of course, you know what I mean? Like there's a thing where you want to play for maybe your childhood team, but they already had a chance to get him, but they said that you're going to stick with that fucking guy. He already wanted to go there, and he wanted to go to the Saints, and both of your guys' teams said, we're going to stick with Jimmy G. We're going to stick with Breeze, and Breeze's last year. You guys could have had Tom Brady on the Niners. You could have had Tom Brady, Saints fans, and you could have won a Super Bowl. But you guys decided to stick with Drew Brees, which you probably should have because that was your OG Hall of Fame guy. But you could have had Tom Brady instead. And then the Niners could have had Tom Brady then, right? But then, the Buccaneers, it was, second choice. It's pretty much like Saints was 1, Buccaneers was 2, Niners was like the idea was floating around. If he wants to go to the Niners, it's not like he's going to be washed up next year. So if we win the Super Bowl this year and he wants to go to the Niners on a 1-year deal, you're waiting a year. You know what I mean? You got a year to wait. It can happen if you want it to happen, but it's not going to happen this year. Eagles John in the building. What to do? So my opinion, this is a good situation for the Colts if Matt Ryan can get in touch with his veteran savvy self. I agree. Forgot to mention on Danilo's stream last night, Bucky Brooks revealed his positional rankings for draft a while back. Top running up. Yeah, I think everyone knows Breece Hall Cole. You know, I mean, if you watch college football, obviously, you know, the running ability, the cutting ability. I mean, we're going to see where he falls. But the running backs don't really get the same kind of love in the draft. I mean, some guys would get drafted in the top 5, you know, like a Trent Richardson. And some guys, you know, end up getting drafted, you know, much, much later, late first round, second round. The value of a running back is usually only a few years, and then they get hurt, and then you just have to kind of move on. But the value isn't as high as it used to be, but we're going to see. Matt Ryan's got 2 to 3 good years left easy. I'm thinking about 2, 3 might be pushing it, but on the right team, it might be possible. That's facts. I'm scrolling down. Calvin Griffin in the building. All Saints missing as Jamison Williams or Treylon Burks. I agree. You know what I mean? You guys need a good wide receiver there. And if you can end up getting Jamison Williams for Bama or Treylon Burks from Arkansas, that would be nice. Definitely. Eddie James, Desmond Ridder. And go back and watch, Eddie, go back and watch the Cincinnati clips, you know, Senior Bowl, or just watch Cincinnati football and just watch the way that he delivers the football to the wide receivers. He's got the swag, and you know what I mean? He's got the delivery. He's got the moxie. He's got the confidence. He's a smart kid. And like I said, normally I'm not going to like a guy that might be the 5th quarterback taken over guys like, you know, Sam Howell or, you know, some of those other guys that, you know, that are in the middle, like they're like Matt Corral. But I think Malik and Kenny Pickett are the 2 best by far. But Ridder might be closer to Pickett than people think. You know what I mean? We have to wait and see. We have to wait and see. All right, I'm scrolling down here. Olave will be long gone before the Saints draft. I agree. I think that, you know, I know at some point we were thinking that maybe Olave could come to the Buccaneers, but we might change our method to our madness with the drafting as well. Let's see here. $22 in donos. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Birdman 951. What's good, fam? I told you guys weren't getting Deshaun Watson, man. Jalen Hurts is still the guy. You know, stick with him. You know, you ended up getting your guy. Obviously, Zach Pascal. You still need more wide receiver help. Hassan Reddick was a nice pickup. And then obviously you got to be able to go defense, or maybe defense, wide receiver. But I still like the Eagles as kind of one of the best teams there in the NFC East. I don't have any faith in the Giants. I don't know what to expect with the Commandos and Carson. We know Dallas will still be pretty good, even though with their fuck-ups, obviously, in this offseason. But I really do like the Eagles. Hopefully you guys can draft well, and I'm excited to see what you guys can do this season. That's facts. I'm not sure if anyone is interested in Baker unless he's free. Yeah. Saying Corral's a guaranteed bust. I might agree with you. I don't know if I really like him that much at all. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm not really sold on Carson Strong from Nevada. Matt Corral, not sold on him. Sam Howell, not really sold on him. Kenny Pickett, I like him, and I like Malik Willis, and I really like Desmond Ridder. And I think not a lot of people are talking about him. But Ritter's got to go to a team that has weapons established. And if you get a vet savvy QB like Matt Ryan, that might be the best case mentor scenario, because Matt Ryan will actually mentor him, not be a dickhead, you know, like Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers and not want to mentor him. So, all right, let me go here. Jake Paul gave me crabs. Baker to Tampa. It's going to happen. Just watch. If we don't overpay for Baker, I don't mind. You know what I mean? If we don't overpay for Baker and if he wants to come to Tampa Bay and we pay him on the cheap, I don't mind having Baker Mayfield come, or Jimmy G. If Jimmy G wants to come to Tampa and back up Tom Brady, I don't mind. You know what I mean? It's like those guys aren't going to be my long-term answer anyways. You know what I mean? But it all depends on the money. But I don't think it's going to happen, but you never know. You never know. So I wonder how far these QBs will drop in the first round of the draft if most teams are low on them. Well, you know, this draft doesn't look very, very good, but maybe some of the guys go on a good team and it might end up panning out a little bit better. All right. A guy. I feel Baker had offensive pieces around him in Cleveland. All right. But really, like, OBJ gave up, right? Jarvis Landry wasn't really that special. Njoku's garbage. Offensive line wasn't really that good until they got Jedrick Wills Jr. and Jack Conklin. Obviously, Jedrick Wills Jr. was from Alabama, Conklin from Titans, right? You had a different coach, different OC. You've been moving pieces around. The defense underwhelmed, even though they had Myles Garrett and you had a JOK and a few of these other guys they've drafted in the last couple of years. And you're in a tough division with the Steelers, the Ravens, and obviously the Bengals that went to the Super Bowl. So, and Cleveland is just kind of cursed. It's like the Detroit Lions. If you're playing there, do you really expect to win? And the only way you're going to win there is if you have a big name like a LeBron James, to be able to help you get over that hump of that crappy Cleveland kind of nature of just being that kind of garbage team, garbage, not city, but just not garbage necessarily organization. But I mean, look at that. I mean, they got a color as their logo. The Browns, like, come on, man. Got to put a dog on the helmet, a number on the other side. They got to do a whole revamp. But now they got a Deshaun Watson figure there. that's like a LeBron James that might be able to help buck the trend. You know what I mean? That's facts. Birdman 951, you got room for one more? I need some therapy. Things are going to be okay, brother. Things are going to be okay, man. Said, good, actually got offered a job today, but I have other interviews tomorrow and this week. I'm feeling things out. Sarah, take your time. Take your time. Oh, scrolling down here. Said Mariota is a starter for the Falcons because they can't afford Baker after eating that dead cap money. Well, and I think if I had Mariota or Baker, I'd rather, give Mariota a shot. Give him a shot, see what he can do there. You know what I mean? Yeah, Brady's still under contract, so it's not like he can just pick and choose where he wants to go. Plus, he has a really strong relationship with Godwin and Mike Evans. Like, they're pretty fucking tight. So it's like, you can go and, with the Kittle and the Debo and the Ayuk. But I think, like I said, the Niners already kind of did him dirty before, where they said they were going to stick with Jimmy G over him. So I still think that maybe, he decides to go there before his career is over, but it's just not going to be this year. KK in the building. What to do? Marcos Pineda says, I'll take Mayfield. Baker, man. Seattle, I mean, you got Drew Lock, but it's a whole rebuild now, so it is what it is. Marcos, how you doing, brother? I saw you go on that trip to go see that Oregon State baseball. My God, you guys drank a lot of fucking beer. You had the crust in your eyes in the morning, and I don't even know how the fuck you guys woke up, but I can tell that you guys probably partied really fucking hard out there. But you start to remember, you're not in college anymore. You know what I mean? When you get into your 30s or your 40s, that drinking will hit you a little bit harder. That's facts with that little party bus, huh? Trayvon G. So it's between us for the Super Bowl, huh? Trayvon G. Well, Rams, Buccaneers, and then who else, right? So we got us. We're the two best. And then you got the Niners and Packers with some holes to fill. But yeah, maybe. It might be the Rams and the Bucs. And then there's all those great teams in the AFC. But as NFC is concerned, we know we're good enough to win Super Bowls. We are the last two Super Bowl champs. So the AFC can have all those guys that they want. But, hey, Rams and Bucs are confident. Yeah, maybe, Trayvon. Your Rams looked excellent. Buccaneers look good. Let's see what we can do. Maybe we can end up matching up again, and maybe I can get on the other side of that. He said, I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Eagles, John, the Colts have an opportunity to play with a pretty quarterback while they look for their guy. Not a bad strategy. Exactly. All right, let me scroll down here. Holly Hundo says, I don't get veteran players not wanting to mentor their successors. Everyone will need to be replaced. Some guys are just ego guys, egomaniacs. And, especially when someone's going to take your job, you know what I mean? It's like sometimes they do it. Like I remember one time I was at a job and they had me training someone, you know what I mean? And I thought it was kind of weird that they had me training this person. And then lo and behold, they were training that person so they could save money. So they didn't have to pay me as much since I was there for a while. But I didn't really see it coming. I just thought I was just helping them out. You know what I mean? So sometimes you see it coming. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes they'll tell you that that's what you're doing. And, it is what it is. But I don't mind helping people out and whatnot. But shit, if I knew that they were doing that so that way they didn't have to pay me. And it's like they were so cheap about it, too. I was only making maybe a couple dollars more than this new person. But, that's what companies do. But some guys are willing to help people out. Some are not. And obviously, if you're a guy like Brett Favre, maybe the painkillers and being on the drugs had something to do with it. And maybe he knew Aaron would be very, very good. And, he didn't want his spot to be taken. But, you would think that most people would want to, especially if you've been in the league for like 10 plus years, 15 plus years, and you can mentor the young guy. But I think, it's natural behavior not to want to be replaced no matter how long you've been there. Rumor mill produced some gems. Watson didn't want to come to Philly to displace Hurts. Don't know about that one. Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think Philly wanted to do it. They're not going to pay $230 million. I don't think anyone, the Saints, the Falcons, the Panthers, the Eagles, none of them. Maybe they would have had the compensation for the draft picks, but no one would offer the $230 million except the Browns, and that's where he went. He went for the money. So that's what I kind of feel. EMC, Baker balls out on another team. I think it's because of the Browns 930 playbook. Browns seems to have worse luck when it comes to QBs and the media hyping. Well, Baker's limited, though. I mean, he's kind of hit the ceiling. You know what I mean? It's like Kyler Murray is overrated, in my opinion, too, even though the Super Bowl is in Arizona. I mean, I need to see him play great in November and December. Yeah, you can run. Yeah, you're a two-way threat with the arm and the legs, but you always do shitty in November and December and nut up. So it's like, I'll take Dak, I'll take Lamar over Kyler. I think Kyler is still as talented, you know what I mean? But if I keep still watching Kyler fuck up over and over and over, I might like Carr and slide him up, with what they got with the Raiders right now. And I might go Carr over Kyler, depending on what I can see out of Carr with Hunter Renfrow, Darren Waller, Josh Jacobs, and Devontae Adams. Because I think Carr is going to start balling out. He's already been pretty good. People have been kind of sleeping on him. I think he's the 11th best quarterback, right outside the top 10. And if Kyler's sitting at like 9 or 10, you might get replaced, my guy. You know what I mean? I got to be able to see it, because it seems like you're a product of, DeAndre Hopkins and some of the weapons. And when those guys aren't there, you're not good enough on your own to be able to kind of showcase some of the other guys. And now you don't even have Christian Kirk and, some of these other guys that you relied on. I hope that it can work out for Kyler and he can get better. But for a guy that has opportunities in video games, professionally with FaZe Clan, Oakland A's, and he can play professional baseball, mentally he might not be all there, thinking that football is the only thing he wants to do. All right, now we got the Falcons and the Packers. So they're just showing all kinds of Matt Ryan footage, and now I got Aaron Rodgers on the screen as well. So that's on NFL Network. Let's go, baby. Marcos Pineda in the building. Let's see, Calvin. Tampa ain't winning the division unless they take out a certain quarterback again. We'll see. I think the Saints can win the division with Jameis Winston, you know what I mean? But I think overall our team is better than yours, player for player. But we'll see, you know what I mean? And if we end up getting second place, like, if you guys win 12 and we win 11, or if, we win 12 and you guys win 10 or 11, it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? It's all about, what you do once you get to the dance and how far you can get. So I need bump and run Gilmore. Yeah, he's still available. It's kind of crazy. Some of these other guys are still out there. Yeah, me and Rick were out before midnight. Yeah, you guys are just crazy, man. You guys are crazy. All right, I finally caught up with a lot of the comments there. Over the last few days, money has just been spiraling left and right? I mean, it's just been crazy with all the money and everything that's been going on with sports. I mean, first it was like, obviously, NWO, Scott Hall, Razor Ramon passing away. New world order for life, brother. Oh, yeah. All right, it's tough. Beers, you got to make sure you drink a lot of beers to kind of forget a little bit about that, all right? But with the money going around, we've seen Russell Wilson go to the Broncos. You got Godwin. He started everything off for Tampa Bay. Then it led to Brady, thank God. And then after Brady, then it led to, Jensen and a few others, and I'm thankful. Then we ended up going with Devontae Adams and the Raiders. I love that move. Allen Robinson going to the Rams. That might have surprised some people. And then we obviously know about Robert Woods eventually going to the Titans, who I think is a good fit as well. Baker still doesn't have a home. Von Miller going to the Bills. And I saw they picked up Jamison Crowder as well. So, and they got Duke Johnson, but that still gives you Matt Breida left. But now you got Zach Moss, Duke Johnson, who's just the same kind of guy, average, right? And then you got Devin Singletary. You still need to address the running back position, Buffalo, all right? But Jamison Crowder, I like that pickup. No Cole Beasley. Pick up Jamison Crowder. Crowder is injury prone, but I think that when he gets out there, he is a good weapon, and he could do something there. Obviously, we know Chandler Jones. Chandler Jones, a great pickup for the Raiders, as well as Devontae Adams. I'm excited to see what they can do. But it's been wild, man. Fletcher Cox, Eagles, they cut him. They bring him back. Deshaun Watson getting all of that money. He's going to the Browns. We'll see what happens there. Arthur Blank's like, you know what? I don't know if I want to pay that much money. But they find their guy. Juju, Smith, Schuster going to the Chiefs. I love that move. 1-year deal, called that. Robert Woods to the Titans. Rams, all right, Matthew Stafford. You win a Super Bowl, you get the extension. Amari Cooper probably thought, fuck my life. But then when you get Deshaun Watson, things are looking a little bit better. So, I mean, it's been a wild few days. Cordarrelle Patterson re-signing, even though Matt Ryan's not there. Logan Ryan coming to my Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yes, please. Julio, where will he drop? I mean, is he going to end up on the Colts? Will he be on Tampa Bay? I know we're looking for him. We just don't want to pay too much money for you, Julio, because you're kind of, I don't want to say washed up completely, but I mean, I don't know if anyone can really rely on you, moving forward. But Matty Ice going to the Colts, Marcus Mariota going to the Falcons. Matty Ice, you get the opportunity to shine on a team that is a playoff team that you can, go a little bit further than possibly Phillip Rivers, but how far can you go? How far can you go? And obviously with Marcus Mariota, this is great. You get an opportunity, all right, to be able to show what you can do, even if it's only for a year or two. Great kid from Hawaii. Watched him at Oregon in the front row. I love him a lot. I just don't know if he can, get it done long term. But I'm rooting for him. Jameis Winston, Mr. Crab Legs himself. All right. You're doing the weird exercises on the internet and the interwebs, and it worked out. You're back with the Saints, which we thought you would be. It's a short-term deal, couple years, and that was the best fit. There's no other quarterback. Baker Mayfield to the Saints, not a fit. Jimmy G to the Saints, not a fit. You could have drafted one, like, maybe a Kenny Pickett or a Malik. That could have been a fit, right? But now the Panthers look like maybe Malik is the guy. Maybe the Seahawks like Malik as the guy. Maybe Kenny Pickett, possibly the Pittsburgh Steelers with Mitchell Trubisky. But I think this is a good fit for the Saints, and we pretty much knew that this would be the most logical, spot for Jameis Winston, Mr. Crab Legs himself. Big facts. But I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. I need to start drinking some fucking beer, man. All right? The beer needs to start flowing. YouTube GM in the building. The Bills should get Melvin Gordon. Why? So you can have another average running back. They already got Singletary. All right. They already got Zach Moss. Right. And then Matt Breida is gone. And then you bring in Duke Johnson. I mean, all these guys are average. I mean, Singletary and Zach Moss can be decent. You know what I mean? But they're both like RB2s. You know what I mean? Like change of pace backs. They're not really a guy that you can really count on, like as a 3-down back. And until they get that guy, I mean, you can have a running back by committee. And you could still be the best team in the AFC, the Buffalo Bills, even with the Chiefs and the Broncos and all these great teams, the Chargers and the Raiders and the Bengals, all these other teams. Maybe the Ravens get in the conversation as well. But they need better. They need that top dog. So I'm waiting for them. I'm waiting. Yeah, this has been amazing. As far as free agency is concerned, I mean, have we seen a more exciting period in free agency than this? I don't know if we have. I don't know if we really have. I got a little note too from Sport and my buddy. So it sounds like with Sport, things are still they're still going okay, still high on drugs and still recovering. Won't be able to go outside for a couple weeks. But a shout out to the Fanatic family, $1,525 that we raised. Cyberpunk 53, $500 donation. Holly Hundo, $135. I donated $1,000 out of my own money, and we helped save this dog's life. So that's an amazing thing when we can come together and help people out. The surgery costs about $3,800, so that's a lot of fucking money. You know what I mean? I've never really given away that much money to anybody before. You know what I mean? But my this is like my friends. Like best friend, it's like the dog. I get it. It's more than just a pet. It's family. And obviously when I think of Sport, with my buddy, I don't know if anyone would have done anything as kind of that for me. But when I think about Paisley, you know what I mean? And having her as a baby and, her getting older now, I can't imagine something crazy happening to her. And I'm going to spend as much money as I can to be able to save her if I need to. So shout out to my boy Travis and Seppi. Shout out to Sport. Shout out to the Fanatic family for being great people. It's going to be good karma for us moving forward. And like I said, it's just a wild free agency period. But with that free agency period, we definitely made some magic happen. So shout out to you guys. Love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Let me take a look. I don't know. I think we're sitting at still the same amount. So hopefully we can get a little bit more. We've been online now for about an hour. What are we sitting at? 20? So like I said, usually we try to hit about 200 to about 1,000 each night that we do a show, but I'll be streaming for another few hours. So hopefully we'll have some heavy hitters come in and show some love for your boy. Marcos Pineda. Yeah, me and Rick were out before midnight. It said with 230 guaranteed, much can go wrong. Facts. But when Deshaun Watson was playing, right? What was he? What was Deshaun Watson? The number 4 quarterback in the league, right? It went Patrick Mahomes, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, maybe not in that specific order, but those were kind of the top 3, then Deshaun Watson. And then you saw Josh Allen, who was coming, and then you have Herbert and Burrow. They made themselves kind of a name last year, right? But Deshaun was the 4th best quarterback behind Patrick Mahomes, Russell Wilson, and Aaron Rodgers. So as long as he's in that same kind of category, I mean, they're going to be good. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm kind of wondering the relationship he's going to have with this guy right here, Amari Cooper. I mean, the fantasy stats might be through the roof. And you got Nick Chubb and you got Kareem Hunt. So, I mean, that's a pretty exciting offense to watch. But I'm concerned about the O-line. I'm concerned about the coaching. And I'm concerned about the defense as well. And it's a tough division to be in. You know what I mean? Ravens, Bengals, Steelers. I mean, it's not going to be easy. But you need a big face, a big name, all right, to be able to get it done. Julio Jones just scored. It's 24-0 against the Packers. They're just going and showing all of Matt Ryan's highlight games here, which they always do on NFL Network when someone gets traded. So we'll have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see. And like I said, I'm down for getting Julio on my Buccaneers as long as we don't overpay. As long as we don't overpay, I'm down to get Julio on the cheap. But if Julio wants big money, I'm out. I'm out. All right, let me look here and scroll down. Develop a key in the building. What to do? Nothing yet, but hopefully we'll get a few more as we go. Bills should get Melvin Gordon. I disagree. They already got guys that are, or like they already got Duke Johnson, Zach Moss, and they got Devin Singletary. They don't need fucking Melvin Gordon. You're really on certain guys, YouTube GM. Melvin Gordon ain't that good. He was good back in the day. You know what I mean? But obviously, if you went Austin Eckler over Gordon when Gordon was still supposedly good, why didn't they stick with Gordon? Because they obviously felt that Eckler was more all around with the catching ability. Melvin Gordon is kind of a lost cause now. Certain times in the NFL, you'll have a guy that's a name, right? But once you go to another team, and if you don't end up succeeding there, people are going to start giving up on you. And I'm not sure if anyone really believes in Melvin Gordon anymore. That's facts. Can we just say this free agency has been friggin' awesome? It has been. It has been. Honey Badger still available, right? Still available. Play with Aaron Donald and get paid. That's why we getting Clowney. You know what's crazy? I saw the story, and I don't know if it's real. It's got to be fake. But it was talking about Urban Meyer. And when Urban Meyer was on the staff with some of the coaches, he didn't know who Aaron Donald was. He didn't know who Deebo Samuel. Okay, I know if you're in the college ranks and you follow college, but I assume if you're an NFL head coach at that point, you know, you do your research and you study each team and you know who the best players are in the NFL. I kind of find it hard to believe that when they were going into some of the games before he got fired, Urban Meyer, the idiot, right, for the Jags with Trevor Lawrence, that he had no idea who Aaron Donald. He's like, who's that 99 guy? So I'm not sure if that's a fabricated fake story or not. You know what I mean? But I thought that was very odd. Okay, it's like, how the hell is that possible? But with Urban Meyer, who knows? I mean, some guys are only college guys. Some guys only like NFL. You know, some guys watch NBA and they don't watch college hoops. So, I mean, I get it. But, I mean, Aaron Donald has been like the best fucking player in the NFL since he's been in the NFL. Defense or maybe even offense. You know what I mean? He's amazing. It's weird. But I saw that and I laughed when I saw that. It made me think of you, Trayvon. I was like, how can this guy not even know who Aaron Donald is? Crazy. Melvin Gordon isn't great, but he's better than what they have. I disagree. All right. I wouldn't take Melvin Gordon over Singletary. I wouldn't take Melvin Gordon over Zach Moss. I think Zach Moss is better than Singletary. Singletary's more of the 3-down back. Zach Moss, I like better, but he's more of a change of pace back. They obviously had Breida. He walked, he left. Now they get Duke Johnson, who's just kind of average like those other guys as well. But I would probably put Melvin Gordon over Duke Johnson, but I would rather have Zach Moss and Singletary. So, I mean, everyone's got their own opinion, but man, you crazy YouTube GM. YouTube GM, you gotta lay off the weed. All right, because I know you're a Falcon fan and you're losing your mind right now, losing Matt Ryan and losing the pieces, but he is not a solid number one. No one thinks Melvin Gordon is a solid number one, dude. Develop a key. Savage here. Who would you go at wide receiver in the first round at 18? Good question. Let me take let me take a quick think here. So obviously Saints. I mean, like I said, there's going to be plenty of opportunities there. Treylon Burks, Drake London from USC would be good. Treylon Burks is that tall physical guy, kind of like a DK Metcalf. That would be good. Olave, Garrett Wilson. I mean, it just depends on who's going to be there and when. Jamison Williams would be a good fit too, you know, from the Alabama wide receiver. So, I mean, it's just a kind of pick and take who you want. Do you want a tall guy? Do you want a route runner? You know what I mean? You already got Michael Thomas coming back, so that's a great thing for you guys, right? So your Jameis is there, so you're not going to go for Kenny Pickett, so you don't have to worry about, you know, that narrative anymore. But there's a lot of the guys that, you know, could be still sitting there at that point. But Jamison Williams or you know, obviously with the ACL tear, he'll slide a little bit. Olave might be there, might not. I mean, obviously people think Garrett Wilson will be picked ahead of him, and he might be the first wide receiver taken off the board. But Treylon Burks would be nice. Jamison Williams would be nice. But like I said, it all depends on the Saints. And they never go for LSU guys. They never go for a lot of guys that are close to home. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see on who's available there. Or would you go tackle? I would go wide receiver because the thing is your offensive line, you can rotate guys. You can get tackles later, you know, in the second and the third and the fourth round. You can get guys to fill in, right? But these wide receivers, the elite ones, are going to be in that first round, second round. So I definitely would go wide receiver just like the Saints and the Colts. You guys need wide receivers and tight ends bad, right? You need someone to replace Jack Doyle, Colts, retirement. You need someone better than Adam Troutman. Adam Troutman's not bad, but you could use someone better. Jared Cook's not there anymore, and he was inconsistent anyways, but now he's obviously on the Chargers. But you know what I mean? You need wide receivers to pair up with Michael Pittman and to pair up with Michael Thomas. So I would definitely be going wide receiver. But knowing the Saints, they'll probably go tackle. And obviously we need to see what happens with Armstead. Thank the Rams for this free agency copycat league. Of course. Well, you copied us. We were the first ones. And then you copied us, and then now you copied yourself from last year. You know what I mean? That's facts. The thing is, how is he going to be a 1K yard rusher behind the O-line when he's not going to get enough reps to be the guy? Because you're going to have Singletary ahead of him. It's not like he's going to come to the team and he's going to leapfrog the other three guys that they have right now. Singletary and Zach Moss are better than him. It's facts. $22 in donos. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Let's do it. Okay, but ask anybody in the room, all right, YouTube GM. Ask anybody in the room if anyone thinks that they believe in Melvin Gordon. No one will say yes, okay? You know what I mean? It's not this I have to have ESP, not the ESPN, but, you know, you can look at stats all you want, but sometimes stats lie. You know what I mean? Like, not everyone is on Kirk Cousins like you are. Not everyone's on Melvin Gordon. Like, they could still be good statistically, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a fit for any team. So it's a real story, LMAO. I read it today. I know I read it today, too, and I thought about you, man. It was crazy. Calvin Griffin, Jameson Williams at 18 or Treylon Burks. The problem with Treylon Burks is I don't think he'll be there at 18. Jameson Williams will be there at 18. It might be him or Olave, you know, sitting there, and either one of those guys would be great. We have to see if Williams can rehab with the ACL, but I think Burks will be gone, and it wouldn't surprise me, you know, if he ends up going somewhere between like 12 and 15, but we'll have to wait and see. MT is like our physical route runner. Finley's like, that's what you think, Calvin. Calvin knows some football, though. Calvin knows some football. Deontay or deep. You need better, though. You know what I mean? Let's think about it. I mean, if you're going to try to win the NFC South, I mean, you have certain pieces that are there. You know, they're role players. But if you're looking for like a true wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2 to match up with Michael Thomas, Deontay, I mean, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like, if you have him on your team or you don't, it's really not going to make that much of a difference. You know what I mean? You need a little bit more than someone like him. You know what I mean? Well, if you want speed and size, then you're probably going to have to go Treylon Burks, but I don't know if he'll be there. See, Sarah will tell you, Melvin Gordon ain't it. He ain't it. I'm not sure if Jared Cook is soft as fuck, but I think that, you know, he's older, and obviously, you know, he got the ball punched out, and everyone wanted to kind of just, you know, give, like, the hate on him and drink all the haterade on him, right? But Jared Cook was never consistently good at tight end every game. Every 4 games, he would score a touchdown or 2 in the red zone, and then he would have 5 yards for 1 reception the next game, or the next game 3 receptions for 15, and then the next game 1 reception for 8, and then he would have his big game for 6 receptions for 90 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's never been that, you know, that lights out tight end kind of guy. So absolutely. I don't know, man. Sometimes he's got some good points, but sometimes he's got these pieces and these people that he just is in love with. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just being a Falcon fan and just, you know, just you know, not be just being a little distressed or whatever. But yeah, some of those hot takes are, you know, I'm telling you, and I'm not trying to, you know, hate on you, but I'm just telling you from a non-biased perspective, when you're saying something like that with these wild hot takes, that I know the other people in the room are not going to agree with you either. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that you're an idiot. I'm not saying that you're a moron. All right, but some of the takes are false, and some of the takes are not true. Melvin was good at Wisconsin. Melvin was good at his early stages of his career. But when he was on the Chargers, he was good, okay? But what happened after that? When Eckler came in and stole the show, once he went to Denver, it was game over. You know what I mean? So if you can't run in Denver, right, it's like running in San Francisco. You can plug in anybody there, and if you can't get it done there, you're not going to get it done anywhere. That's just facts. So Williams is the best receiver in the draft. If it wasn't for getting hurt in the national championship, it wouldn't even. I think that in the draft, if he didn't get hurt, we would be talking more and more about. I totally agree. You know what I mean? And obviously, we saw he has the speed, he has the hands. I watch highlight packages of him about once a week to go through a lot of the players, and he's so impressive. And it just sucks in that Georgia natty that he got hurt. And I agree with you on that statement. He is the best receiver, and if he's not, he's like the top 2. You know what I mean? I know there's other guys like Drake London that might show out. A lot of people like the Treylon Burks. We know Garrett Wilson and Olave from Ohio State should be very, very good. But with the style of play and whatever team he goes to, I mean, he can be a really good fit in a number of scenarios. And obviously he got hurt, so he'll probably be like the 4th or 5th selected. But that could be a good thing, dropping to a good team. And that's facts. A-Guy, is it to troll Orion, or do they really believe what they say? I think he believes what he says, because, I mean, he's my stats guy. You know, he throws out the stats and the analytics when I do the games, but when he believes in something, he won't lay off of it. So I already know that it's not a troll job. He actually types in what he believes. Max McGowan, Gordon will be solid wherever he goes, but I'm not exactly rushing to sign him. Right. But I'm saying, you know, I don't think anyone really thinks that he's like the guy. I mean, obviously we were skeptical when they went Eckler instead of him, when he still was a pretty good player, but they definitely knew something at that point for the Chargers, because now Eckler is a fantasy top 10 guy. He gets hurt all the time, but he can run and he can catch, and he's just more explosive. And it seems like Melvin Gordon already hit the ceiling. Like, you know, some running backs, they're good for 10 years to 12 to 13. Melvin Gordon was good for about 4 or 5, and it's like he's already on the decline. I don't see him getting any better. His best days are already past him. That's facts. Yes, exactly. And I agree on that too. And see, some Saints fans, you know what I mean? They see that. And, you know, some don't. Like, you know, this guy is more of like just a special teams guy. Yeah, you can have him out there. But, yeah, if you're like 150 pounds, 180 pounds, I mean, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? You're going to be able to make some plays and fill in for guys. But at some point, you're going to need to, you know, get someone that's a little bit more beefier up there. And obviously, you had Emmanuel Sanders, and that was a good wide receiver too a couple years ago. But you really need to have a solid number 2 with Jameis moving forward. That's facts. With Indy having Matt Ryan, where do you see Jimmy and Baker going as these pieces are kind of falling together? Well, I mean, who wants these guys? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, Seattle Seahawks already have Drew Lock. Maybe they go for Baker. Jimmy G's still stuck there. Maybe he'll stay on the Niners. I don't know, unless they cut him at some point. You know what I mean? Just don't want to pay him, and they go Trey Lance. But maybe keeping Jimmy with Trey for one more year, maybe that's what we end up seeing if they can't get the proper compensation. But I'm not too sure. Usually I can have a gauge on things, but like how many other teams really need a quarterback? And then the other teams that do, like let's say the Panthers, if I'm the Panthers, right, and I missed out, right, do I want Baker? Do I want Jimmy? Or do I want Malik or Kenny Pickett? I want Malik or Kenny Pickett. So, I mean, at that point, it's like, I don't even want a guy like that. Let's go. I mean, if you don't believe in Sam Darnold and everything that you got going there, I would rather go for one of the top 2 rookies. So we'll have to wait and see. Saints receiving core behind Michael Thomas is D- at best. And that's a Saint fan saying that. Juju and KC, I told you, I called that. I knew Juju was going to be going there. All right, what are we sitting at still? Are we still sitting at that number still, Sarah? Still sitting at that number. What are we at? We're, 1 hour and 12 minutes in? What are we at, 20? We got 37-7 Falcons up on the Packers. Flag on the play. This is when the Packers were actually, I guess they were still pretty good. I wonder what year this is from. Because obviously this is when the Falcons are still, it's supposed to be the Chargers versus the Raiders from last season or in the playoffs. And obviously it's not. So they're just going and showing all these Matt Ryan games. Who do you have out of the AFC West? Oh my. I don't know. I mean, out of the AFC West, I mean, we have so many possibilities. I mean, do we get Patrick Mahomes being the same Patrick Mahomes from a couple years ago, or are we going to get the struggling Patrick Mahomes that we got last year? I mean, they got a good quality team there, right? And then you got Danger Russ and Russell Wilson for the Broncos, right? So you got that opportunity there. So it might be. And then you get Justin Herbert, which I told you guys, if they can clean up that defense, J.C. Jackson, Khalil Mack, now you got Joey Bosa, maybe the Chargers of this upcoming year can be like the Bengals and surprise some people. It's a possibility, right? And then you got the Raiders, right? You got Carr. Now you got Devontae Adams there too with Hunter Renfrow and Darren Waller and Josh Jacobs. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would have to assume just, by guessing, because I think the Chargers and the Raiders, they're going to have to try to get the chemistry and start up. But I would probably go Chiefs or Broncos. That's what I would assume, because also the Chiefs have to be kind of, the favored team to win those games. But maybe Denver, You know what I mean? Because Denver with Javonte Williams and Judy and Cortland Sutton and Hamler and all the pieces that they got. And Russell Wilson has never had an offensive-minded coach with Nathaniel Hackett. He's always been, at NC State, Wisconsin, Seattle. It's always been defensive-minded. And when Brady had Belichick, towards the end, they thought, oh, he's washed up. He's only throwing for 20 to 25 TDs. Then he goes to BA and the Bucks, right, with a better offensive core. Now he's throwing for 40 or 45. So don't be surprised if Russell Wilson explodes and throws for like 40 to 50 touchdowns next season. I think it's very possible, like 38 to 45. I think that he can explode because you're going to go over an offensive-minded coach, and Russell's never had that. So expect a big leap in production from Russell Wilson as long as he doesn't get hurt. So I'm not too sure, but I would probably go Chiefs and Broncos, at least for the time being. But I got to see the rest of the NFL draft. I got to see if there's any other moves that are being made. But you can't ever count out the Raiders or the Chargers too, because it seems like they're coming. That's facts. That is facts. First time 4 teams from a division make the playoffs? No, because at some point, that one team, there's going to be 3 teams that probably have like 10 wins, but the 4th team, something's going to happen. There's going to be injuries, and they'll be like 8 and 9, and they'll miss out. So I think that there's going to be an opportunity for that one team. I don't know if it'll be the Raiders. I don't know if it'll be the Chargers, but I would assume that 4th place team will probably win like 8 games and go 8 and 9 or 9 and 8 and miss out. But yeah, I don't think all 4 teams, but it's the best division in football by far. That's facts. A-Guy. Juju, a great signing, one of the best fits in the free agency. And that's why I knew that it was a better fit, rather than him going, somewhere else. And obviously with Jarvis Landry and Juju with his swag and his Tyreek and just the way that he runs routes, it just was a natural fit there. I'm happy with the Juju signing as well. The TikTok jokes, well, it's going to happen. But as long as they can keep him under control and not be so much into social media, and then he can step up. If Tyreek gets hurt, then you got Juju there. That's going to be, it's like an insurance plan. Then you got McCole Hardman there. He probably feels a little left out, right? But they run 3 wide receiver sets all the time. So it's not like McCole Hardman's stats are going to go downhill. They are going to be a little bit less because Juju will take some of the targets and some of the touchdowns. But it's a good insurance plan, and it's only for a year, so. Said 49ers did say they would be fine keeping Jimmy, so I don't think they're pressing to get rid of him. And maybe Trey still needs a little bit more time. So we'll see after the surgery how he heals up. And obviously he has to pass a physical. So it might be one of those things that Jimmy ends up staying on the San Francisco 49ers for one more year until they can find another partner. And then maybe he ends up in Tampa at some point or another team. But the Niners, to me, are like the 3rd best team. In the NFC, you got the Rams, you got the Bucks, you got the Niners, and then maybe the Packers, depending on what they do at wide receiver and if they can fill the gaps. But it just seems like no matter who's at quarterback for the Niners, it doesn't matter. They still end up being solid. And they started off so slow last year. And then, you never know when a team can advance and go to an NFC championship game or a divisional round when they had to win that last game to the Rams just to get into the playoffs. I never, ever doubt the Niners ever. That's facts. What up, dude? Matt Payton all the way from Hawaii. What to do? There we go. Bang! Tyree. Fly, Eagles, fly, my boy, in the building. Let me pull up a photo of your newest guy here. Appreciate you, man. Donos have been a little low in the stream, so maybe we'll get on a little dono train for you. Thank you. All right, let's do a little Zach Pascal. The Eagles picked him up. Let's throw, see if I can find a photo here. I got one. Pascal, baby. And if you've played fantasy football, have you seen Pascal? I've had him in fantasy here and there. And like I said, he's one of those guys that, he's not a starter, but sometimes you can have him on your bench and occasionally throw him in as like a flex if you need to. And he sometimes balls out. I mean, there were some games where he would score, once, twice, 3 times, and you'd be like, damn, okay. He's not like a top 10 wide receiver by any means, but probably a top 30, 35 wide receiver. All right, let me find Pascal. I found the file. Where are you? There it is. Show a little love to my boy. All right, there we go. Zach Pascal. $9.99 by my boy Tyree. All right, you got a lot of other positions to fill. But for a guy there, I mean, obviously, we know J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, and obviously you guys have some other issues with some of the other wide receivers as well. But getting more depth will help them out. You still need more depth at corner, at, pass rusher. You already got Hassan Reddick. You've been filling some of the gaps. So I'm really interested to see if you guys try to get into Kobe Dean, the best linebacker in the draft or not. But I'm really excited to see what the Eagles are going to do. And I like to pick up as long as you don't overpay for them. Tyree, fly, Eagles fly. Zach Pascal in the building. What to do? Appreciate you, man. Very, very much. Finley, Pickett, Willis, and Corral, my 3 picks for quarterback. I mean, if you're a Panther fan, I mean, if you're sitting there at 6, I'm not sure if you're going to go Pickett first. I mean, I guess you could. You know what I mean? Pickett to me seems like more of a Pittsburgh Steeler pick. Willis seems more like a Carolina Panther guy. He seems kind of like he's got the swag, kind of like a Cam Newton when he first came in. It would be a more natural fit to go that route. It's like the Justin Fields in the draft is, Malik Willis, but we'll see. We will see. So I agree with the D. Yep. Deontay Harris is speed deep. Kevin White shouldn't be on the field. Hell no. Hell no. All right. $32 in donos. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Let's do it. Yeah, we appreciate you, man. And like I said, I'll be grinding for a few hours. We're at 1 hour and 19 minutes in. So happy Tom got his. Yeah. I mean, he's a hard worker. I just hope I can get to fucking 20K. You know what I mean? I'm just got to keep hustling. I got to keep grinding. I know at some point we're going to get over that number, but when YouTube hates, they hate on a very high level. So, but like I said, I'm doing this full time now. I'm going to keep grinding it out. We got great fans in the room. Obviously, Fanatic family, we do special things. So I'm not worried about it. The numbers in the room will get higher. The subs will get higher. And then, like I said, we'll make shit happen. But yeah, I'm definitely very happy for Tom as well. Marcus Mariota will be the starter for the Falcons. Well, it's looking that way. It's looking that way. And, good for him, to get an opportunity to get out there and show what he can do. I just hope he doesn't get injured. I don't think he's going to play bad, but not having Calvin Ridley out there isn't going to help. But, you still got Kyle Pitts, right? And maybe you draft like a Garrett Wilson and you can get a little chemistry there. They got a long ways to go. They're going to finish 4th in the division more than likely. So we got to kind of wait and see. But I'm excited for the opportunity, to see what Marcus Mariota can do. Facts. It's no problem. All right. Feel better, and I'll see you tomorrow. No problem. Do you think Mariota can finally develop into an NFL starter? Well, on the Falcons, I mean, I'm not sure if that's really the best spot. You needed to go somewhere like New England, somewhere where they had the coach and they had the defense and they had everything in place. Like, you're going to a scenario where the team has a shitload of holes, right? So you're going to get an opportunity to play, and you're probably going to fuck up a lot. Let's be honest, right? He'll probably fuck up a lot just because there's not a lot of running game and wide receivers. And, you got Kyle Pitts there, but I mean, besides him, Ridley's not playing. You can get a good wide receiver there. Defense is pretty thin too. Deion Jones is a stud, and I like obviously some of the other weapons they have at corner. But it's like the Panthers probably will be better. Saints will definitely be better. Tampa will definitely be better. But the only problem with his game to me is not really his game. It's just the injuries. Can he stay healthy? And maybe if he plays well here, then maybe a team like New England, might pick him up, and maybe he can get an opportunity there or somewhere else that, needs a spot to be filled. Maybe like the Colts down the road or someone else. We'll see. But I'm hoping that he does well. Tyree, I like what Cincinnati did with their O-line this offseason. They need it. Absolutely. And obviously, if they got to the Super Bowl and lost by 3 with no O-line, and then you see La'el Collins and you saw Alex Kappa, Cowboys, Buccaneers, and they're adding these pieces. Those are good pieces. Kappa's nasty. La'el Collins is pretty good. So it's like you're not getting just guys that are like okay. You're actually getting guys that are solid, offensive linemen. So I expect, the Bengals to compete for the AFC North again. They might not win it, but they probably will be favored, But like after you go to a Super Bowl, right, or an AFC Championship game, there usually is a little bit of a drop-off, especially when you go to the Super Bowl and you lose. But they haven't lost a lot of pieces. They're gaining some offensive linemen. So maybe I'm not saying they're going to run it back and get to the Super Bowl again, because it's probably not very likely to happen, but maybe they can be the divisional winner and maybe something can happen there. That's facts. Like Pascal, he's a Gruden grinder. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Would take no receiver over Jamison Williams at 18, but if Jordan Davis was there, Griffin. Yeah, you don't like him at all, huh? Positive vibes, baby. Matt Payton. So remember, Orion, Mario, and Herbert, we got to root for them starting QB. Yeah, baby. And you know what I mean? Anyone that's a duck, you know what I mean? Like I've obviously gone through the Joey Harrington era, and I've gone through a lot of these quarterbacks. And, you know, it's all you want to see is Mariota. He's never going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback, but you just want him to get a chance to prove that he can get out there. And he won the Heisman. I mean, he was amazing, quarterback in college. But just like LaMichael and just like, DeAnthony Thomas, sometimes you hit the ceiling in college and you're just not as good in the NFL. So we'll have to kind of wait and see if he can make it happen. But it's not like he's going to a team that has everything waiting for him there. It's going to take time, for him to be able to develop. So I'm hoping that he'll do well, but I'm not too sure. We'll have to kind of wait and see. Cyberpunk 53. What it do? That's a nice picture there of the Matt Ryan and Matty Ice. I like it, Sarah. Cyberpunk 53, we got a goat in the room. Finally. Appreciate you, brother. How are you? What are we sitting out on the donos right now? 20? 30? Cyberpunk 53, what teams are in need of a quarterback? Well, I mean, we look at all the teams. I mean, we know the Seahawks got Drew Lock, so they might be in the Baker sweepstakes. Jimmy G's still kind of floating around. Let's take a quick look at the teams and the players, and we'll kind of see here. Yeah, Matty Ice looks great. I mean, it's kind of like the Phillip Rivers look, obviously there as well. But let me take a look at the teams in the NFL and kind of break down. All right, so let's see here. Let's look at all right, Buffalo Bills have Josh Allen. New England's got Mac Jones. Miami, they got Tua. And obviously they have an insurance plan as well. The Jets have Zach Wilson. They're not moving on from that. Bengals got Joe Burrow. Steelers got Mitchell Trubisky, right? So we know that. And then Kenny Pickett, I think, would be a great fit there. The Browns got Deshaun Watson. Baltimore Ravens got Lamar. Titans, they got Tannehill. Indy now is Matt Ryan. Houston probably is going to go with Davis Mills. So he actually played pretty good football for him. So I don't think they're going to replace that. Jacksonville's got Trevor Lawrence. Mahomes is on KC. Carr on the Raiders. Herbert on the Chargers. We got Russell Wilson on the Broncos. Dallas has got Dak. Philly's got Jalen Hurts. Carson Wentz is on Washington. Giants got Danny Dimes. And I guess they got Tyrod, right? Taylor. Those are kind of garbage quarterbacks there. I mean, I'd probably go Tyrod Taylor over that. So, I mean, the Giants will be looking for one probably next year. Green Bay's got Aaron. Minnesota's got Kirk. Justin Fields on Chicago. The Lions got Jared Goff. You got to replace him at some point, right? Tampa's got Tom. Jameis on Nolans. All right, you got, Mariota on Atlanta. Carolina's got Sam Darnold, but I think they're going to go for Malik Willis at 6. And then the Rams obviously got the stud, Matthew Stafford. Arizona's got Kyler. Niners got Trey Lance or Jimmy. And Seattle is sitting there with Drew Lock. So, I mean, really, Seattle, Detroit, but I don't know if they're going to move off Jared Goff. It doesn't sound like it. And the Giants. So, really, the Giants right now with Danny Dimes, right, or Tyrod Taylor, but it sounds like they're happy with those guys. Detroit's happy with Goff, and then Seattle might be the only one. So Baker to Seattle? Because, I mean, if you go to Baker to Giants, he's going to fail. If Baker goes to the Lions, he's going to fail. Anyone that goes to the Giants and Lions, you're pretty much going to fail. If you go to Seattle, you're not going to be very good either, but, I mean, Baker could go there as well. So we're going to have to kind of wait and see. Jimmy G hasn't been picked up because of the surgery. And I think that, other teams were waiting for other pieces to fall. He's got to pass a physical. And obviously with Trey Lance and everything that's going on, I think Jimmy would have been picked up by Tampa by now if Tom Brady didn't come back. But since Tom Brady came back, then that was where the most likely spot for Jimmy to fall, either there or the Colts. You know what I mean? So with that happening now, I mean, Jimmy might stay for another year. I could definitely see Jimmy coming to Tampa, coming maybe next year, after Tom retires, if he retires. But I think it's the surgery, passing the physical, and other options that look a little bit more sexy right now. So what are we at? $32 in donos. There we go. Finally, a GOAT can step up and show some love for your boy. All right, we were at $32 in donos, a $68 donation by my boy Cyberpunk. Thank you so much. It's like, when you're grinding and you're hustling, you need to have that stud, that GOAT to come through. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. You know what I mean? It's like you just want to be able to keep the faith, keep grinding it out. And I'm going to be streaming for like 3 to 4 hours. So it's not like I'm leaving in 5 minutes or anything like that. Thank you so much, man. I can always count on a GOAT to pull us out of the hole. Thank you so much, dude. Maybe that'll start a dono train. I hope so. Cyberpunk, bang, $68. That puts us at what? $100. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. Thank you. Appreciate you. I was actually just talking about that here. Let me charge my phone here real quick. One sec. Let me take a sip of beer too. Mango. All right, so I've been keeping up. Obviously, with sport, still heavily medicated, on drugs, heavily medicated. Can't go outside. It's going to be probably about a 2-week process. Still really sore. I'm going to message them here again in probably about a half hour. Maybe I'll do it now. Wait for my phone to charge up a little bit. But last time I talked to him, the dog still was eating, not at all, or very lightly, just drinking water, really sore, high on the drugs. You know what I mean? But the dog is alive. We saved the dog's life. Cyberpunk donating $500 on like the last night before the surgery, which was huge. And the goat came through. And so it feels really good. Like I said, I normally don't donate that much money, let alone, like when circumstances come up like that. I mean, if I thought if the surgery was like 2,000 total, I know we would have been able to do 1,000 between me and a couple of the goats, right? But it's like 3,800, and then we got to come up with 15 to 2,000. I was like, we only had a couple days, so I was like, I know I got the goats in here, but I was hoping that we would be able to make it happen. And I donated 1,000. Cyberpunk 53 donated 500. Holly Hundo donated 135, and we had a few other people donate some money. But yeah, the dog is doing good. I'm actually going to message right now and check up. Let me see if I can get a response back. One sec. My phone is about to die, though. Hold on. New England is a visiting team. Captain, what is your choice? They have chosen heads. President Bush, would you please toss the coin? It is tails. All right, I just sent a message to both of them there, so hopefully I get a message back. But I'm hoping the dog is eating. But obviously, if you have, if the dog was had the bladder stones and it was infected and it was peeing blood and it was having some issues and they had to get it neutered and x-rays and it just sounded like a fucking nightmare. Oh, now we got a Super Bowl matchup. They're just showing all the Matt Ryan, the best of Matt Ryan on NFL Network. So they've been pretty much going through just Matt Ryan's highlight tape since he obviously got traded to the Colts. Love it. Fucking love it. But hopefully I get a response back here in a couple minutes and I can give you more of an update. But the last time I heard that the dog was doing good but was not eating. But hopefully the dog is eating now. It just makes me feel really good. Out of all the things that I've ever done in my life, that was one of the best things, feeling-wise, that I've done. And Cyberpunk, I couldn't have done it without you. You know what I mean? It's sometimes when you have the extra money and it's sitting in the bank account and you can just spend it on yourself. But when it comes to something as a good cause, and then you decide to, do the right thing, right? No one else is going to help. The dog would have died, and we did the right thing. I can never repay you for that, man. And like I said, we both stepped up when we needed to, and it makes me feel so good. I'll actually go over to their house probably in a day or two, and I'll end up doing a video or do some pictures, on Instagram or on the Twitter, and I'll send it to you so you can see. And it makes me feel really, really good because, like I said, if the dog died, they would have been just heartbroken. They already have a newborn boy that's 1 or 2. They got a cat. They do the side hustle eBay thing. He works at the funeral home. She's not working. And obviously having to see a dog hurting every day for the last, 6 months or so, that's not a good feeling, thinking that your dog's going to die. any day within the last 6 months. And so I'm hoping that, that's the last big thing, and it might not be, but we did our part, and that's really what matters. So Cyberpunk, you're a GOAT. Thank you so much. Bang! $68 dono on the Cash App to get us to a hundo. Appreciate you. Dono train. Bang! Tyree with a tenner. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Thank you so much, dude. Sitting at 38, it was hella low. You know what I mean? It's like, I get it. You're going to get donos from time to time whenever we go, but usually it's a little bit higher at that point once we're already like an hour in. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. 68. Yeah, that's better. Much, much better. Facts. Cyber. Tyree, we appreciate you. All right, now 110 in donos. Here we go. All right, let's get to 150, baby. Let's do it. Matt Payton, don't show Super Bowl. That's when but it's cool to see, in the first half, to see like Matt Ryan and what he was able to do against the Patriots defense. And they just got kind of lackadaisical. They got tired. And if they just would have put the pedal to the metal in the second half, they would have won. But what happened is when you're up 28-3, you know what happened in that game? They got conservative. Run. Bleed, the clock, right? And what you do at that point is like, okay, you can be up 28-3, but you still got to be able to throw the football. You still got to be able to get those first downs. And I think at that point, Kyle Shanahan was a little bit outcoached and overwhelmed. But still, there's some amazing highlights in this package. And they're showing all of Matt Ryan's like top games. So it's not even on the if you go to NFL Network, it's supposed to be NFL Total Access. But whenever they have a trade for like a player, Russell Wilson to the Broncos, they show Russell Wilson. Matt Ryan, they're going to show him. So they're not showing any Mariota stuff because there's not a whole lot to show. And obviously maybe they'll show some Jameis stuff. But obviously Matt Ryan is the bigger name as of right now. That's facts. Yeah, go sport, go. We want a speedy recovery. Thursdays seem to be the dono days, yeah. Well, we've broken every record on Thursday, but I'm going to try to stream almost every day, but some days, something comes up where I'm not feeling well, or I want to spend time with the girlfriend or the dog, you know what I mean? Or if there's not a lot going on story-wise and whatnot. Riggs in the building, what to do? How are you, Riggs? But yeah, Thursdays are the day where it seems like we end up breaking the records, but obviously with like rent and bills, it's like I got to try to grind it out as much as I can. I can't be taking too many days off, and I don't really take days off just like I'm like, fuck it, I don't want to record. No, it's like there's reasonings why I typically don't, because I like recording every day. I really do. It puts me in a good rhythm. I like hanging out with you guys, and like I said, I usually can watch football, or we can watch basketball, March Madness, or whatever it is. And there's been a lot of stuff that's been going on sport wise, as especially in this off season. This off season's been fucking crazy, right? So obviously, if you just came into the room, what a wild day, all right? Thursday are typically the dono days, right? But we'll have other days that we can still grind it out and have some good dono days. Matt Ryan to the Colts, Marcus Mariota to the Atlanta Falcons. I'm really happy for Matt Ryan to get the opportunity. Atlanta with the $40 million dead cap, that's going to hurt a little bit, right? All right, but at least they get their guy, right, for the Colts. So it's like a little bit better of a situation than the Phillip Rivers situation a couple years ago. Matt Ryan's got 2 to 3 years left. They're going to go to the playoffs. They might be able to win the AFC South over the Tennessee Titans and Ryan Tannehill. It'll be much closer of a battle now than what it was before getting Matt Ryan on the Colts. You got to get wide receivers and tight ends, but there's a lot of hope, obviously, in Indianapolis. Then we hear about Marcus Mariota. This might have been a little bit of a surprise for the Atlanta Falcons fans. Matt Ryan goes to the Colts. Will they get Jimmy or Baker? They say no. We're going to go for a guy that is a little bit more mentally stable and a little bit better of a guy in the locker room. We're going to go for Marcus Mariota. Yeah, he's got injury issues, but we're going to take a chance. And when Marcus Mariota went in there, right, for Carr, when Carr broke his dick, right, when we ended up seeing that matchup, he ended up shining and looking pretty good. And I guarantee Atlanta saw that on the tape and were like, okay, when Mariota gets a chance, he can look really, really good out there. I mean, he can throw you for 2 or 3 touchdowns in the game, but it's all about, can you stay healthy for a full season? And he kind of has proven that he can't. But maybe in Atlanta, I'm hoping that he can, but the offensive line needs a lot of work. Wide receivers, running backs, defense. I mean, Terrell, AJ Terrell is nice, right? Kyle Pitts is nice, but who else do they got? They got a lot of holes there, but I'm very happy that if you're getting guys like Carson Wentz getting another chance, and you're getting other guys like Jameis, that might be a starter, might not be a starter, and he got a chance, let's give Marcus a chance. So now Jameis Winston and Marcus Mariota, the number 1 and number 2 pick, are going to go against each other twice a year. And when we saw them at Oregon and Florida State, they had their own battles there. And I'm a Tampa fan, so I get to see these guys also twice a year. And then Jameis Winston, famous Jameis. We already knew there was only one spot for Jameis. He's doing the weird exercises on the internet and the interwebs, right? We knew that the perfect fit was not at Indianapolis and the Colts. He would have not fit there. Eating W's in Indy would have got him kicked out on the first practice, okay? But for the Saints, he can see. He got the LASIK. He has good chemistry with the wide receivers and the coaching staff. Now, I'm hoping that since Sean Payton was able to keep him in line, can Dennis Allen keep you in line? I'm hoping so, all right? But the Saints are very good, all right? Cheers to them. And like I said, if you don't think that the Saints can win the division, over Tom Brady, you're kidding yourself. I know that the Saints can beat me twice in the regular season. I know the Saints are capable of 10 to 12 wins. So are we. You know what I mean? So if we end up only getting, 11 and they get 12, so be it. But we're both going to get into the dance unless Jameis gets injured. And I don't want Jameis to get hurt. I was very hurt when Jameis went down. And a lot of people are haters, and they love their team. Let's say you're a Saint fan. You're like, fuck the Buccaneers, fuck them, fuck Devin White, fuck the Panthers, fuck the Falcons. I love the Saints. A lot of people are like that, right? But me as a Buccaneer fan, I want Jameis to succeed. And even though it didn't work out for me, he did really play well for the Saints. 5 touchdowns, no picks against the Packers week 1. He found a home there where he fits. You know what I mean? He's still a little immature, right? And I hope that he matures, but he's got good chemistry there. I'm not sure if the players love him, but I think they like him enough to make it work. And I think once he gets to the playoffs, people are going to hop on board a little bit and give him the love that he deserves. He could have been a first-round pick in baseball like Kyler Murray. Could have went to any team, right? Could have went to the NFL, which he did. He's got kind of an egomaniac, Jameis. You know what I mean? Maybe thinking he's a little bit better than he is. Like Cam Newton, trying to do a little bit too much, too often. But I think that with the Saints, maybe he found himself, scaled back a little bit, learned from Drew Brees, and hopefully Dennis Allen can mentor him the same way Sean Payton did. But don't be surprised if the Saints win the division. Don't be surprised if the Saints go to the playoffs. But how far can they go? That's a big question. I think Tampa can go farther, but if Tampa plays the Saints in the first round, we might lose because they always beat us. We got them once in the wild, not the wild card, but we got them once in the divisional in the playoffs. But if we play each other in the regular season, they have our number. They know exactly what to do. And it won't matter if we have Tom Brady or Jimmy G or any quarterback. It just seems like whoever they got is going to be better than what we got. And I just want the games to be competitive and close, but I'm not sure if it's even a rivalry because it seems like they beat us all the time. But I do respect the Saints. The Saints fan base on the other side is another ball game in itself. I wish their fans would be a little bit better, but I know that they are going to be passionate. They're going to play hard for each other, and I'm excited for the matchups to come. And, of course, I want to beat them, but I don't think anyone's going to go undefeated in the NFC South. No one's going to go 6-0. All right, Atlanta, you can take them for granted all you want, or the Panthers if they get Malik Willis or Pickett, or if they go with Sam Darnold, we'll see. But maybe the Saints beat the Bucs 2-0, but if that happens, the Saints aren't going to beat the Panthers and Falcons also. Someone's going to end up stealing a dub. It always happens in divisional games, and that's big facts. Riggs, my boy. $9.99, bang! I know this isn't sports related, but who else is hyped for the Halo series on Thursday? He said, I've never wanted to see a TV series more in my life. You know what? I saw the commercial for it last night, and I'm intrigued. If you've ever played Halo and you love the video game, it's one of those groundbreaking games. When it came out, it got very popular very quick. There's people that still play it to this day. And with the TV series, it looks kind of cool. I am actually very interested in it as well. What is it? What is it on Netflix or Hulu? I didn't catch to see if it was on like NBC or like on a big network. You'll know because obviously you're more into it than me. But I did see the preview last night and I'm intrigued. And I'm definitely going to probably check it out. That's facts. Bang! $9.99 for Riggs, my boy. Thank you so much. 120 and donos, baby. Appreciate you. So I think Kaepernick will get his chance this year. No. Kaepernick is done. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's like you had Brian Flores, try to go against the league, and then he ended up getting a job with Mike Tomlin. But when you blackball a player like that, and it just sucks because he was just doing it for, equality of rights and didn't want the police to, do unnecessary action on the brothers and sisters, right? And, standing up for the rights. But then when he stood up for the rights, then people were saying that, oh, he's disrespecting the flag and the military. That had nothing to do with it. That's just the people trying to separate people from the left side to the right side. But Kaepernick is never coming back. Does he deserve to come back? Of course. But if he was going to come back, he had to have come back like 4 years ago when he still was in good playing shape. But no one's going to take him because the media circus that will go behind him, because he won't be a starter. He'll be a backup. And instead of interviewing the players, they'll be interviewing Kaepernick, and that'll be a distraction. And the players and the coaches and the assistants aren't going to want to deal with that, as well as ownership. And then they're going to make it more of a racial thing. They're going to make it more of an issue than it is. So that's the main reasoning, which is a fucked up reason. But yeah, you're never going to see Kaepernick in the league ever again, which is pretty shitty, but that's what it is. Paramount Plus. Nice. Yeah, it's live action. It looks fucking dope, dude. Not animated. And I think if it was animated, it wouldn't be as good, but live action and with like actors, and it looks cool. It looks cool. You have to go look it up, but I'm definitely going to check it out. Mariota will beat Winston like it was the 2015 Rose Bowl. God, remember that? Well, that's when Winston couldn't see, though. Remember? Jameis couldn't see shit in that game. The trailers are epic. If you're a Halo diehard, then it might not what you want, but if you're a casual fan or don't know it too well, then it'll be awesome for you. Well, you know what I mean? And you're not going to make everyone happy, but I thought, like, when I saw it, I was like, okay, interesting. And sometimes when they bring ideas from like video games to like a TV show, sometimes that might work, sometimes it won't, but it looks intriguing to say the least. And I'm probably going to check out the first season, and depending on how the first season does, then it'll still be around or it'll get canceled, but we'll find out. So, if you don't have to be a diehard, right? But, maybe it'll be a good show. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, they put some money into it too. When does it start? Do you know, Riggs? Let's see if I can find a picture on here for the Halo. Let's see if I can find one. I found it. March 24th. It's a Paramount original. And Paramount has some pretty good stuff on there, too. Alford with a pick six. I found it. We talk about something, then I pull it up, baby. Here we go. That's what it looks like. So it's the Paramount original. All right, so they still got like the gear and the guns, but then you get to see kind of like the actors and the actresses that are in it. Kind of dope, man. You know what I mean? Like, you don't got to be like fully into the game, but if you're just looking for like a new TV show to watch, depending on how the acting in it is in it and who's directing it, might be pretty good. It might be pretty good. And I always like it when we get, fans of the show to bring up stuff that normally maybe we don't. And we can bring up anything here. We talk about, depression and addiction and, anxiety, but we also talk about movies and TV. And it doesn't have to be sport related only. There's a lot of other shows, Ozark coming back, Stranger Things, that I'm definitely into. So, I mean, if it's something of pop culture, I'm all about that. So I'm actually really happy that you brought this up. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Halo streaming series is going to be all about on Paramount. I have Paramount, so I'll be able to watch it. I'm stoked, dude. Awesome. I'll have to go and watch the actual trailer for it. But I mean, I saw some previews. I'm not sure if that's the same as a trailer, but I saw it on TV yesterday. Yeah. I bet Matt paid in. The Atlanta race was amazing yesterday. $9.99 by Riggs again. Bang! At least my boy Riggs is coming to play. Thank you, buddy. The Atlanta race was amazing yesterday. Imagine trying to thread a needle at Daytona or Talladega. It was literally a super speedway race, but a mile less than Daytona. Definitely exceeded my idea. So it was better than you thought, right? So with the race, I didn't catch everything in there. Who ended up winning the race for Atlanta. I tuned in, and then the replay was on this morning on like FS1, and I started to watch a little bit of it. But then I was doing the Matt Ryan reading and then the Mariota and then the Jameis, and I got distracted and I didn't get a chance to rewatch the whole race. But who ended up winning the race yesterday? And it sounds like the race next week is going to be the off-road race. So I probably need to get Johnny to make me a thumbnail on there. And then if I do have like racers, right, to have on the thumbnail, Riggs, who would you suggest for the off-road course? If I'm going to have Johnny make me a thumbnail, who are the 2 drivers I should have on the thumbnail? You know more than I do. You're the NASCAR expert. So, and it'll be nice to get back into NASCAR because I've been really missing it. You know what I mean? Like I like doing it for the first couple weeks. I know it's a grind. It's like a 5-hour stream, but I enjoy it, man. Like, you know what I mean? I'm trying to get back into it. And I don't like starting something and then like not doing it. Like I want to complete it and keep going with it. And I don't want to give up on it. You know what I mean? So. Oh, William Byron, number 24. Number 24, right? Okay. That's awesome. Number 24, Willie B. Awesome. Okay. So who should I have on there on the thumbnail? Because I'll probably give him a message probably tomorrow to try to make me a thumbnail for it. And then like the race itself, if it's sponsored by someone and I can get the right information to him, to get the information. Let me see if I got any word back. Okay, I haven't got a response yet from my buddy. He might still be at work. And obviously they're, I haven't got a response back, but hopefully I get a response and we'll see how it goes. Chase Elliott and Martin Truex Jr. Awesome. Hey, will you send me a message on like Instagram or Twitter with those 2 guys? So for whatever reason, if I forget, that way you can send me like a DM, send me a message with those 2 guys. So that way when I check my Instagram messages or my Twitter on there, do you have Twitter or Instagram, one or the other, right, Riggs? I'm pretty sure you said you do, right? So if you can send me a message on Instagram or Twitter with those 2 drivers, so that way I don't forget. Because I might not be able to scroll through all the comments and remember it, but Chase Elliott, Martin Truex Jr. I should be able to remember that, but if you can send me a message, I would appreciate that. All right, so those are going to be the ones that I want to have on the thumbnail. And then what's the race? It's an off-road race this weekend, right? Yeah, so I'm excited, man. I haven't been able to do one for a little while, so. Yeah, Elliott's nice. But it seems like you're getting a lot of like kind of like the mid-level oddball guys that are winning races. It's not like the same guys over and over and over again, like back in the day, like 20 years ago when it was like Jimmy Johnson or Jeff Gordon, and that was it. It was just like back and forth, just like the top guys. This year, you're getting a lot of variety with the guys that are finishing in the top 5 as well as winning the races, so I love that. So if you have a chance today in the NFL, which quarterback do you want to coach? Which quarterback do you don't want to coach and why? Well, of course, if you want to coach someone, if you're going to be like, OC, when you want someone that can listen, you want someone that's coachable. If I obviously had my dream, to be a part of an organization, I'd probably want to be part of the Chargers and Justin Herbert. That's my guy. I live in Oregon. He's an Oregon kid through and through. That would be someone that would be amazing to work with. I've already, been there in the front row. I've already seen everything I can see about Justin Herbert. That would be someone. And then obviously someone I wouldn't want to work with would be like maybe like a Baker Mayfield. You know what I mean? Or someone, that maybe rubs people the wrong way. Maybe he's a little bit misunderstood. You know what I mean? That's a battle when you're going to have to. And a lot of it might be he might be just misunderstood. You know what I mean? Just like Aaron Rodgers, might be a little bit misunderstood. Someone that's just in his own world. We know that they're great players and stuff, but, obviously for me, it would definitely be Justin Herbert hands down. Riggs, shout out to you. I appreciate you, brother. All right, I'm going to go get another beer while I'm watching the Atlanta's up 28-3 right now with 7:13 left in the third quarter. And I'm watching the Patriots right here with some of their play calls. Dion Lewis. And obviously it was funny too because I had my boy Brooks and my friend Tall Nick, because he's tall, right? And we were watching this game at my house, and I told them the Patriots are going to come back and win this game. And they looked at me like I was crazy. And I said, they're going to come back because they're going to dink and they're going to doink and they're going to find a way to come back and they're going to win the Super Bowl. And they looked at me like I was the most psychotic person on planet Earth. But like I said, they did. They ended up coming back, and I haven't got a Super Bowl winner wrong in like 21 years. So, but being 28-3, there's no other team that I would have predicted to come back from this except the Tom Brady New England Patriots. I mean, there's just no one else that would have been able to come back from this. Well, maybe a Peyton Manning-led team, but I mean, you already know New England normally had a top 10 defense, but Tom Brady, never lost confidence. And then the wide receivers and running backs and the O-line, they never lost hope. And a lot of times when you're down 28-3, you lose hope, right? But you go from 28-3 to 28-10, right? Then you feel pretty good. Then you go down 28-17. Then you know it's a ball game. You're not afraid anymore. But when you're down 18 points, 20 points, but once it gets down to like 11 to 14, then you're like, okay, cool. All we need is like a ball turnover to bounce our way, and we're right back in it. And there's 5 minutes left in the third, right? And you're driving right now, Brady, dinking and doinking. That's what he does. You have IG? Yeah, please send it to me. 20 turns. Okay. Yeah, send me a reminder tomorrow. Please do, Riggs. And shout out to you for donating, dude. We were on definitely a little bit of a slow stretch there. And if it wasn't for you and Cyberpunk 53, I don't know where we would be right now. So thank you so much. Holly's back in the building. What to do? I got to go get another beer. I'm glad that you're back. I was going to try to send you some gummies by airmail. Gummies do such a wonder. If you're having headaches, I mean, sometimes I'll get headaches and migraines. Like last week, I had a couple days where, I wasn't feeling too hot. But once you do a couple gummies, I mean, you can feel so much better. You feel relaxed. I usually like to take a shower, nice steamy shower, you know what I mean? And then maybe drink a little milk and, just try to relax a little bit, get some jammies on, you know what I mean? Get some shorts on, tank top. And, for me, it makes a big difference. Touchdown, New England. James White. And now, boom, 28-10. Now you're starting to feel pretty good about yourself. All right, they're showing the Super Bowl for the Falcons and the Patriots because they're showing the Matt Ryan kind of showcase. And obviously, Matt Ryan's best days are past him, but I still think that they can compete against the Titans. And who knows? They might win the division. And you never know. Maybe the Titans and the Colts get to the AFC Championship game. It's possible that one of them could, because some of these other teams are going to knock each other out. Chiefs, Broncos, Chargers, Raiders, maybe the Bengals. When you have so many good teams, you're going to beat each other up. And at some point, there's going to be that team that maybe not everyone's thinking about that ends up doing a little bit better than we think. No one thought the Titans would be a fucking 1 seed. Ooh, doink. And then he misses the extra point. I totally forgot about that. 28-9. Was that Gostkowski? Belichick's like, motherfuck. But they can still do 2-point conversions and get caught up. Orion, were you a Patriots Brady fan? Fuck no. Hell no. I was like everyone else. Don't like the Cowboys. I don't like the Patriots. And, maybe for, it's like I was like everybody else. Okay. With Patriots, it was about the cheating. All right. I respected Brady. I respected Gronk. Didn't really respect Belichick because all the cheating. And they were winning so much. It was a lot of jealousy and envy. And that's why we didn't like them as a whole. If you're not a Patriot fan or a Brady fan or a Gronk fan, you're like, whatever. You respect them, but you don't really like them. You're like, fuck these guys. These guys are always getting the fucking AFC Championship game. They're always going to the Super Bowl. I want someone new, right? I was a Joe Montana, Peyton Manning guy, always. And then with the Cowboys, you know what I mean? It's not like I really hated them, but it's just like kind of a dislike. You know what I mean? A lot of just like everyone else, just maybe America's team. Maybe Jerry Jones just rubbed me the wrong way. Or maybe the fans, being a little bit too overly hyped up. But it's not like the Cowboys were winning Super Bowls like the Patriots. So why do we really hate them so much? Because they're America's team? Is that what it is? And all they're trying to do is just relive some greatness and history that they had in 92, 93, and 95 when they were America's team. And even back in the 70s, 80s when the Cowboys were decent. Obviously the 80s were the team of the Niners. And then obviously the 90s was the Cowboys with those 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. But yeah, to this day, I don't even own a Brady jersey. You know what I mean? I could have just bought one, but I don't own any Brady stuff. I have a Brady Foco bobblehead that's worth like $100. I got a Brady t-shirt where it's got Bucko Bruce, the old logo with the knife in his mouth, and it's got Brady's face instead. I got that as a gift. as a t-shirt. But those are the only two things of Brady that are Buccaneers that I own. I don't own anything else. You know what I mean? So definitely I like Peyton Manning more. I've always liked Peyton Manning more than Tom Brady. But when Tom comes to your team and you start to learn about him, a lot of the misconceptions and a lot of the rumors and like how he was and everything, like I've grown to love Tom Brady now, him being on my team and helping me win a Super Bowl. But also, too, seeing how he communicates with the other players. And you know what I mean? Like, this guy is just such a leader and is a hard worker and gets along with the guys, and he does it based off he lets his actions speak for themselves. He's not just talking shit all the time. And he's so smart, he's like a coach. But I've always been Peyton Manning, Joe Montana first, and then Brady. But Brady obviously is, the GOAT. I mean, like I said, if he ends up winning me another Super Bowl, obviously he's going to go higher in my playbook and higher in my ranking book. But yeah, never was really a fan of him prior. Always loved Peyton Manning more. He was always my guy. And then Joe Montana before that. Because I was a Niner kid growing up. And honestly, if I wasn't a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan, I'd be a Niner fan. So that's facts. I wish gummies were legal here. Wish I could send them to you. And you got the type of gummies they have out here are insane. I mean, they just taste like Starburst. Like you don't taste any weed in them at all. You take a couple chews, you swallow it, boom, 30 minutes later, and you're feeling nice. You eat it, you'll get the munchies, you know what I mean? So, ooh, that sounds good. Shrimp jambalaya. Wow, that sounds amazing. My friend in Chicago wanted to send some home with me a couple weeks ago, but I worried to get busted at the airport. Yeah, that's probably a good thing that you didn't do that because, yeah, you probably would have got caught for that. And all of a sudden you're going to be turning into Brittany Griner. You know what I mean? You're going to be all locked up. Can't get out. Is Brittany Griner ever going to get out of Russia or whatever? Like she went over there and had like the vape pen with the hashish or whatever she had in there. She's like over there still, right? What the hell's happening on? What's going on with her over there? It's crazy. But I think that was a good idea. Especially with the airports in like Chicago and stuff. They got the drug sniffing dogs everywhere. So yeah. Riggs, Colts getting Matt Ryan is better when they got Rivers. I totally agree because Rivers only had 1 year left. Still got him to the playoffs, right? But Matt Ryan's got 2 or 3. 3 might be a stretch, but 2. But I hope they get Desmond Ridder in the draft in like the 3rd round or something, and they can go for wide receivers and tight ends. But I really like the Colts and the Saints. Like I told you guys, they're identical as a team. Now they got Jameis. Now they got Matt Ryan. Now what you guys do at wide receiver and tight end will really show how far you guys are willing to go this season. But then you also have next year also to draft wide receiver and tight end. So I'm excited for the future of the Saints and the Colts because I can see both of those teams making an NFC championship game sooner than later. It'll be tough, and there's a lot of competition, right? But if they hit on these wide receivers and these tight ends, it can make a huge difference on both of those rosters. That's facts. Kansas, yeah. We're really lax out here too, with the drinking and the drugs and whatnot. But obviously with the gummies out here, I mean, God, they have such a selection out here. I mean, any flavor that you want lime, you want berry, strawberry, raspberry, and they don't cost a whole lot either. You can get a 10-pack for like $17 of some stuff that's pretty good. The high-end stuff, CBD, CBN, THC for like the nighttime stuff, the stuff where you see me like this on the stream and I'm like, all right, are you still here? And I'm like, yeah, man, I'm still here, right? That stuff can hit you a lot harder and makes you sleepy instead of like social kind of gummies, right? That stuff you do like a couple, that will cost like $20 to $25 for 10, but it's so worth it. You just get put into a zone, all your stresses melt away, and then you just feel good. Your back, shoulders, any type of stress that you have, you don't think about anything. You're not blacked out or anything, but it's awesome. Like the ones that I would show on there that I have, like the wild gummies, and there's a few brands that I'll show on there that are awesome. You know it. Riggs. As a Steelers fans, I understood that everyone hated Pittsburgh, New England, and Jerry's World. Well, if you're a Steelers fan, they don't hate Pittsburgh, right? Because that's where you're a fan of, right? You're talking about that. So obviously, if you're a Steelers fan, you love Pittsburgh, you hate New England, but I think that's kind of in general. I think no matter what fan base you are, people don't like New England, right? Is because of all the winning and then the cheating, and then Dallas with their fans. You know what I mean? But it's like they haven't won Super Bowl since 95. So it's like, why do we hate on the Cowboys so much? Is it Jerry Jones? You know what I mean? Is it because they're always on TV? You know what I mean? It's like, if anything, they always disappoint. So, I mean, some people like watching them lose. Some people hope that they lose, but it's like we don't like the Cowboys for like the same reason we don't like New England, but New England was actually winning something. Dallas wasn't winning anything. Let's see here. Cowboys and Broncos as a Chiefs fan. And as I say, what about the Raiders? There you go. With Phillip Rivers on the Colts, it turned into daycare with Wentz. It turned out to be a massive divorce like K-Fed and Brittany. With Ryan, it'll be smooth like butter. And like I said, there's certain types of personalities that would fit. Jameis wouldn't fit there. You know what I mean? Like there's a certain straight edge guys that they're looking for, Phillip Rivers, Matt Ryan. And it's not, one guy's black and one guy's white. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with that because you had Jacoby Brissett on the Colts, but like he wasn't going to fit there. You know what I mean? But Matt Ryan is just like Phillip Rivers. Like, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. You know what I mean? It's just like, that organization has certain types of players they look for. And obviously it was a good fit. And the same thing goes for Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck, if you go back and look at their history. $10 for Holly. Bang! Your bank is giving you crap about Cash App again, but wanted to say thank you so much. I appreciate you. I figured something was going on with your Cash App again, so apologize that you're having problems with that, but I know once you get that fixed, you'll be able to do what you do. And it's always nice to even get something on the super chat. Thank you so much, Holly. And you left and you came back. So I'm excited about that because I always like talking to you. And like I said, I'm always going to grind and hustle and put in the work. And you got to be able to have people in the chat that are engaging. We have to always have people, continue the conversation and be active. That's a part of like a responsibility of, being in the chat. You got to ask questions, interact with the other people in the room, ask me questions, and that'll keep the show flowing. You know what I mean? But I'm glad that you're back. I appreciate you. 140 in the donos. Let's get to 200. You did sneak some pretty strong CBD oil back from the spa in Chicago and got away with it, but totally forgot it was in my carry-on. Oh, really? Well, at least that didn't happen. But yeah, CBD oil. Woo! CBD oil will get you, especially if you have like the oil pens and whatnot. I mean, we know a lot of people do like the vape pens and the oil. I mean, that stuff is even like harder than weed sometimes, or even like gummies. I mean, depending on what kind of oil that you got in like the pen. I mean, I've seen people hit the pen and almost pass out. So depending on what they get. They meant everyone else. People hate winners or legacy teams, right? But also I think people hated the fact that they were cheating. So it's like they were cheating to win. So if New England was doing it the right way, people would still hate them, but not hate them as much. But the fact that they were doing, Spygate, Deflategate, even though that got debunked, but all the gates that were coming out, besides Bounty Gate, we know that's the Saints, right? But with all the gates and the filming of the teams up above, and they were always, they would have like the microphones in the quarterback's ears, right? And then mysteriously the channel would change in New England, and they couldn't hear the play coming in from the OC. They did that shit on purpose. So there was a lot of communications things that they did and turned off or switched the channel. If you go back and look at New England's history and you ask the people, like, Peyton Manning on the Colts or any of the matchups that they had with Miami or the Bills or the Jets, there's a lot of interviews and things that are said that, the communications went down. And they always went down in the weird, like the most times that they needed the communication to go in. And especially if you can't talk to your OC and you're going to have to audible, it's the fourth quarter, it's third down, and it's 3rd and 9, that could lose the game for you. And I know New England did that shit on purpose. So. Yeah, we got a lot of that stuff out here too. Weekly calls to the bank about Cash App equals pain in the ass. Yeah, I bet. But you guys are goats. You guys do what you got to do to help me out. So I appreciate you guys very, very much. I mean, we got Venmo, and we got the Cash App. I got the Facebook app. And obviously we got the super chat here as well. But I appreciate all you guys, doing what you do. And I imagine, Cash App, might have some issues. It's not really maybe Cash App, but it's the bank. The bank is being and that's not Cash App itself, but the bank is just being, because they don't understand what it's like to be a part of like a community like on YouTube. Like people that donate and, do that, we're like a special group. You know what I mean? When you're on YouTube or you're a streamer, like there's just certain terminology and certain things that happen on like Twitch and YouTube. And if you're not a part of the community about the donations, you don't know like how that shit works. So you sold your charter, chief starter jack off to my family. Nice. Awesome. Well, you deserve it. You and Cyberpunk deserve it. You guys are definitely two of the top heavy hitters. We have other heavy hitters like Shep and Xavier Williams and a lot of the others, that Eagles John and a lot of people that try to, come in the room and do their thing. And obviously we haven't seen our boy, Mr. Denver Bronco himself, because he's probably working 80 hours a week, Nate the Great, but hopefully we'll be able to see him sometime sooner than later. But I appreciate you guys, you know what I mean? And I want to get you guys something that's just not average. I want to get you something that I would wear, something special. And obviously, jerseys can only be worn a little while. A jacket can be worn every day. A hoodie can be worn almost every day. So I wanted to make sure that I got something that, was special to me, that would be special to you, that you could show off, you and Cyberpunk 53. And I imagine both of you guys have been getting comments left and right on them. And that makes my heart feel good. Just like when we all game together and we donated for sport to save his life. I just got a message, so I don't know if this is a message from them or a dono. Let's check. All right, so here's the update on sport. Let's bring up sports photo here. We're $60 away from 200. We're at 140. All right, let's take a look quick and let's pull this down. Let's pull up sports picture. Okay. All right, so this is from Seppi. She says, hey, it's like he has 8 a bit today for the first time. I called his vet because he still had blood in his pee and was told that's fine. He will have blood in his pee for a week or two because of his bladder healing, basically. Okay. So he's eating, though. That's good. And then I got another message. All right. Sport is recovering still slowly but surely, eating a little bit at a time. Is that overall, though, I say he's better, though. Double thumbs up. Awesome. Awesome. I know that's kind of graphic when you hear pee and blood, but I mean, we're talking about a dog here that had the bladder stone surgery. So, I mean, it's kind of, there's going to be blood involved. So, all right. I said, awesome to hear. Want to visit soon, bro. Oh, that makes me feel good. I got a response from both of them. So, good to hear. And I figured the healing process it's gonna be a while, to heal. I know it's gonna take, a while to be able to get better, but I mean, knowing that the dog is alive and they're being able to, kiss it and hug and spend time with it instead of just having the dog pass away. I mean, that makes me feel good. So. With all the Broncos quarterbacks when Manning retired, it was like the malice to the palace. Yeah, right. Well, we already know that the Falcons and Panthers probably aren't going to be that good, but it's not like, anyone is just going to sweep the division. The Saints will still be tough. They might win the division. So, I mean, we still got, the Saints and the Bucks. Obviously, you guys have the toughest division in football. And, the NFC is nowhere as tough as the AFC, but at least it gives me a chance to try to win another Super Bowl and try to get there. The Rams have our number. The Saints have our number. The Niners, I don't really know. I mean, they might be able to beat us too, but as long as I have Brady, it's going to make football fun for me for at least one more year until I have to rebuild and think about life post Brady. But with you guys, it's not going to be easy, and all that 5, 6, 7, 8 Super Bowl talk by Tyreek. I mean, that might not be a possibility anymore with all these great teams and great players in the AFC. But I think that you guys will be good. I still have you guys as like the favored team in the AFC, you and Buffalo and Denver. Probably as the top 3 teams, Chiefs, Bills, and Broncos. I assume those will be the top 3 teams, but there'll be others like the Bengals. They keep beefing up this O-line. We'll have to wait and see, but I don't know, man. I mean, like I said, because even though the route to the NFC Championship will be easier for us, that doesn't mean that we're going to get there, because if we end up playing the Rams prior to the NFC Championship game, we might lose. If the Saints make the playoffs and we play them prior to the NFC Championship game, we could lose. They have our number, so I got to kind of put things in perspective. So the only thing people can be mad about with Pittsburgh, mostly in the AFC North, is this. Yeah, that's true. If I do $100 dono, they're less likely to question than if I do $10 donuts. Oh, so it's about like the amount of how many donations that you're doing. Shouldn't matter if you're doing a lot or a little, but I guess if your bank is thinking it's fraud or something, you know, if you have like fraud protection or whatnot. Oh yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? Well, obviously with the AFC and all the hard opponents that you guys have to play, you know, it's going to be tough. I mean, there's no guarantee the Chiefs even win, you know, the AFC West anymore every year because you know the Broncos might win it with Russ, and then maybe the Chargers, you know, end up winning it one year. Who knows? Maybe down the road, even the Raiders might end up winning it. I mean, you know, you never can predict injuries, you know, with the players and whatnot. So James White with the touchdown. And the Patriots' comeback is in full effect. 28-26, 57 seconds left with a 2-point conversion about to happen. And they're like, oh, my God, is this happening? Robert Kraft? He's like, oh, I need to go get a massage. So you got the 500. Yeah. Yeah, I bet. But yeah, you know, but you guys are the GOATs, man. I couldn't be where I'm at today without you guys, and I love you guys so much for it. Sport is eating. Yeah, I wouldn't expect him to be 100% either. 2-point conversion. Amendola, it's good. 28-28. Well, I think Brady ruined a lot of childhood, you know, teams and growing up because they won so much. I get it, man. But the thing for me is that when he came to the NFC, I don't think he's hated as much because you got to see his personality. He's not being micromanaged by Belichick. He's proven that he can win without Bill, and he's the reason why they were winning rather than just Bill himself, Belichick. So, I mean, when you get to see his personality, and I've been able to read about him, follow him more on social media, and my perception of him has definitely changed, you know, him being on my Buccaneers rather than him being on the Patriots. So, yes, a lot of abdominal pain, still high on drugs, but I was glad that he's starting to eat, though, because I was going to say, I mean, hopefully he gets a little bit of an appetite at some point or another. So, thrilled to get one or two more Super Bowl wins during Mahomes' career. I think that's almost a given. You're going to get that. But I would say that I think the Broncos are going to win at least one or two with Russ. I think that's almost a given there. You know, you might maybe go to two, win one, lose one, kind of like when he was on Seattle. But I think that with an offensive-minded coach like Hackett and with weapons that they have, I wouldn't surprise me if Broncos win one. And I would put money on the Bills winning one if they can get a fucking running back at some point. I think the Bills can get to a Super Bowl, either lose or win one, get there. And obviously the Rams and the Buccaneers look like we're in a good shape. Obviously us short term, 1 year, Buccaneers, Rams long term with the Niners. Those two teams look like they're going to be good for quite some time. So I would rather the Chiefs miss the playoffs for a few years and then win a Super Bowl instead of making the playoffs every year and not winning another. Oh, exactly. Because you want to win the big one, right? So if you end up, you know, like underachieving and going like 9-8 and people are just throwing a hissy, right? And then the Broncos end up winning the Super Bowl and then you have to struggle and watch them succeed. And all of a sudden you get the right draft picks and you get, you know, the right free agents to come. And then boom, you go like, you know, 14-3 and then you win the Super Bowl. That would be a lot sweeter than just hitting it every year, winning like 12 games and then just falling short to, you know, another AFC team in the AFC championship game or going to the Super Bowl and losing. So I totally agree. Right. But even though the NFC is weak, you know, look at the last two Super Bowl champions. It's the Rams and the Bucks. And I'm not sure if anyone was going to even compete with those two teams. So with the Buccaneers and the Rams, we were the two healthiest teams in the NFL. And if you're hot and healthy in December, you're winning the Super Bowl. The Rams were the healthiest team overall. Buccaneers the year before. And when you have talent like that and you can stay healthy and you don't have any major injuries to your key pieces, you're going to win the Super Bowl. It's just bottom line. I mean, they've already proven the fact. AFC's good. All right. But the NFC, I mean, the teams that are good were very good. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, I know, but when when you have consistent coaching and your team is so good from year to end, you know, year in and year out, like I said, I mean, the Chargers are getting better. Raiders are getting better. So definitely there's an opportunity for the Chiefs to fall back a little bit, depending on how the divisional games go. It's like you can't count on beating the Raiders and Chargers every year now, or the Broncos. It's not like you're going to go 5-1 in the division anymore. Like the winner of the division might be 4-2, but you got to flip a coin on who it is. You know what I mean? So we'll have to kind of wait and see. All right, I'm going to go grab another beer here real quick. One sec. All right, pineapple beer, baby. It's crazy. When I went a couple days ago, they were sold out, and I was like, oh, no. Then I had to go to another gas station, and they only had mango. And I bought all of them they had, and the gas station clerk looked at me like I was a psychopath. Like, why the hell are you buying like all these? But, if I can't find them, I mean, I'm only going to go so far. I mean, I got a Walmart in like a town above where it's like maybe 15 minutes where I can go there. But I would prefer just to go down the road to a couple stores and see if I can find them. But I mean, if I end up getting sold out, then I'll have to go back to like, Coronas or whatever, which I don't mind, Corona and lime. But I've really fallen in love with these fucking Modelo Cheladas. The lime one, maybe I'll go down that route. But I mean, when I can have pineapple or mango, why would I do the lime if I can go for something that tastes better? You know what I mean? Oh, it's so good. It's like I don't even know if I want to drink any other beer ever again. Like I ended up having a Modelo. I told the story when I went to the Blazer game. Kind of tasted like crap after drinking all these Modelos. Pina Picante Chelada. You know what I mean? I'm used to this like kind of citrusy taste, and I'm actually having like the beer taste with like it. Obviously, I don't really do the limes with the Modelos. I do it with the Coronas, but it didn't really taste good to me. I was like, God, I must be really getting into these Modelo Cheladas, and I am. That's facts. Eddie, why do you think Russ chose Denver? Well, I think it's a very clear, you know what I mean, that with the teams that Russ was probably looking at, he wants to be able to go to a team where they have a lot of pieces in place, right? He wanted to go somewhere where they have an offensive-minded coach, right? They already have Javonte Williams. They have, Cortland Sutton, right? Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler. They have a lot of weapons already in place. He wanted to obviously have a place where he can get paid, and it's a good legacy there. You go from John Elway to Peyton Manning, and now you can go there, compete with Mahomes and obviously with Justin Herbert and Carr, and he probably didn't know that all these other moves were going to be happening, but everyone needs to keep up with Kansas City. So, Denver was just the most natural fit. Like I knew that was probably one of the most logical spots for Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson. And, you can already tell the divorce with Seattle was coming. Like it was going to happen sooner or later. And I think it's a good fit. Denver is a good fit for Russell Wilson. And a lot of people think that he's washed, but you'll see. His stats are going to improve dramatically this season. He's got an offensive-minded coach for the first time. Don't be surprised if Denver wins the division, the AFC West. And I wouldn't be shocked if Denver makes the Super Bowl year one. I really do mean that. Like, I think the Chiefs are great. I think the Buffalo Bills are great, right? But if there's another team that can steal that shine away from the Chiefs and the Bills, it's Denver. You know what I mean? We already know Cincinnati Bengals look much better, with their offensive line being better, right? And the Patriots win the Super Bowl. Wow. Look, Garrett Blunt. What a comeback. 28-3, 34-28. I mean, if you're a Falcon fan, I mean, my God, the biggest collapse of all time. But when you're confident in yourself, right, you find a way. Wow, unbelievable. Unbelievable. But I think it's a good fit for him because they already had running backs, wide receivers. Noah Fant's there, but they can draft another one. Von Miller's not there. Bradley Chubb gets injured a lot, but we saw Patrick Surtain, how good he was at corner. They got good pieces there. So it's like you already have a lot there. You can grow, with that kind of team. And it was a perfect fit. They're already like a borderline playoff team. Now with Russ, they're a Super Bowl contender. And obviously there's a couple other teams that Russ could have went to, but can you afford him? Like if Russ would have went to the Saints, right, or Deshaun Watson went to the Saints, that's a Super Bowl contender. You know what I mean? But maybe with a fan base or other situations, money, other reasonings why. So, but it's going to be interesting to see where it all plays out. But I think that I think it's a great fit. You know what I mean? It's not probably good for the people that are fans of the, AFC West. If you're a Chief fan or a Charger fan or a Raider fan, you're not happy with Russ being in Denver, but they've obviously made moves since then. Khalil Mack, J.C. Jackson, Chargers, they're coming, right? Raiders getting Devontae Adams. They're trying to make a little bit of a push. So I know. I was starting to see that. I'm talking about sports, and you guys are talking unicorns, Pokemon, and Monty Python. Hey, I still like those things too. Maybe not the unicorn part, but I still know about Pokemon and Monty Python. Monty Python. It's always KK's uncle and all these other people talking about that type of stuff. Matt Payton says, when you have a debate and people don't understand it, like Stephen A. Smith and First Take talking about the NFL, and you're telling Gordon Ramsay your food is good, and he says it's shit. Yeah, they have the new show with Gordon Ramsay with the kids, and I watched that. And it was pretty good. It's not as good as the other one with the 3 levels. But what do I got here? We got 911, The Neighborhood. Still got Law and Order, Organized Crime that I still need to watch. And then another 911, another Snowpiercer, and the Good Doctor. So I gotta delete some stuff off the DVR real quick. Hold on. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get all these shows recorded. Because I'm 90% full in the DVR. And I have a shitload of stuff on here. It's like movies and TV shows. So I gotta, hold on. I gotta delete like Matt Hardy. One sec. $28-3. How the hell do you come back from that? Yeah, Bill Belichick and Brady. That's how. There's something weird about this Super Bowl. Like I tried to delete it and it won't let me delete it. So it's like, okay, I want to delete you. I don't want to watch you anymore. But then it'll just like the shit freezes when I click on it. Like it doesn't want me to get rid of it. It's like it's got AI. It's like it's got its own thing here. All right. Well, if you want to freeze on me every time I try to delete you, then I guess it's on my DVR forever. It's all good. It's all good in the hood, man. Any conversation that happens, nothing surprises me in the chat anytime. Last time I went to a liquor store, a guy in front of me bought 6 of the lime ones. Really? Well, I may maybe because those are more common to find than the pineapple or the mango. I've tasted a lime one before. It's okay, but I definitely prefer the pineapple and the mango. It tastes better. Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens in it as well. Going to be a lot of trades, a lot of movement, a lot of surprises too. Pete Carroll. Yeah, I think that Pete Carroll and John Schneider need to go. You know what I mean? But they're doing a rebuild, so it is what it is. And at least Russ gets to go somewhere where he can win a Super Bowl. And I'm sick and tired of people saying that Russ is washed and he's not a good player. He's still a great player. To me, he's still a top 3 quarterback. And I'd rather have Russell than Aaron Rodgers any day of the week. Rodgers is great. Rodgers can win MVPs all he wants, but I think Russ is more of a team guy. Russ gives me more Tom Brady vibes than Aaron. Aaron seems like more about himself. He's in his own world, but he's very intelligent. He's very likable to his little circle. But it seems like one's more of a me guy and one's more of a team guy. You know what I mean? Because obviously, if he was such a me guy, maybe take less money, and then maybe Devontae Adams doesn't leave. So, yo, boy Alex in the building. What to do, gang? Evil Empire Patriots, the glory days, 28-3. Yeah, they're just showing all of Matt Ryan's kind of glory days since he got traded to the Colts. And so a lot of the Patriot fans I know that are worried that they haven't been making moves. But as you know, Evil Empire, you'll be fine. You guys will just do the draft. And obviously the only thing you guys are shitty at are drafting wide receivers. Other than that, you guys hit on pretty much everything else. So you guys will be fine. What team do you think would get Hard Knocks this year? Ooh, that is a good question. Colts would be fun. I mean, to see, obviously, but sometimes you don't want to have Hard Knocks there because it's a distraction. I'm trying to think of who I would want to see. Maybe the Raiders. Maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe seeing them. It's that way since Devontae Adams is there, to be able to see the chemistry with Carr and him. But I don't really know who they're going to go. Who they're going to go with. That's a good question though, because I'm always about Hard Knocks. I've watched it every year. The rumors right now that are Tyrann Mathieu has two teams he wants to choose, the Colts or the Cowboys. Well, obviously, if you go to the Cowboys, you got Micah Parsons there. You got Dan Quinn there, so you'll be able to succeed, right? But how far are you going to get with the Cowboys, right? So, I mean, he would look good with the star, but for me, I would rather have him go to the Colts. I mean, you got Darius Leonard there, you got Kwity Paye, you got DeForest Buckner, and then you get someone on the back end there, and you can stay in the AFC. I think he would look more natural in a Cowboys uniform, but I think he would be better on the Colts defense. That would give them that other piece, that would be able to do something. Because with the Cowboys, they can make the playoffs, but they're not going to win a playoff game. The Colts can make the playoffs and win a playoff game. Until they get Sean Payton, though, that's, until that happens and they have Sean Payton and Dan Quinn, then they'll be able to advance. But I don't know. He would look good in a Cowboy uniform. He looked good in a Chief uniform. You know what I mean? But if it sounds like if that's where he's going to go, Cowboys would probably offer more money, but Colts would be the smarter team to go to. See, you tried the pineapple and the lime. Modelo prefer the lime. Yeah? I like the pineapple and the mango. The lime one is okay, but I guess everyone's got their own palate. You know what I mean? Because I can drink IPAs. I can drink Budweiser. I can drink seltzer. I can drink, ciders. I can drink a little bit of everything. I don't really discriminate on that. I'll drink whatever. But yeah, the lime one is okay, but I prefer me the pineapple and the mango personally. No more Maury. You are not the father. You missed that, huh? Still grasping at straws that Matthew somehow re-signed. Yeah. Colts, then the Raiders, Saints, and Ravens. Yeah. Well, the Saints already got Marcus May, so they're out, and the Ravens got their guy. All right, so they're out there too. You know what I mean? Because they ended up getting Marcus Williams. So, I mean, Colts and Cowboys. I mean, I don't know. Come to Tampa Bay at least. You know what I mean? But I know we're not in the running. But we'll see. We will see. Honey Badger Bear would come to Pittsburgh. Minka and Matthew. That would be nice. I don't know. I just kind of see him staying in the AFC, but you never know. So one of my favorite players. I mean, I know he got in a little bit of a tiffy with some of the Chiefs fans, but I mean, the Chiefs fans, 99% of them are fantastic. You rarely see Chiefs fans that are kind of douchey. We had Ben, be kind of douchey, right? And then we had El Jefe, be a little douchey, but other than that, but even El Jefe wasn't really douchey. With him, it was just more being kind of biased. You know what I mean? With Ben, he was just, pretty much saying that he wants me to fail because we put him in timeout and tried calling Sarah some words and hoping that I fail and all this. And, that's coming from a guy that donated money to me too. So, it is what it is. I looked him up on Facebook. I thought maybe he'd be like 15. He's like 30. So you'd think someone that's almost 30 years old would be a little bit better, but it is what it is. You'll like the mango, Holly, especially if you like mangoes in general. The mango and the pineapple are fantastic. Lime, it's lime. There's nothing really spectacular about it, but the lime one is decent. It's pretty good. You know what I mean? But lime will definitely be the third for me. It does the same thing on Spectrum. I still have recordings I finish. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, it just freezes. I don't know, because maybe the file is so big or whatever, but I'm down to 83% now. But it's just weird. Every time I've tried to delete it, it like freezes, and it never does that on any other file. So I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. But Holly's like, oof. Especially if you have to play against him, you know. You got to try it. You got to try it. It's good. It's different type of taste because it's a chelada. So it's a pina picante. All right. So when you drink it, it's pineapple and chili pepper. It's supposedly, but I don't taste any chili. It's not hot or anything like that. So maybe I'll go get a lime one for you guys and I'll drink it so I can, because I've only had the lime one a couple times and I only bought it because I couldn't find the mango and the pineapple, but I already have like 4 mango and 4 pineapple in the fridge. So maybe tomorrow I'll go get the lime and then I can, kind of test that one out and see if I like it better than the other 2. I doubt it, but we'll see. Mitchell Trubisky. He must be better than Matt Ryan. I think Mitch is underrated. I mean, I don't think that he's the future of any team, but if you pair him up, with maybe Kenny Pickett, that's the dream scenario for me, for you guys. Kenny Pickett, Mitchell Trubisky. Trubisky's there for a year or 2. If he fucks up, put in Kenny Pickett. I think it'll be amazing. You already got Pat Freiermuth, who's a fan favorite. Muth, okay? You don't have Juju anymore, no problem. You got Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, Najee Harris. You got Minka Fitzpatrick, TJ Watt. You guys got some studs there, okay? You got some studs there. But on the flip side, with Desmond Ridder, I think that's a perfect matchup with the Colts. So I'm just hoping that some of these guys, and then Malik Willis needs to be on the Panthers. So maybe I'll talk it to an existence, and maybe I can get these teams to listen to me on the channel. And then at number 6, when the Panthers are up, they'll draft Malik. And maybe Kenny Pickett will go to the Steelers, and then maybe we'll get Desmond Ridder on the Colts. And it might really pan out, because if Ridder goes to the Colts and gets mentored, he might be a guy that could last 10 years for the Colts, and they don't got to worry about another guy after, and you get him on the cheap. You know what I mean? And you get mentored by Matt Ryan. He might be that guy, but we don't know yet. Zach ATV in the building. Sup, man? What do you do? Buffalo would be interesting for Hard Knocks, but you don't want distractions, though, either, right? But Buffalo's on the cusp. I wouldn't mind seeing the Niners either. I like watching the Niners play. So we'll see. Beers, baby. All the beers. Oh, yeah. Pineapple beer, baby. All the money going around to all the players. Marcus Mariota, 175 rushing yards, 2 TDs in 2 seasons with the Raiders. 2 years, $18.75 million. Not a lot of money. So we'll see what happens. I mean, they don't have a lot of supporting cast to help him out, but I'm excited to see Marcus play. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a Duck guy. So anytime I can see my Duck players shine, he'll never be as good as Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert, to me, is Hall of Famer. Thibodeau might be a Hall of Famer. But if we can get Mariota to get second chance, if Jameis got a second chance, if Wentz got a second chance, a third chance, why not Marcus Mariota? You know what I mean? Give him a shot. It just sucks that at least it's injuries and he's just not a shitty football player. I can take that. You know what I mean? It's a guy that you can root for. It's not a guy that throws picks all the time like Jameis used to. It's just a guy that gets hurt. I'm rooting for him. Yeah, I know. It will be the Browns. Deshaun Watson. Jameis Winston, as they're showing on here. 2 years, $28 million, well-deserved. $21 million guaranteed. Good quarterback. I'd rather have Jameis than Carson Wentz, even with all the problems that I had with Jameis. 5-2 with him, 4-6 without him. 25 points per game with him, 18.8 without him. TDs, the interceptions, 15 touchdowns, 4 picks with him, 14-9 without him. 97 passer rating without him, 81.3. Pretty good. Pretty good, Saints. You're pretty good with him. And how many games do you think you would have really won with him? 10 games minimum. Kenny Pickett participated in Pittsburgh Pro Day. Pickett. I like some Kenny Pickett. Desmond Ridder, Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis. Remember those names. Corral, not really sold on Corral. Nice throw by Kenny. Kenny would be perfect in a Steeler uniform. Steelers will get Hard Knocks with the Packers. Maybe. I don't think anyone really likes Hard Knocks, though, because it's a distraction. You know what I mean? But sometimes it's cool to see the inside information, for some of your guys. Or those guys that are borderline players that might make the team and they might not. You know what I mean? So I like Hard Knocks. I like watching it. But sometimes you don't want to have your team in it. Oh, of course I will. Of course I will. Anything that you need me to do. If you need me to go get a wig so I can pretend to be Tommy on screen, you know what I mean? If you need me to get a blonde or brown wig and wear it so that way that when you look at me on the screen that you can think a little bit of Tommy, I mean, I'll do what I got to do. I'll go to the wig store for you to make it a little bit easier. All right? Let's show you. Is he leaving, though? He bought a house? Like there? Or what's going on with that? I mean, is he a free agent? Like, what's the deal with Tommy? What's going on here? Because I know it's one of your favorite players, and you love special teams. I love defense. I love offensive line. So we're definitely, in that same kind of group. But I mean, if you need me to get a wig, a brown, long flowing lock wig like that, I mean, I'll do what I got to do to make things a little bit easier for you. Okay. Tommy. Let me take your comment down so that way you can see the name on the jersey there. There we go. We got to make sure we see the full Tommy. Tommy. Is he your favorite player on the team? Sometimes, you can have those guys. Everyone loves Mahomes and everyone loves certain guys, but sometimes, you might like a guy based off their stats or their looks or whatever it is, especially if you're a female fan. I know that's one of those things you probably are, hoping that, he's not going anywhere. But what's the deal? Is he a free agent? Is he leaving? I don't know if that's necessarily true. I used to, watch Reggie Roby and some of those other guys, you know what I mean? And it's one of those things, it's one of the most underrated positions in football with the punter and the kicker, because you can't win football games without them. You got to have a good kicker that can make extra points, and you got to make sure you have guys that can kick field goals. You got to have guys that can be good placeholders that make sure that the football is in a good position for the field goal or the extra point. But when you have a good punter, I mean, having that field position game like Pat McAfee, you got to be able to have a guy that can put it in the 20, hopefully in the 15, the 10, or the 5, or right before, the goal line. And having a guy start off on a drive on the 4-yard line rather than the 20 can help you win a game. So I understand. Yeah, unless they trade him or release him of the contract. You know what I mean? AJ Green. You know what? Yeah, if Tyrann Mathieu goes there, I mean, it kind of fits his personality of going there, but I don't know if he would want to go there, though. He'd definitely be a fan favorite. I mean, there would be a lot of Cowboy fans buying that jersey, though. I tell you that. Your boy Alex, would you say Aaron Donald is a top defensive player of all time? He might be number one all time. Let's be honest. By the time his career is over, if you look at all his stats, and like the only guy that puts up stats like him on the offensive side was like Barry Sanders. 10 years, 10 Pro Bowls, horrible O-line, and he probably would have led the league in rushing and dominated for another 5 to 10 years after that. Desmond Ridder, 12,427 yards, AAC record. Matt Corral, one of 5 quarterbacks with 20-plus passing TDs and 10-plus rushing TDs in 2021. And Malik Willis, 2,857 yards, 27 TDs, and 878 rushing yards and 13 TDs on the ground. Malik Willis, the dual threat. But I think Aaron Donald could be considered number one. I mean, there's other guys out there, Lawrence Taylor and a lot of other guys that are going to be in the conversation. But you could say that Aaron Donald's been the best defensive player since he's been in the league, and he might be the best of all time. So Lawrence Taylor's up. Yeah, but Lawrence Taylor was on cocaine and hookers, though, too. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it's not like PEDs and steroids, but obviously if you're all hyped up on blow and you're playing, I mean, of course, you're probably going to be able to get a few more sack lunches. Yum, 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 Reggie White, Dion, Bob Lilly. Nice name, Bob Lilly drop. Nice. Ed Reed. What about Troy Polamalu? I mean, sometimes you can't really put – I mean, if you're going to put in Ed Reed, I mean, you got to put in Troy Polamalu and Ronnie Lott. I mean, there's a lot of other guys there. Dion, I mean, my favorite guys that aren't on my team, Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Barry Sanders, Bo Jackson, and Dion. Only 94 Dion on Niners. But, yeah, Reggie White was great. Bruce Smith was great. Lawrence Taylor was great. But I think when it's all said and done, Aaron Donald might be considered number one when it's all said and done. I think it's just trying to find the money and the contract and finding the right fit. Some guys are available to go to another team, and I think that's what it is. Speaking of a Ravens fan, the guy right above you, Hybrid, is a Ravens fan. You guys will love each other. Yeah, he wants money, and I can't get the money at this point. Yeah, I don't think that he wanted to leave the Chiefs either, but I mean, he can't get the money that he wants there. Juju's getting a 1-year deal because it's a prove-it deal. So that way that we can see what he does, and then once he gets his 1-year deal, then he'll get the 4-year contract. But he needs to prove that, like I said, if the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, he'll get a 4-year deal after. You know what I mean? But what happens if he ends up getting hurt? You want to make sure that, he's mentally there and not thinking about TikTok, thinking about actually winning Super Bowls. Hybrid, you're telling me something that I already know. It's a next Harrison Smith. It's the next best elite safety in football. You're not telling me anything new. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the draft as well. Big facts. Exactly. A Hard Knocks on the post-Brady Patriots would be good. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. An NCAA yeah, who wasn't, dude? You know what I mean? Who wasn't? I mean, I miss those old NCAA games. That's big facts, dude. Tyrann Mathieu has been really invested in the Casey. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, and I only saw him have that little riff with the fans, and I don't know. It might have been just some of those off fans, the ones that are just, maybe not, maybe not like the hardcore fans that are respectful, but every once in a while you're going to get kind of, douchey fans that maybe are bandwagon or just trolls, and they like to kind of push the players. Or you get the people that come in here that try to, talk shit to Tom or me or, some of the YouTubers out there just to be an asshole. You know what I mean? Winston was a solid replacement. Jameis, baby. I mean, I don't necessarily want him on my team, but, Eddie, I'm telling you, man, any Colts fan, I mean, like I said, I've gotten the last 21 Super Bowls right. The best thing that I am at, besides being a talker and, grinding and, doing the passion and the energy, my voice and the stats and the knowledge, it's film study. Me and reading and film study, that's what I like to do the most. Most people don't like to read, right? And I follow all the teams, not just the Buccaneers. So that gives me a complete edge over everyone else, because I treat every team, even the Lions and the Jets, and the Jags like Tampa Bay. I go really in depth, and I like talent. You know what I mean? I like players. So they might not be a good football team, but they might have good players that I could see on Tampa Bay in the future, or a team that I like. But Ritter is the steal of the draft. To me, he is the steal of the draft, and him listed as the 5th best quarterback is kind of shocking to me. I mean, you got Sam Howell and Matt Corral. I don't like those guys. You know what I mean? I don't like those guys. You know what I mean? I like Kenny Pickett, but he might fail. You know what I mean? If he doesn't go to a team like Pittsburgh, I don't know if he'll succeed. And also Ritter needs to go to a team like the Colts. It's a good fit, and I think Malik Willis to the Panthers. But if you don't go to that right team, or let's say the Texans, pick up one of the guys, I mean, you're going to probably fail. Just like Zach Wilson's struggling right now with the Jets, and Trevor Lawrence is struggling with the Jags. But if they go to another team down the road, then maybe they can succeed. You know what I mean? $60 away from 200. Let's get it, baby. Oh, he's not leaving. He has 1 more year on his rookie contract. Reference to living in Nashville on Instagram. You love him, huh? I saw that you took the picture. Have you got his autograph yet? When you go to games, do you ever holler at him and try to get an autograph or something? Because I imagine that not a lot of people are going to be trying to get, something from the punter. You should ask for his gloves or something. You know what I mean? Next time you go and you got front row seats, see if he'll come over and maybe he can make your dream come true. Maybe get a lock of his hair or something. Have some scissors. Give me some of your hair. You know what I mean? You got to be able to get something there. Yeah, I like punters and kickers a lot. Air in the building. What to do? Tommy's mom is nice. You're I just need a little bit of his hair, a little bit of that DNA. I need a glove, something. You know what I mean? An armband, a wristband. I mean, especially if it's a punter, that's not going to be someone like Patrick Mahomes getting hollered at by 2 million people. I imagine there'll be less than 5 people, trying to talk to Tommy Townsend. You know what I mean? So, Air, my boy, how are you, dude? Holly Hundo, bang, $20. Regardless of the fate of Tommy Townsend, I had to give a donut contributor to Ryan, getting a wig and wearing it on the stream. Yeah, I think my girlfriend's got a few, but I would have to go and get one myself that fits better. If I'm gonna have the flowing locks, I need to do my own wigs. I got to go in there, get a blonde one. I can be like Surfer Orion. I can be like Trevor Lawrence, and then I can do like a brown one or a black one. Be a little Ozzy Osbourne. You know what I mean? So if I get them, I'll probably buy like three, like a blonde, a brown, and a black, depending on my mood. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, Holly. Thank you so much. $20 dono from the GOAT, Holly Hundo. Appreciate you. 160 in donos, baby. We only need 40 more. Let's go. Chris Godwin, 3 years, $60 million, baby. $40 million guaranteed. For a guy that tore his ACL, have you ever seen someone with that much demand as Chris Godwin? You know what I mean? It's like, it was crazy. Like, everyone wanted him, and they didn't give a shit that he was injured. Like, oh, your leg fell off? Fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, I can't imagine my team without Chris Godwin. And when I watched him at Penn State, I could tell he could be a top 10 wide receiver. It was going to take time. And sometimes he plays better than Mike Evans. Like, honestly, on a game-to-game basis, Godwin's a little bit more consistent than Evans. But Evans can get hot in the red zone and score 2 or 3 touchdowns. But I'm just like in like joy right now, knowing that I'm going to have those two. And if I had him, I think we would have won the Super Bowl. I really think that. Not having him in AB really fucking sucked. And then obviously Ryan Jensen and Tristan Wirfs getting hurt at the worst fucking possible time. Juju, I see you. NFL Network has stopped doing Matt Ryan games, and now we're seeing a little bit of the free agents. Why does Juju still have Pittsburgh on his Twitter or Instagram? I know I saw that as of a couple days ago, but I don't know if he updated it finally. I hope he did. Riggs, bang! $5. Appreciate you. Should Pittsburgh draft Pickett this year or wait till next year's draft and get a quarterback? We've addressed most of our problems in free agency. We need a corner. Right, but you can always get a corner. I mean, there's Sauce Gardner and there's there's a few other guys that are in the draft. Like, okay, if you're looking at guys in the draft, right, and you're looking at good pieces, I can go over some of the pieces with you, right? So if you're looking at like corners, there's a Derek Stingley Jr. from LSU. Insane. He could be like Jamal Adams at safety. They went to LSU together, not at the same time, but Stingley is great, right? Ahmad Gardner, Sauce Gardner, Cincinnati, same team that had who? Desmond Ridder, right? Sauce Gardner, Ahmad Gardner, great. Look at him, okay? Andrew Booth Jr., corner from Clemson. He's very good too. So, I mean, it all depends on where you want to go. Trent McDuffie from Washington. You can go that route also. I'm just trying to think of other guys. Who else can I think of? That might be like a first rounder. That might be it. But those are the main ones. But I think Sauce Gardner, I mean, he hasn't given up a touchdown, I think in his like collegiate career. I mean, he's nuts, right? But if you get Pickett, it's a good insurance plan. And Mitchell Trubisky's only for a year or two. And if Pickett's the guy, you can have him, or you can just go Mitchell Trubisky, go for one of the corners, and then the quarterback class next year will be better. So, yeah, you can definitely skip on Pickett this year. You don't have to get him. You don't have to. You know what I mean? But if he falls in your lap, it could be a good – like imagine if Pickett is a guy that you can have for 10 years. You know what I mean? And if you pass on him and someone else gets him, I mean, Mitchell Trubisky's good for like a year or two. You can make the playoffs, but you're not winning a Super Bowl with Mitchell Trubisky, right? I think we can all agree to that. There we go. My boy, Cyberpunk 53, bang! $40. Let's go. We're over 200 now. Yeah! Let's go. Holly Hundo starting it off with the Dono train, $20. Having problems with the Cash App? No problem. She'll donate on here. Riggs, my boy, my NASCAR stud, all right, hooking me up, getting me to $165. And then now, boom, any more Cash Apps? Yes, there is. We just got one. My boy, Cyberpunk 53, always coming into the clutch. Thank you, brother. Boom, 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 boom. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Cyberpunk 53 coming in the clutch, man. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you just need that guy to come in the clutch. It's always Holly Hundo. And now Riggs is one of those regulars right there. Thank you so much, dude. Cyberpunk 53 with a 68 and a 40 today on the Cash App. Eagles John with a tenner earlier too. Shout out. Shout out. Oh, and we had a Marcos Pineda donation earlier on too. $5 on the Cash App. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you. There we go. 5 from Marcos, $10 from Eagles John, $68 from Cyberpunk 53, and a 40 from Cyberpunk 53. Thank you so much. Let's go. Where does that put us at? 210? I think that puts us at 210 now. Let's go. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate you. Let's go. 40 more to 250. Let's get it, baby. All right, now you have some more beer. I'm going to check out to see what's on the DVR if I have to delete anything. But I appreciate you guys. I apologize I wasn't able to hop on yesterday. Like I said, it's sometimes I just need to have a little family time, or I need to sleep or do laundry, or you got other things sometimes. You know how it goes. Sometimes you got other things that you got to do. But like I said, I'm going to try to record almost every day. But sometimes when you have a day off, like last week, it was a little bit. Normally I don't like taking 2 or 3 days off in a week. That's too much for me. Like I want to do at least 5 streams a week, if not 6. But you know how that goes. Sometimes shit comes up. So obviously in the news, we obviously knew about Matty Ice, obviously going to the Colts, which I love that move. And I know me and Sarah were talking to each other this morning, as well as my boy Preston Swaggy P. I love it. It's a little bit better of a move right now than going with the Phillip Rivers for 1 year. But this is a Band-Aid. This is not going to be long-term. Desmond Ridder pairing up with him would be fantastic, but you do need wide receivers and tight ends. You will go to the playoffs this year, guaranteed, just like you did with Phillip Rivers, and you might even beat the Titans for the number 1 spot in the AFC South. Marcus Mariota, a guy that we didn't know if he ever would get a shot to be a starter ever again, but he played pretty good when Derek Carr injured his groin and looked good. So he gets an opportunity to be the Falcons' quarterback. I'm not sure if that's the best destination for him, but at least he gets reunited with someone that he was with in Tennessee. And now he gets an opportunity to show that maybe I can do something. Maybe I won't be a great quarterback, but at least a decent quarterback, a top 20 quarterback. And I'm rooting for him. Oregon Ducks all day through and through. I'm rooting for him. I hope that he ends up playing well. And then Jameis Winston, famous Jameis Winston. We knew the only destination for a guy that does weird exercises on the internet and the interwebs would be going back to the team that he played for already. Got a good contract for a couple years. Jameis Winston, famous Jameis, going back to the Saints. And that's really the only team that he could go to because he wasn't going to be a fit for Indianapolis whatsoever. Zach Pascal going from the Colts to the Eagles, making a little bit of a move. They still need a little bit more. They got the Hassan Reddick thing going, but they need a little bit more, but at least it gives them another wide receiver. And then we talked about Halo, the series, going to be coming on Paramount, and we're going to be able to take a look at that. And hopefully that ends up being a good TV show. I'm going to check it out. I never was really big into Halo, the video game, but I had a lot of friends that were. But this live action series looks kind of cool. I'm definitely going to check it out. Bang! Holly Hundo. All right, now I need to read this and take this thing down. And now I got to go and put. All right, let's put this up. All right. So I did holler at Tommy Tunstown at the AFC Championship game. My dad and I were in the front row. Tommy was right in front of me. He smiled really big and gave me a heart hand emoji. He kept looking at me during the game. It's personal. Uh-oh. Holly, are you gonna get married now? What's going on here? Do I see a date coming in the future? I mean, it's probably flattering for him too, because he probably doesn't have a lot of people that, show him love. You know what I mean? Like, he's the punter, you know what I mean? He's like the forgotten guy. Kickers and punters always getting forgotten, especially, place holders, punters, and kickers. That's cool that you have that appreciation for him, whether it's just his lovely locks or you just like him as a punter and, as a position that's kind of not appreciated. That's awesome. You got to try to be able to work your magic a little bit. See, now, if you were with me, and I was in the front row with you, I would have been like, Tommy, come over here, buddy. You know what I mean? I would have been able to get you something because I'm always vocal with the players. And whenever I go to a sporting event, you know what I mean? I would have been able to hook you up with something. I would have got you a lock of hair. I would have got you an armband or a glove. I bet you I would have been able to get you a glove. You know what I mean? I'd be like, Tommy, I was like, dude, number 1 fan right here. I was like, can you spare a glove? and make someone's life, dream come true. I imagine that, some guys are hesitant, but I mean, come on, dude. If you're going to really holler at a punter and the punter's not going to hook you up, I mean, come on, dude. Hook somebody up. I mean, someone's giving you the attention that obviously likes you. Bang! $20, Holly Hundo. That's awesome that you ended up trying, You gotta try. You gotta try. Your boy Alex, would you rather take Lamar or Dak? You already know I like both of those guys more than Kyler Murray. I think Kyler Murray is an amazing talent, but he just sucks in November and December. Oh, man, that's close. I think I would go Dak, just because I'm not a hater of the Cowboys or Dak Prescott or Jerry Jones. I try to look at it just being right down the middle, like who I think that would win more games for me. And I think Dak Prescott, under the right system, has gotten better and better and better. Lamar has got the MVP. Lamar can run, obviously better than Dak. I get it, right? But the throwing ability of Dak is better than Lamar to me. Lamar can throw the football, but he always goes through his first progression and then takes off. Maybe first possession, second progression, and then takes off. He rarely goes through, okay, Mark Andrews is covered, Hollywood Brown is covered. Let me look at my third option. It never gets to that point. And he's a little bit just antsy. And I want him to stay in the pocket a little more. Now, if he learns how to stay in the pocket, then I'll go Lamar over Dak. But if he never learns to stay in the pocket, I'm going to go Dak over Lamar any day. And that might not be by popular opinion, but I'm not one of those guys that's like a fucking talking head on ESPN. I'm going to tell you based on the film and what I've seen year in and year out. And Dak had a lot of problems in the red zone, and he's gotten better on third down as well. So I think that, that's just my personal opinion. Lamar and Kyler are more popular. You know what I mean? But imagine if Lamar was on the Cowboys, he'd be hated on too. You know what I mean? Anybody you put on the Cowboys is going to be hated. Just like Romo, Dak. You can put any player there. Kyler. People would be shitting on him if he was on the Cowboys. I mean, that's just how it goes. Well, Hybrid's like, Lamar, well, that's your guy. That's a bias thing. Riggs says Lamar. I go Dak. So I was wearing his jersey in the front row, and I think he appreciated that. Awesome. Hey, a glove, though. Hey, I got scissors. He won't be paying attention. You distract him. I go from behind. You blow him kisses, right? You blow him the kiss. I do a little snippy snip. I got the little plastic bag. Boom. DNA, hair. We frame it with the jersey. Game over. Boom. We make it happen. We could be like the tag team. All right, you tag me in. Boom. You distract him. All right, blow some kisses his way. Boom. Scissors, lock of hair. Game over. we can make it happen. We can make it happen. Yeah. Well, of course. How many people actually have a jersey, of a punter or kicker in general? It's a rare thing. Like even my boy Swaggy P, I think he's got a Vinatieri jersey. Like there's just not very many fans that have a kicker or punter jersey, period. So shout out to you for being different and actually showing love to people that need to be shown that love, like I do with defensive players and O-linemen. You don't see that on YouTube or in general. I mean, like how many guys do you know that are defensive guys first rather than offensive guys? It's rare. I might be the only one on YouTube. I don't know anyone else that likes defense and O-line more than offense. You know what I mean? But also, too, Riggs, Lamar has had better coaching and supporting cast, to me. You know what I mean? Because obviously they've failed at the head coach. They haven't had a good head coach over in Dallas in a long, long time. They got Dan Quinn, and that's, kind of, fix the defense a little bit there. And you got Micah Parsons, which was a great draft pick. But the Ravens have had more stability for Lamar, from day one with Harbaugh and everyone that they got around him. And Mark Andrews, obviously, is a top 3 tight end in the league. So, right. But everyone's got their own opinions, though. Dante Fowler, he kind of gets injured, so I don't know what you're going to get from him. And James Washington, he's going to be a guy that's like 3rd, 4th, 5th string. I don't really know what he's going to do for them, but at least it gives them another weapon. It doesn't really help you with the Amari Cooper situation, but, it is what it is. Well, you got to think, though, it's not like Lamar is lights out every game. If you get to Lamar, he's not really a natural passer. He's more of a run first, throw second kind of guy. But he did start to throw first, run second this year, which I like to see because you saw Hollywood Brown's stats go up, and I have him in fantasy. So I always follow certain people to watch how they play and go through progressions. And I would just like Lamar to be a little bit better on third down, but he's kind of got happy feet. Watch the games. I mean, Lamar's great. Don't get me wrong. He's a top 10 quarterback. I like Lamar and Dak more than Kyler, right? But I'm just saying for guys getting better each year, Lamar's got the potential to be a top 5 quarterback in the league. But then you're going to have to compete with guys like Josh Allen, Herbert, and Burrow, and I don't think he's better than those guys. You know what I mean? But I think there's opportunities where he could be, but he needs to get better and better and work on his game. And Dak, to me, has gotten better and better and better every year. Look at Dak a few years ago, compared to Dak like last year and some of the, things that he does on the field. Yeah, maybe some of the offensive linemen in the running game is booty and some of the wide receivers don't do their job. Defense normally sucks, but this year that was good. You know what I mean? But that's just kind of my feeling, towards it. Because I don't like to be biased. I just look at the talent level. You know what I mean? That's just me personally. They're right there with each other, though. Yeah, Pat McAfee. A little snippy snip. Yep. And then we get the memorabilia. We get the hair. Frame it, baby. We can make it happen. Yep. Underappreciated guys, you know what I mean? And it's just, you got to be able to give those guys the proper love for sure. Yeah. And like I said, usually even with kickers too, maybe not so much with punters, but with kickers, you miss one or two and then you're hated forever. You know what I mean? You can be either a hero or a zero. I mean, it's crazy on how much like the kickers, the pressure on a kicker, like you think quarterbacks, get criticized a lot. I mean, the kickers get criticized more than any player out there. You know what I mean? It's like, it's really tough to be a consistent kicker and even to be a good punter nowadays doesn't get the proper love. Your boy Alex, Wagner, Matthew, Micah. Well, Dallas's defense is already good. We've already seen what they can do. And obviously they had Van Der Esch and a few other people. But the thing is, it's the coaching. And McCarthy fucking sucks. And Kellen Moore, was probably going to be a head coach. And now he's got to work probably for 5 years to kind of get back the reputation that he lost by doing that fucking stupid ass draw against the Niners. So. You were jumping up and down. NFL lowlights. Peace, my brother. Yeah, I imagine those front row seats were amazing, huh? Must have been fun. Right. That's true. You know what I mean? It's not like you're getting a lot of time out there as a punter or a kicker too. And then when they fuck up, it just gets magnified like forever. Like right now, like if you were going to tell like a poll to even hardcore fans, who's the best punter in the league right now? You know what I mean? Like, could you even name like the top 5 punters in the league? I don't think many people could. You know what I mean? Because it's like one of those like positions that doesn't really get a lot of love. Like for kickers, it's a little bit easier to go through some of the kickers, that are great in this league. I think I might even have a few pictures of like, some of the kickers here. So obviously we got like Harrison Butt Kicker, you got him. He's definitely up there. And obviously we saw old boy in the Bengals, do what he did as a rookie and he's fucking money. You know what I mean? So it's like, Koo from the Falcons. I mean, there's certain ones that definitely stand out, but with obviously the punters, you don't really get that same kind of that feeling. You know what I mean? Punters want to be looked at like this. You know what I mean? Like the quarterbacks get looked at. Look at John C. Riley looking up. That's Holly that's Holly right there looking at Tommy, right? Is that you on the bottom? John C. Riley is her. And then she's in the front row. She's looking at him. It's like, hi, Tommy. Can I have your hair, please? Please. Tommy. I bet that was pretty sweet, though. Anytime you can have an interaction with, one of your favorite players. I mean, I remember when I met Ken Griffey Jr. at 7 and I met Koufax at 10, and that was incredible. Like, I was just like, I remember there was like a cloth on the table when I met Ken Griffey Jr. and I slid it forward on my hand to remember that memory of like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. And I knew how big of a moment that was, even at 7 years old. So Who the Jets going to get at quarterback? Your boy Alex. They got Zach Wilson, brother. They're going to stick with him for the next probably 5 to 10 years, brother. All right, NFL lowlights. Front row seats were amazing, but as you know, Chiefs lost to the Bengals. If it weren't for Tommy paying attention to me, it would have. Yeah, I bet. Your boy Alex, you don't know football, bro. If you don't think he's that good, why is he not good? It's because he's on the fucking Jets. You don't have the proper coaching. You don't have the proper offensive line, running backs, defense. So if you really think that, you put Zach Wilson on the 49ers, how far do you think they can go? If you put Trevor Lawrence on a crappy Jags team on the 49ers, how far do you think they go? They can make NFC Championship game with guys like that because they already have the supporting cast there. So that's a horrible hot take, bro. You know what I mean? You obviously don't know football if you think Zach Wilson is not that good. You know what I mean? They have good quarterbacks in this draft class, but like I said, you got the Jags, horrible team, not a good supporting cast. Jets, horrible supporting cast. Okay, but that doesn't mean that those guys are bad. Justin Fields on a team that's a little bit better with the Bears, showed flashes, but didn't really have the supporting cast to do a lot. Didn't have the rapport with Allen Robinson. Now he's on the Rams. Mooney was your favorite target, and he actually showed out a little bit, but Cole Kmet at tight end fucking sucks. Defense fucking for the Bears sucks. All right, Mac Jones is a product of New England, and he could only succeed on the Niners or New England with a good supporting cast. And then we haven't even seen Trey Lance and Trey Area to see what he could do. So I think that's a horrible hot take for you, bro. I think that he might end up being very good, but he might not be on that team to show his skill set. He might have to go to another team. But Zach Wilson's got a good arm, and if he goes to a good team, like if he's on the Niners, I mean, he's going to be better than Jimmy G, in my opinion. You know what I mean? He might even be better than Trey Lance. So you just got to be able to have the right supporting cast. You just can't have a guy like a Michael Jordan figure, on the Jets, and then just think that he's going to be able to carry the team on his back. It's a team game, man, not a me game. Come on, yo boy Alex. Horrible hot take. Horrible. Yeah. Come on, bro. Yeah, he was there for a long, long time, huh? Yeah, anyone that gets drafted at the bottom, it's like, Trevor Lawrence is a winner. And yeah, you're like a horrible football team. That's not all on him. Do you have an offensive line? Do you have good wide receivers? Do you have good coaches? Is the defense helping you at all? And if the answer is no, what the fuck do you expect from a guy that got picked like first and second overall? The reason they got picked so high because the fucking team blows. Okay? Come on, dude. But it's a team game, not a me game. You know what I mean? If you ended up putting, I guarantee, Zach Wilson or Trevor Lawrence, like on the Niners, and you put him where Trey Lance got picked, or, even on a team like the Bears that was a little bit better, you would have been able to see those guys shine a little bit. And if you go back and look at history, some guys that start off as rookies play like shit. Go look at Peyton Manning's stats his rookie year. He was horrible. You know what I mean? You throw like a lot more picks and touchdowns sometimes, even as a Hall of Fame quarterback, but you need to have people help you out. And coaching is everything. I mean, you had Urban Meyer. He was kicking the players. He didn't even know who Aaron Donald or Debo was. All right. Of course, you're not going to succeed with Trevor Lawrence there. And Zach Wilson's on the Jets. I mean, it's just like the Detroit Lions. What do you expect from them? I mean, it's like if you don't have the proper pieces there, you're never going to succeed. And some teams are cursed. Come on, you boy, Alex. Zach Wilson actually has a lot of potential. So does Trevor Lawrence. But it might not be until they get to the next team. If they get, move on after their rookie contract and they go somewhere else. But, I mean, if you put Zach Wilson on the Steelers or Trevor Lawrence on the Steelers, do you think they're going to be as shitty as they were on the Jags and Jets? Fuck no. No, they're going to make mistakes, but they're going to have some, good games too because they have good weapons around them. Think about it. It's all about coaching and supporting cast, brother. Come on, man. Justin Tucker, yeah, he's my favorite. He's my favorite kicker. I draft him in fantasy every year. At least I try to. Exactly. Exactly. Not the best. I mean, anyone that goes there, and it could have been Mac Jones or Justin Fields or Trey Lance, all of them are going to suck there. It's just not a good spot. You know what I mean? It's not a good organization to get drafted by. You have so many holes there. You know what I mean? It's going to take a long time to get good. Yeah. You going to run out on the field and give Kelsey a big hug? Yeah, but you got to look on who they had. Joe Burrow had Jamar Chase. You know what I mean? You got to look at like the defense. And a lot of times, if you look at the Bengals, the reason the Bengals got good is because of the supporting cast and the defensive guys they picked up. So you got to do your research, Alex. I mean, you got to go there and you got to look at the draft, the free agents. You got to look on who's the team. It's not just Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. It's a lot more than that. They had the T. Higgins. All right. You ended up having Joe Mixon. You ended up having a defense that you actually started to build. So if you have to look at all the pieces, the coaching staff, everything through and through. With the Browns have never been good. You know what I mean? They've already been cursed. You know what I mean? The Bengals are one of those teams that we didn't see it coming. All right, but if you actually look at the defensive pieces that they picked up in free agency, there were a lot of mid-level guys, but they played good together. But the big one was Trey Hendrickson. If they didn't have T-Rex from the Saints, all right, then they probably wouldn't have had the success that they had. So it's more than that. Zach Wilson hasn't, if you put Zach Wilson on the Bengals, I mean, he's going to have some success there with all the weapons around him. I mean, does Zach Wilson have Joe Mixon? Does Zach Wilson have a Jamar Chase? Fuck no. Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, I would like to see Trevor on a better team. If Trevor was on the Niners, I mean, all this like narrative of how and it's funny because the quarterbacks always get like the blame, you know what I mean? But it's like, okay, what's their O-line look like? What's the coaching staff look like? Do they have anyone that's actually good, like at calling plays? What's the defense look like? Like, it's more than just the quarterback. There's not a lot of guys that you could put, like if you put Patrick Mahomes on the Jets or the Jags, realistically, how many wins are you getting? If you keep the roster the way that it is, which sucks, okay, and you're in a tough division, Mahomes helps you win more than maybe Trevor Lawrence or Zach Wilson, but you're not making the playoffs. You know what I mean? You're going to make the wide receivers better because you're Patrick Mahomes, but one single guy, if he's considered the best in the NFL, still, even a Josh Allen on that team, or whoever you think is one of the best guys right now, Russell Wilson, Aaron, if you're on a shit football team, I mean, you're going to cap out at probably like 5 or 6 wins. You're not going to get any more than that based off playing all the other teams that have complete teams. It's facts. The Browns. Well, I don't know. Maybe the Seahawks won them. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, Baker, I think to me, like these Oklahoma guys, you know what I mean? Maybe it's like they have the shit talking and the swag, but obviously Baker is overrated. Kyler is overrated. And Jalen Hurts might be the best one, with potential to be a team guy where people actually play hard for him. I think people give up on Baker and Kyler because they think they're bigger than the team. And if you have this like attitude about you that you're so much better than everyone else, and you're not willing to be a team guy and put in the reps and do things, then, even though Jalen Hurts talent-wise is nowhere near Baker or Kyler, but maybe he's more of a team guy. Maybe he can go further with the Eagles, and I think he can. So that's just my personal opinion. Here's a hot take. Well, your other hot take with Zach Wilson was horrible. So you're definitely in friendship probation right now. So now you're going to have to work your way up to get back on my good side now. Here, let me see this hot take. Aaron Rodgers and Von Miller are overpaid. Agreed. All right, so now you're off friendship probation. I don't think anyone thinks any differently. Rodgers is an MVP. He could have took less money, but Von Miller, 6 years, $120 million. He can't even play 6 years. He's got like a year or two. So I don't know. I mean, obviously he's not going to complete that contract, but for him to get that type of initial contract, just, okay. You know what I mean? But I'll tell you what, Von Miller on the Bills can help them win the Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers to the Packers can make them better than Kurt Benkert or any of the backups that they got. So at least they can be decent. They might be able to win the division still, even though the Vikings are coming. Okay. You know what I mean? But Von Miller still can help a team win a Super Bowl. He proved it with the Rams. And I think right now, if they get a running back, the Bills might go to the Super Bowl next year. They maybe go this year. You know what I mean? But it's going to be hard with the Chiefs and the Chargers and the Denver Broncos and a few of these other teams. They're going to come after them, the Bengals. But the Bills are right on the cusp. They've been so close. They just haven't been able to get over the hump over the Chiefs, right? But if they get a stud running back, I'm telling you, that'll be the missing piece. Once they get someone better than Zach Moss, and then obviously Devin Singletary, they got rid of Breida and they brought in Duke Johnson, but they all are average. You know what I mean? Like, they need someone better, and I hope that they listen. Otherwise, they're never going to win a Super Bowl or even get to one. Broncos, Chargers. Broncos is believable. Chargers could be, but we don't want to jump the gun. People always think the Chargers are going to win the division every year or be good, but they are cursed with an injury curse. And it seems like they never can put it together. And now they got Khalil Mack and they got J.C. Jackson, but that doesn't mean that Khalil Mack will stay healthy. And you're still going against the Broncos, and you're still going against, the Chiefs, and we'll see what the Raiders do. And there's still going to be the Bengals and the Ravens and the Patriots. There'll be other teams. So I don't know. I don't know if it'll be Broncos Chargers. That would be amazing because I love my boy Herbert a lot. And I know the Chargers are coming. The Chargers could be the Bengals of this season. It could happen. Herbert's going to get the love, but I don't know if it'll be next year. Bills are good, right? Bills, Chiefs, and Broncos seem like the ones, but the surprise team, like the Bengals were this year, could be the Chargers. I totally agree. Like I said, I'm a Herbert guy. You know what I mean? I follow that team through and through. You know what I mean? But it's like the defense is what let them down. They got Eckler. They got Mike Williams back. They got Keenan Allen. They got, obviously a good offensive lineman with Rashawn Slater, Asante Samuel Jr. on the back end with Derwin James, paired up with Khalil Mack, J.C. Jackson, and they got Joey Bosa. But what thing? They always get hurt. All their guys get hurt except for Herbert. So you just got to pray that all the guys don't get hurt. And, of course, they can get far, but it seems like impossible. Like they always find a way to get hurt. So that's just my feeling. And that's facts. They're cursed with injuries, bro. I hate it. You know what I mean? It's like the Lions are cursed just for their franchise. The Browns have always been cursed until they get the big name. Now they got Watson. But the Chargers are like the best football team with like talent that never gets it done. They always underwhelm. They always are like, they got the names to be big, and they always just fall flat on their face. And it's usually the defense. You know what I mean? Like Joey Bosa is great, but he gets hurt all the time. Derwin James is a top 5 safety, but he gets hurt all the time. Khalil Mack probably won't stay healthy. J.C. Jackson might be the only one. You know what I mean? And like they need all of them to stay healthy in like that 1 year together. And I'm not sure that might be too much to ask. So we'll see. John Cena and Undertaker. You think the Bengals are the AFC favorite until proven otherwise? Well, they improved their offensive line tenfold already. Alex Kappa is a fucking beast, okay? He's from my Buccaneers. I would know. I hate losing him. You know what I mean? He was one of my best offensive linemen. They got La'el Collins from the Cowboys, and they picked up another guy too. So they got 3 guys already, and they might still be addressing it. They're going to be nasty. You got Joe Mixon, and then you end up getting T-Rex still there. You still got the weapons at wide receiver. Burrow is a stud. You know what I mean? But normally after a Super Bowl, there's a drop-off a team that loses. But maybe the Bengals can put it together, but most of the time, history tells us that there's a little bit of a drop-off, but we'll see. We will see. I love Burrow. I mean, this is my ratings right now as far as like quarterbacks, and I'm not talking about really Deshaun Watson or Brady because I think they're top 10 also. But right now, if I'm putting quarterbacks, I'm going, you got Mahomes, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen, Herbert, Burrow, then you got, Dak, Kyler, Lamar, not all in that same order, right? And then you got Brady and Deshaun Watson in that mix too. And then after the top 10, then you got guys like Carr, Cousins, Tannehill, like 11, 12, 13, after that, in that mix. But I think Josh Allen, Herbert, and Burrow are the future of the league. Mahomes will get older, and he'll still be up there in the top 4. But when Russell Wilson and Rodgers are gone, I mean, it's Josh Allen, Burrow, Herbert. They're going to take over the league, those 3 with Mahomes being a little older. Those will be the 4 best quarterbacks. I don't know if anyone else will be on those guys' levels. Josh Allen, Herbert, and Burrow are the truth. You know what I mean? I like those 3, Herbert, Burrow, and Allen, more than Dak, Kyler, and Lamar. I think those guys are 10 times better than those 3. And it's not a race thing like white versus black. It just so happens that some of those guys are white quarterbacks and the other guys are black quarterbacks. I don't think it has anything to do with it. I'm just looking at the skill set, the intelligence, the arm, the team that they have around them. Right? I think that Dak is improved, but they need a little bit more improvement. Kyler needs to improve a little bit more. Same thing with, obviously, Lamar Jackson. They need to improve a little bit more, and then they can be on the same level as Josh Allen and obviously Herbert and obviously Joe Burrow. But I think you're going to see those other guys go further along, and obviously they have better teams around them too. Justin Jefferson is better than Diggs. I think we already know that. So is Jamar Chase. Both of them are already top 5 wide receivers in the league. Diggs is top 10, but he's not Justin Jefferson good, and he's not Jamar Chase good. Yeah, we already know Burrow's the truth. I think they're equal. I'm not sure if necessarily Chase is better than Jefferson. And if you think about it, Chase has Burrow throwing to him. Jefferson has Cousins. So obviously one's got a better quarterback than the other. Burrow's much better than Cousins, even though Cousins is good. But if you had Burrow throwing to Justin Jefferson, you're going to get the same kind of stats. You know what I mean? Yeah, no one likes Eli Apple. Absolutely. All right, well, we got, let's see here, 7 minutes till 3 hours and 30 minutes. So what are we sitting at on the donos right now? Do we know what we're at, Sarah? Let me check the Cash App. I don't think we have anything there. But what did we hit? We're at 123 on the Cash App. What's our number right now? Because normally I go for, 3 to 5 hours. We're at 3 hours and 23 minutes. It's 9:53 right now. And I could still go for, another 7 minutes, to make it 3 hours and 30 minutes, or we can go for 37 minutes and try to hit the 4 hour mark. It's kind of up to you guys. If TJ keeps playing like he is, there's a good possibility he catches up to JJ and surpasses him. I agree. But it all depends on the health and what TJ keeps doing. That's facts. All right, brother. All right, I need to see something here. I got some boring football thing on right now. Let me go to baseball maybe. Reds and Cubs. Is that from today? Yeah. All right, let me give you some baseball. Until I forgot baseball is kind of back in the loop now. I already think the Niners are the third best team in the NFC, even if it is Trey Lance. I think they're better than the Packers. Like I said, there's going to be other surprise teams out there, and we're going to have to see. You know what I mean? But I like the Rams 1, Buccaneers 2. And I could say Buccaneers 1, but I'm not going to be just like this homer. You know what I mean? I'll go Rams 1. I'll give them respect since they won the Super Bowl. And they got Cooper Kupp and Stafford. They're amazing. We got Brady. I still have a few holes that I need to shore up. We'll see what we get in free agency in the draft. Bucks 2. And then I got Niners 3. Even over the Packers. You lost Devontae Adams, but the Niners have proven that they can get to an NFC championship game when people doubt them all the time. So, top 15. Top 15 this year or top 15 all time? What are we talking about? Top 15 quarterback? I mean, we got to see what wide receivers and tight ends that you get, but you're going to make the playoffs. So, I mean, if you're a playoff team, you'll be one of the top 15 quarterbacks. I mean, you're not going to be top 10, but normally Matt Ryan is going to be somewhere between 15 and 20. But if you guys get good wide receivers and tight ends, 15 could be attainable. Your boy Alex says no, but, I mean, are the Colts going to make the playoffs? Yes. If the Phillip Rivers made it, you're going to make it with Matt Ryan. All right, because they got the running game, they got the defense, they got the coaching staff, they need wide receivers, and obviously tight ends. But Matt Ryan's better than Carson Wentz. So, I don't know. It's a good question. Julio Jones at Tampa, I hope. Maybe Green Bay, maybe the Colts. I mean, as long as you're not overpaying, that's really the big part of it. Yeah, AFC is ruthless, dude. You know what I mean? Like and then the thing is, once Brady leaves, I need to make sure I keep myself pretty good. Because if we're not, then it's just going to be the Rams and the Niners. For how long? Like those two teams are set up for long-term longevity, and the Packers could get some wide receivers and be in that mix. But I think most people think the Rams and the Niners are more reliable. So it's like after the Buccaneers have this year with Brady, if I don't get a good replacement, I mean, we might be seeing the Rams and the Niners year in and year out, with maybe a little bit of Packers in there, but I can't really count on Green Bay or Aaron. Yeah, I know people are talking about that. All right, so we need $20 to get to $250. And I think once we get to that number, maybe we'll call it a night. So maybe $20 more to $250. So I'll stream. So we got 3 minutes to go to 3 hours and 30 minutes, or I'll go 33 minutes in and we'll make it a clean 4 hours. $230, good number. 20 more to hit the goal. And we can call that because I don't expect us to get to 300 with a $70 dono unless one of the goats does it. But if we hit 20, I think that's realistic. We can get there. If we do get 70 to get to 300 or more, that's fantastic. But I wouldn't expect that. We got the Cubs 1. We got the Cincinnati Reds 0, top of the 5th. I love watching baseball. I'm glad baseball is back. They got Camping World, the Truck Series. I wish they would just replay the NASCAR race so I can watch that. Blazers at Pistons. Yeah, plus I want to be able to try to watch a little TV with the GF too. So it's coming back. We'll see what he does. I mean, I imagine he'll have a pretty good year. Now, obviously, if you came in a little bit late, into the stream, we're just chilling, we're hanging out. We're talking about Matt Ryan going to the Colts. I know that my girl Sarah is very, very happy, so I'm glad that we got that deal done. Marcus Mariota going to the Falcons. That's good news for Atlanta, to try to at least get someone that's not Baker Mayfield or Jimmy G. Jameis Winston, famous Jameis, going to the Saints. Pascal going to the Eagles, a good pickup for them, not paying too much. And then we were talking about the Halo streaming series, so we'll see how that goes as well. But other than that, there we go. Riggs, thank you, brother. $20 for my boy Riggs. We hit 250. Nice. Thank you so much, dude. If it wasn't for you and Cyber and Holly, we would have not hit a good number today. So sometimes if you have those goats that step up, thank you so much. And I know you're more of a NASCAR guy more than like a football guy, but I really do appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, man. It really helps. And lots of times when we get the donations, I can end up giving back to some of the fans too, get the bills paid. And like I said, I'm not doing any other job. This is my full-time job. So like I said, it's really imperative and crucial to try to, see if I can maximize the donos as much as possible every day with all the bills and everything that I got going on. So thank you so much, dude. Riggs. Because I think the Vikings are an NFC team people are overlooking. I think they might even win the division. Hot take, maybe. I agree. I like the Vikings a lot, actually, and I think that they could make the playoffs. The thing is you got the Saints and the Buccaneers. It's Eagles and Cowboys. Maybe you'll only get one there. Then you're going to get probably Rams, Cardinals, right, and the Niners there, right? So you got to kind of look at the teams like where are you going to get the wins? And you assume Green Bay, but if Green Bay gets leaped, that's going to be Vikings. But if they got to be able to put it all together, and they got the Rams OC as their head coach, which I love, Kevin O'Connell. So I wouldn't be shocked. You got Dalvin Cook, you got Justin Jefferson, you got Adam Thielen. You need to beef up the O-line. You need to beef up the defense. You got rid of Mike Zimmer, but I think they're going to be in the same boat as the Saints. And maybe the Cowboys or the Eagles, like they're fighting for like one of those last spots to try to get in. But I totally agree. I like the Vikings a lot. They are going to be a bubble playoff team, but they need to improve the offensive line and the defense dramatically. And they already got rid of Zimmer. So, they're doing good things now. They just need a few more pieces, and they got to pray that Dalvin Cook, Justin Jefferson, and Thielen don't get hurt. And I do like Kirk Cousins there as well. 250 in donos, baby. Thank you so much, brother. See, I'm definitely more football, but NASCAR is on now and football isn't. I totally get it. Yeah. And like I said, we got a lot of knowledgeable people here. We got some people that like to do hot takes. Sometimes people don't know what they're talking about. But hey, every opinion is welcome. You're either going to get roasted or you'll get acknowledged. And maybe I'll agree with you on some of the things. But like I said, I think that sometimes it's a time and a place, for everything. Riggs, my boy, I appreciate you. Bang, 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 bang. $20. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. If Stafford was on a good team the whole time, he would have been a top 10 quarterback of all time. Maybe not a top 10 quarterback of all time, but he would be considered, much, much higher than he was. Because, when you're on the fucking Lions, because, obviously we know Roethlisberger's Hall of Fame, and then Eli, people think that he is because he got the 2 Super Bowls, but he had a lot of up years, down years. And then Phillip Rivers never won a ring, but he was pretty consistent throughout his career. But if Stafford was like, if he was like on the Rams the whole time, think about how many Super Bowls that maybe you would have been able to win there. But yeah, he definitely would be considered more of a top guy. He would be in that category with like Roethlisberger and, maybe like a Russell Wilson, a Drew Brees, and Aaron Rodgers, you know what I mean? You're going to be in that same category. So maybe not top 10 all time, maybe top 20 all time, but he definitely would be in the conversation with Brees, Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson. I totally think that because Stafford's been good when he was at Georgia, but he just ended up on the fucking booty-ass Detroit Lions. So that's my kind of take on that. Stafford, no, I can't even put Ben in the top 10 even with his stats. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, I mean, we're talking about quarterbacks all time. There's so many. You know what I mean? There's so many quarterbacks to go through, the Peyton Mannings and the Tom Brady's. And then you got, the Russells, and you got the Drew Breeses, and then you got other quarterbacks, from back in the day as well. So, yeah, I think that, you're probably not going to get top 10 all time, but maybe top 20, maybe on that. But it all depends on who else is on the team, what the defense is, what the team actually is. It's hard just to be like, oh, good team, but what team? What team are we talking about? You know what I mean? Breeze top 5. Saints fans will say he's top 5 with all those 5,000-yard seasons that he's on Mount Rushmore. But for me, I would go Brady, obviously is up there, Joe Montana, Peyton Manning, you know what I mean? John Elway. Those are kind of the main ones that I would put up there. And then at 5, I mean, there's a lot of guys. I mean, Bradshaw's got 4 Super Bowls, for the Steelers. There's guys like Dan Marino that never got a Super Bowl that I think that was better than Breeze. But even though Breeze is amazing, he's the best short quarterback of all time. But if you go back and look at what Dan Marino did, I mean, he was pretty special too. But I mean, everyone's got, their own opinions. But some people will say Breeze is 5. Some people they'll say 6 through 10, somewhere in there. If he had more than one Super Bowl ring, I think that he would be up there in the conversation a little bit higher. But since him, Aaron, and Russ only have 1 each, you can only put them up so high. You know what I mean? Once you get to 2 and more, then you get into a different category. So. T.O. or Megatron? Well, I mean, obviously, if you're going for the greats, it's Jerry Rice 1. And then I would probably go Randy Moss 2, T.O. 3, and Megatron 4. Because even though T.O. had a bad attitude and a lot of people hated him, he was a fucking monster on the field. And Megatron was too, but he left the game a little early. But I think Megatron deserves to be in the category. I think that he might be in my top 5 for sure. But he ended his career a little bit too soon. Just sad with Megatron, Stafford, and Barry Sanders. If they just would have went to better teams, what could have been? But, sometimes it's part of the legacy, leaving on top like Barry Sanders did and Megatron did. So, I bet Holly's going to get you that. I think Calvin Johnson's more likable, and I like Calvin Johnson. Personally, for me, I like Calvin Johnson more than T.O. and maybe even more than Randy Moss. Like Jerry Rice is my number 1, but you can't take for granted what Randy did and what fucking T.O. did. So, I mean, if I'm going based on who I like, I'm going to go Jerry Rice 1, Randy Moss 2, Megatron 3, T.O. 4, based on who I like. You know what I mean? Because T.O. was a fucking headache, with all his bullshit and his drama. I'll take Megatron over T.O., but you can't discredit T.O.'s attitude for the stats that he put up. He was a special fucking player. Yeah, Bradshaw. 4 Super Bowls. But also they had Franco Harris and an amazing, defensive line and defense too. Yeah, but I probably wouldn't put Breeze in the top 5 because I think, with Russell Wilson, let's say Russell Wilson wins, 2 or 3 more, then he passes Drew Brees. You know what I mean? At that point, I mean, if you go through Russell Wilson's career and how many years he's been in the playoffs, and let's say Russell wins like 3 Super Bowls or 4, he goes ahead of Brees. You know what I mean? So then it's like, Brady, Montana, Peyton Manning, John Elway, and then number 5 could be a number of guys. So. Oh, yeah, and the 5,000-yard seasons as well. But number 5 all time with 1 Super Bowl ring, that's tough. You know what I mean? Or you could say if you put Dan Marino there, number 5 with no Super Bowl ring. But it just depends if you grew up and watched Dan Marino and John Elway or you didn't. It's like one thing to watch highlights, but to be actually witnessing it live and watching the talent at Pitt and watching him on the Dolphins, it was fucking special, dude. Marino. I mean, if Marino just could have got some Super Bowls under the belt, it would be no question. He'd be right there with Elway, but just couldn't get it done. I don't know if he's overrated. They benefited with Michael Strahan being on there, and they had the right pieces. But the bottom line, when Eli had the pressure on him, he came up in the clutch to put his position in a good spot to win. And they beat the fucking New England Patriots and Brady twice, and no one else can say that. Obviously he's lost to the Giants twice and the Eagles once, and he's won 7 other Super Bowls. So do I think Eli Manning's a Hall of Famer? No, but I do credit the 2 Super Bowls that he has. Right. Did you watch Jerry Rice play though, Briggs? You know what I mean? I watched Jerry play from college all the way through his whole career. Work ethic wise, the reason I put Jerry over Randy, because Randy quit. When Randy was on the fucking Vikings, he quit in games. When he was on the Raiders, he quit in games. And when he went to the Patriots, they had that undefeated season. That's great. But I can't put a guy number 1 overall that plays when he wants to. You know what I mean? He was an undeniable talent, just like Megatron. You know what I mean? Those guys were just touchdown machines. But I think Jerry is one of those guys that never quit and always gave it his all. And his dad being a bricklayer and putting in the work. And work ethic is important to me. So, that's why I like Brady and Manning and Montana and some of these guys are a lot higher for me. So you can say like playing nowadays is one thing, but I'll never put Randy over Jerry ever. Jerry might go down in history as the best player ever, not just wide receiver ever, but player. I mean, Jerry's records will never be broken. If Breeze won 3 MVPs, he's the top 5. No, because you need 3 Super Bowl rings. Yes. Gerald Black and Gold Light Toes in the building. What to do? He definitely he's going to make the playoffs. Like, you're probably not going to win a Super Bowl, but the best they can hope for is an AFC Championship game appearance, which could happen. The Titans did it a couple years ago. But yeah, it's going to be good. But now they need to focus on wide receivers and tight ends. Yeah, it's a rebuild. Just giving Marcus Mariota a chance to shine. And if he doesn't do really good here, maybe he'll go to I'll take him on Tampa Bay. So depending on how he does, I'll take him after Brady leaves, maybe as a backup. You know what I mean? I don't know if I would want Mariota as my starter. And we haven't heard any Gardner Minshew talk either. So you watch Rice play for Oakland. But yeah, that was like when his career was over. When he was on Oakland and then Seattle, and then they tried to do Denver and he quit. You had to watch him in the Niners in the 80s. And if you watched, he never was the fastest player. He never was the guy with the, like the number 1 at anything speed wise, but with route running in his hands. If you watch Joe Montana and him and fucking Steve Young and him, Rice there's no one going to touch him ever. You know what I mean? There's just certain guys like Michael Jordan, Kobe, Jerry Rice will never be caught by any player because no one ever has a work ethic. Everyone's got ego, right? And even Jerry Rice maybe had an ego, but he put in the work. And it's all about the hard work that you put in. And no one will ever work as hard as Jerry did. That's my personal opinion. Yes, 911. Yes, I did. I watched both of them. Me and the GF watched both of them. And I probably need to get offline here so I can actually watch a little bit before she goes to sleep. Yeah, seriously. It's like one of those guys that caught a slant and like a 5-yard slant taking 80. And he doesn't look like he's that fast, but like the first 10 yards, he's not that fast. But once it gets past like yard 11, he's gone. Like, you're not catching him. Even Dion had problems catching him, and Dion was like the fastest guy in the NFL when we watched Cowboys and Niners. But Jerry was one of those guys, once that speed hit up into those turbos, once he got to that linebacker level, he was gone. You're not catching him. That's facts. Best offensive weapon, Jerry Rice. I mean, obviously Joe Montana was great. 4 Super Bowls, never lost. You know what I mean? And obviously he won 2 Super Bowls before Jerry even got there. You know what I mean? So Joe Montana was special from Notre Dame, but I think Jerry Rice, as far as like weapons, Barry Sanders was great too. I have my guys that I like. I'm a Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Barry Sanders, Bo Jackson, Dion. Those are my 5 favorite players that aren't on Tampa Bay, that aren't Derek Brooks or Devin White. Those are my ultimate 5 guys that I love the most. Jerry Rice and Joe Montana, because I'm a Niner kid. Barry Sanders and Bo Jackson, what could have been for Bo, playing baseball and football, the most athletic player I've ever seen in my life. All right, so I'm at Auburn as well. And then Dion in 94. Dion was good on the Falcons. Dion was good, on the Cowboys. But Niner Dion in 94, there wasn't a better player, obviously, in that season than him. If you had Dion, you were winning the Super Bowl. And in 95, if you had Dion, you were winning the Super Bowl. So if the Niners were able to find a contract for him, the Niners would have went back-to-back. He went to the Cowboys, and the rest is history. So. I mean, you could also say Tom Brady. I mean, because obviously look at the 7 Super Bowls. Even without Tom Brady, you're not winning that. So Tom Brady probably would be the best answer, because obviously with the Super Bowls that he has. Yes, we can. You want a 4-head pick? 8-head? I got you. All right, here's our boy right here, one of my favorites of all time. Okay. Let's look at the forehead. Look at the veins. That's not normal. This guy's not human. People tell me I'm not human all the time. They're like, oh, Ryan, there's no way that you have all that in your brain with no notes. I might be related to Peyton. Okay. Take the comment down. 99 cents for my boy Gerald. Bang, 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 bang. Appreciate you. Oh, Riggs, it's more than a 5-head, brother. That's more than a 5-head, brother. Look at 95. That's a 4-head. Look at 2015. 20 years, it grew 4 inches or 5 inches. That's an 8-head. That's not even a 5-head. I mean, that's an 8-head. And then look at 2035. I told you he wasn't real. I told you guys. You guys didn't want to believe me. Okay. Motherfucker is an alien. Okay. Good old Peyton Manning. Thank you, Gerald. 99 cents, baby. 251 in donos, 49 away from 300. Here, let me take a quick peek at the DF and the dog. And as long as they're still awake, I'll go for another 17 minutes. And then we'll go for 4 hours flat. So that way we'll make it to like 10:30 my time, and then we'll call it a stream. But let me take a quick look, and that'll give us an opportunity to get a little bit more, maybe somewhere around 260, 270, 300 range. So then give me a quick second. You guys stare at that fucking forehead, and I'll be right back.
We love our new apartment. Great kitchen, open floor plan, but there's not much privacy. What happened to your wall? At least Geico makes bundling our renters and car insurance easy. That saves us a ton. What time is it? A quick cut. It's my catchphrase. For bundling made easy, go to Geico.com. Does daily stress leave you feeling out of sync? New Dove Men Stress Relief Body Wash with a plant-based adaptogen helps alleviate stress on skin so you can get back in sync. New Dove Men, a restorative shower for body and mind.
All right, I'm back. I'm back, baby. Look at that forehead, baby. You wish you had a forehead that big, and imagine how smart you are. That's why Peyton Manning is known as the smartest quarterback ever, because he's got 2 brains in there. There's not 1 fucking brain. There's 2 fucking brains in there. All right? 2 brains. 2 chains, 2 brains. Okay? All right. Girlfriend's going to be going to sleep here in a little bit, but I got another like 14 minutes here until we get to 4 hours. I like to keep things like at an even number. So anytime if we're close to 4 hours or 5 hour stream, I like to be able to go through the whole way. Let's just go with a quick recap with everything that happened today. So let me go through the comments here. We're at 251. We're a good number now. Let's see here. So obviously we have some news. Obviously, as we talked about before, Matty Ice going to the Colts. Great decision, better decision than going with, Phillip Rivers with 1 year. This guy might be able to play there for 2 or 3. I'm very excited for Sarah Small, my boy Swaggy P. Preston, and any Colt fan, because now you actually have hope. If you draft wide receivers and tight ends, that maybe you can overachieve and get to an AFC championship game. No one's going to be talking about the Titans and Colts all year, and I think that's a good thing. You can kind of surprise some people. Atlanta Falcons, you lose Matt Ryan. You give a guy that a lot of people don't, really think they can do it, but I like Marcus's chance to be able to prove himself, and if he does decent, he'll be able to go to another team and either be a backup or a starter, but he got a little bit more longevity in the NFL. Congratulations, Marcus Mariota, to be able to go and be the starter of the Atlanta Falcons. Love it. Jameis Winston, famous Jameis. You're doing weird exercises on Instagram and Twitter. Obviously, I knew that you're ready to come back to the team. This was only fit for you, and now you're back with the Saints. And that's pretty much the show. Zach Pascal obviously getting signed from the Eagles, from the Colts. That's another hole they need to fill. And then we talked about Halo, the streaming series on Paramount, live action. Looks pretty good. I might end up watching it. And then there's rumors about Julio. Will he go to the Packers, the Buccaneers? Tom Brady's recruiting him. Maybe he'll end up with the Colts with Matt Ryan. I know Darius Leonard sent out a tweet. Say, hey, brother, you have some good rapport with Matt Ryan. Maybe you go there. But you have to wait and see. But the NFL is wild. This offseason has been crazy. 5 head, no, an 8 head. $251 in donos, 49 away from $300. Said his head can be his gravestone when he dies. Seriously. Oh, Holly with a 15er. Thank you so much. He's my favorite. Besides Joe Montana, I know Tom Brady. I have that rapport because he came to Tampa. But I always will put Joe Montana and Peyton. Even though Tom did everything for me, and I love it. You know what I mean? But I've just really enjoyed Joe Montana and Peyton Manning so much. Like just watching them play, it was just a joy. He'll never die. He's immortal. Heroes get remembered, but legends never die. His brain is that huge, for real. Nice. I hope he does. Another contribution to Orion's upcoming Tommy Townsend wig. Hey, I'll do it too. Like I said, I got there's like Halloween stores and stuff, but I know there's other places where I can go get them. Usually I'll wait till Halloween, and I'll probably try to get one before then. But if I have to wait till around the Halloween season, I'll stock up and I'll get like 3. I'll get a blonde, long hair blonde, long hair brown hair, and long hair dark hair. So maybe I'll be Trevor Lawrence one week, maybe I'll be Ozzy Osbourne the next week, and maybe I'll be Tommy Townsend the other week. All right. Gonzalez, Gates, Gronk, Sharp. Ertz is not ahead of Gronk. Come on, brother. And Gates is not number 2, brother. I mean, if you're looking at numbers, I mean, Gonzalez is definitely number 1. But, I mean, if you're going all time, I mean, even Kelsey's stats right now, I would put him up there probably at 2. Gronk is up there for sure. And then Shannon Sharp gets slept on a lot. He's up there too. Shannon's like 3rd or 4th. So, I don't know. For me, Gonzalez, probably Kelsey, and then Gronk, and then maybe like Shannon Sharp at 4. And then we'll see about some of the other guys too. Shout out, $15 donation by my girl Holly Hundo. Thank you so much. Right at the buzzer. We got 10 minutes to go. He said, don't forget about the I wasn't even a part of the unicorn conversation, so I don't know what that's about. Oh, baby! There we go. Gang, gang, gang. Boom, 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 boom. You never know when a heavy hitter will come in the room and show some love. Holly Hundo, $15. Jake Paul gave me crab. Let's go. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much. Chiefs fans, always coming in the clutch and supporting your boy. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Chiefs. Now I got to do a little Chief compilation to say thank you and show my love. There we go. Mahomes, Kelsey, Tyreek for now, Honey Badger, Chris Jones, Frank Clark, Andy, Lombardi, Bieniemy, Butt Kicker, Chiefs. Thank you, guys. You guys are amazing, man. Thank you, thank you. High fives to me and Jake Paul gave me crabs. High five to me and Holly Hundo. Shout out. Tommy. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. Tommy. You guys are awesome. I was not expecting that. I mean, you never know who's watching. It's like also Cyberpunk 53. It's like a lot of times he's working and he works from like 6 or 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. So sometimes he's working and he's doing something, but maybe he's got me on the laptop or on the computer just going. So it's like you never know with some of the heavy hitters that they're watching. They might not be commenting. I might not know that they're there, and then they do something amazing like that. Thank you so much, man. It really helps, with everything that I'm doing. We're about 8 minutes away from 4 hours, and to end the stream off on a really nice note like that, it means everything to me. Thank you so much, man. That's huge. So we were at 266, and that was with Hollies, and now we're over, 3? Amazing. Gronk is number 2, the Super Bowl wins. Yeah, Shannon Sharp is in my top 4 too. Shannon Sharp, if you look at his Super Bowl wins, would say that he's up there. But I got, Tony Gonzalez, and then, you can't count like Mike Ditka, like the old school guys do. But, I probably put Tony Gonzalez 1. And then it's tough at 2 because you could go Gronk, for 2, and then maybe Kelsey 3. But Kelsey might get more Super Bowl wins to kind of make it a little bit more closer. And then I definitely got Shannon Sharp at 4. So it just depends on where you want to put Gronk or Kelsey. But you might say that Gonzalez and Kelsey might be the 2 best of all time. And they're both on the Chiefs, even though he had a Falcon run too. Jake Paul gave me crabs. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Holly Hundo, thank you. Chiefs in the building. Trevor Lawrence, Ozzy Osbourne, and the Tommy Townsend. You guys will love that. With a fitty. I mean, we got ballers here. And obviously, if we already know with Holly Hundo, if the Cash App isn't being a bastard and the bank is not, questioning her donos, we already know what Holly typically does. You know what I mean? So I get it. I mean, I don't want your bank to shut you off or anything like that, but you've already done more than enough. And then look, another heavy hitter comes in the room with a fitty. Boop. I don't have a kitty. I don't got a kitty like Grossi. Boop. Maybe I should get one though, right? But that's his thing. I can't copy him. 316. All right, we need $9. We can get there, right? $9. I mean, we already got there. We always want to end off on a good note. Your boy's always hustling. Your boy's always grinding. Fitty, baby. $9. Let's go. 84 to 400. I don't expect us to get there. Don't get me, you know what I mean? I mean, if you're in a given mood, you're in a given mood. But hey, 9, yeah. I mean, but like I said, I mean, with us usually with limited people in the room, less than 20. I mean, we can hit 200 to 1,000, and we've hit 1320 with like 15 people in the room. So I mean, it is Monday, and usually the big day where people donate heavy is usually Thursdays. I don't know what it is about Thursdays, but I think we've broken the record every like Thursday. It's happened. Riggs. Yes, Riggs. I don't know what it is about Thursdays. Thank you so much, Riggs, because I want to make this an even number. $10. Let's go. Shout out. So that puts us at what, 325? 325, 326, something like that. 326. Let's go. Let's go. Bang, 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 bang. Riggs coming through. And Riggs likes, he's a NASCAR guy, likes the football stuff too. But it's always nice when you have those guys that can come in and kind of clean it up at the very end. And it just makes everything so worth it with all the hard work and the energy, especially when most people, as you guys know, don't put in the time to do 2-hour streams, let alone 3-hour streams, let alone 4 hours or 5 hours. So we got 4 minutes to go, and we're at 326. So we got $4 to get to 330. You know what I mean? Or if we end at 326, that's a lot better than I thought we were going to get. And we were sitting at like $50 after like an hour and a half. So to be at like $50-$60 and now to be at 326, that's huge. So thank you guys so much. Bills cost a lot. Gas is going up. Food costs a lot. Rent's going up. Obviously dog food and treats and everything. And obviously with the $1,000 that I, spent towards sports surgery, that could have been in my savings to kind of have a little bit more money. But you know what? I don't regret it one bit. You know what I mean? I remember when I donated the first 500, I was like, I got to donate more. I was already going to donate about 1,000 to 1,500 myself. And then we had people like Holly step up, Cyberpunk 53 step up. And man, it just felt so good to do a good thing. I imagine the same way that you felt, Holly, when you donated the big amount and broke the record for Tom. You're doing it for Sinclair. Any dog that has cancer or that needs surgery, if you support a channel and you support someone and you put in a big dono, it's a lot of money. Yeah, but if it's actually going to go towards a good cause, right? Then it's okay. You're okay with it. You know what I mean? It's not like the guy's keeping it for himself, that it's really going towards the cause that we're talking about. Then you can feel good about it when you're saving a dog's life. You know what I mean? Dala from Sarah Small, bang! And you don't even need that. I mean, I want to make sure you get your job squared away first, Sarah. And then once you get your job squared away, then you can get back to doing, $5, $10 donations here and there. But I'm really hoping that you get your job that you wanted, because I know that you've been going through that. So said whoever donated the $1 is ruining my OCD now, Riggs. All right, so now we got to step it up. Now we got to make sure we get to at least 330 or 3. Sarah says we need to get to 350. She said we need for the OCD for Riggs. Now we need to get at least $3 more to 330, or we need 23 more dollars to get to 350, to 350, to get to a good number. Riggs, it's all good. But Riggs is like, I don't like this OCD, right? But I think we needed $9, and you were so gracious, you did $9.99. Riggs did it to himself. Riggs gave the OCD to himself to do the extra 99 cents to be so giving that he did it to himself. We could have did 9, and we were at the even number at 325, but you did $9.99 because you're such a good guy, and then you gave yourself the OCD. And then Sarah piled it on. But it's all good. You guys are fucking the best people on planet Earth. I love you guys. That's what happens sometimes. We got to look at the donos, keep track of where you're at. Boom, $50. Boom, $9.99. Boom, 99 cents. Oh, we just got there we go. Cyberpunk 53 with a $23 donation. See, he's not even commenting, but he's watching like I know he always is. And he just hit us with a 23. There we go. He got us with the 23, baby. So what does that put us at? 350? 350 with like a minute to go. There we go. There we go. Thank you, guys. Cyberpunk. Thank you, guys. Boom, 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 boom. Cyberpunk 53 with a $23 donation at the buzzer, baby. Let's go. Let's shout out Marcos Pineda, $5. Eagles John, $10. Cyberpunk 53, 68 on the Cash App. Cyberpunk 53 with a 40 on the Cash App. Cyberpunk 53 with a $23 at the buzzer on the Cash App. And that puts us at 350. Cyber, my boy, another Chief fan. Look at the Chiefs fans. Chiefs. And then Sarah with the Colts. Thank you guys so much. 350 and donos. We did it. And we're 10 seconds away from a 4-hour stream. And obviously, it's spring break. So technically, I could keep going on and on and on. I know the girlfriend's daughter isn't going to sleep anytime soon. But 4 hours is a long time. So I'm going to watch a few shows. I haven't ate dinner yet, so I'm going to do that. No, because we were at 326, and not Cyberpunk, but obviously with Riggs, doesn't want the OCD. He wants even numbers. He wants it to be at an even number. And then he donated 99 cents too much to get to 326. Then she donated 99 cents to 327, but it worked out because we got Cyberpunk with a $23 donation. Appreciate you, brother. It's all good. 23 at the buzzer from my boy Cyberpunk 53. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. I appreciate you guys. Love you very, very much. 23 at the buzzer. Jordan, baby. Cyberpunk, you're the man. I love you guys. Sarah Small, Holly Hundo, Riggs, Cyberpunk, all of the goats in the room. Elliot's still in the room. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. What a big dono there right there at the end. 3 big Cash App donos from Cyberpunk. You guys are awesome. And then we even got Jake Paul gave me crabs in there. Sarah Small with a $1. You got Riggs throwing $9.99, $5 here and there. And then you got Jake Paul with a big 50. Thank you guys. You guys are huge. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Have a great rest of your night. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. Hopefully there's some NFL news to talk about it. NWSF for life. I always have a great time with you guys. We hit a great number today. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. We ended up hitting a great number. We hit 350 in the donos when we were sitting at 50 after like an hour and a half. Amazing. Thank you guys. I love you. I'll be back tomorrow. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I'll be back tomorrow, probably around 6 to 7 p.m. Love you. Appreciate you. Gang.